Hey, welcome back to Tech with Rathan, and this is Rathan. This is not just a video, it's a premium Django project-based course where you will build a full-fledged Django blog application. Wait, it's not just another blog website, it's a feature-rich blogging system where multiple user roles like managers, editors can manage the blogs. It's a complete blogging system. So after learning the basics of Django, this is the next project that you need to build to work with the advanced concepts in Django. So let's take a quick look at what we are going to build in this course. So the final project that you're going to build is here. We have a nice new bar with the logo and the search bar, and then we also have the login and registration system. And after that, we have some categories. All of these features are dynamic, nothing static here. So you see this main article, right? So this is also dynamic and it is actually coming from the database. All right, and then we have a featured post, and then we also have the recent articles. All right, and then you can just see the full blog. And if you can notice here, we have a slug. We did not use any kind of primary key 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. So this slug will help you rank on Google. So this is how we make the industry standard projects. And then once we open this project, you will see the project details, and we also have the comments. So you can comment on a specific blog post, and to comment you must be logged in. So this is kind of a logic that you will learn in this course. And also have the category listed here. When you click on this categories, it will just show you the blog post of that particular category. Okay, so we have a registration page, and then we also have a login page. I am actually logging in as the manager. And one more very beautiful thing about this project is that you can log in as multiple user roles like managers and editors. Why? So usually when in a company that manages a lot of blog posts, there will not be a single user. There will be many managers and there will be many editors who will actually manage the blog post. All right. So that's why I have created this manager role where the manager can actually manage the users. All right. So if you go to this nice dashboard, you'll have this users option, and you can see these are the users, and you can edit, delete them. Right. So the only managers can edit and delete. Right. So I will also show you how to log in as editors. So this manager will have a kind of a more permission to work with users and stuff. Okay, so you can edit the users, and you see this. You'll also learn about groups and user permissions in this course. Okay, and also you can manage the categories. These are all the CRUD operations, right? Not just a normal to-do app kind of things. Okay, so all these things are based on the real world use cases. Okay, so this is what happens when when you work with the blog company or blog websites. So blog post you can manage. All right, and then of course log out. Okay, so I'll just log out and I will log in as the editor. Okay, so this is the editor, but if you notice here, this editor can only manage the blog post. He cannot manage the users. Why? He's actually a staff, right? So that's kind of a permissions based on the roles. All right, so he can just add, edit, delete the post, but he cannot manage the users. Okay, the only managers can manage it. So that is one of the most important thing that you have to learn in any of the projects, because user roles authentication system is very important in all of the softwares out there. Okay, so of course then there will be admin panel. Okay, so I will try to log in as the editor. This is not the super admin or anything. This is the editor. He's a staff, right? He can access these blocks and categories. So that's what he got the permissions. But as a super admin, I will get all the permissions. Okay, you can see this is the super admin and he can manage everything. So this is the full-fledged Django blogging application that we are going to build in this course. With that said, I'd like to introduce to my premium offering 8-week backend developer program, where I'll teach you live and guide you, push you, and take responsibility of your learning. It starts with Python refresher, Django basic fundamentals with project-based approach, and then we'll build APIs using Django REST framework, and finally build scalable e-commerce backend APIs and integrate them with the React frontend. We'll also learn to deploy the application on the cloud server using Docker and CI/CD pipelines. It's a game changer for the people who want to learn in a structured way. You can register for the demo class for free and I'll explain you exactly how it works. To know more, click on the link in the description. Back to our topic, this Django blog application course is completely free. The source code of this project is linked in the description, and by the end of this course, you'll gain a lot of things about Django and you'll have a great project in your portfolio. So without wasting a lot of time, let's get started. First of all, let's create a new folder inside this desktop and learning Django folder. Okay, we currently have two folders, two projects. One is this to-do app and the other one is Django basic. With that, we also need to create one more folder and we'll say blog. Okay, so in this blog folder, we will open the code editor, open with code editor. All right. So the first thing, as always, we need the virtual environment. Okay, so let me open my terminal. And here what I'll do is I'll say python -mvenv. Okay, so this is how we create a virtual environment. And then we also need to activate the virtual environment. All right, so the virtual environment is created. And then let's say source env scripts activate. Okay, now let's install Django. Okay, we have successfully installed Django 4.1.7, all right, which is the latest version as of now. And it is also giving me warning to install the, upgrade the pip. Just copy this and paste it here and let's upgrade the pip. All right, now that we have installed Django, we can now create a Django project. Okay, so let's say Django admin start project and your project name, let's say blog_main. Okay, blog_main and put one dot here. We have our project folder. Then let's run python manage.py run server. All right, don't worry about this unapplied migrations. Just load your server and the installation has worked successfully. All right, our Django installation is successful. Let's create a super user. For creating the super user, our database has to have the default tables. For that, we run migrate command. Let's first run the migrate command and then we create a super user. So let's stop the server and let's say python manage.py migrate. Okay, python manage.py migrate. This will actually go ahead and create the default database tables. Okay, so all the default migrations are applied, and then now we can create the super user. Python manage.py create super user. Python manage.py create super user. So it is asking us to give the username. Let's say Django admin, and I'll put my email address and then the password. All right, super user has been created successfully. Now we can run the server and log into our admin panel. Okay, so let's run the server and go to admin, and from here you can log into the admin panel. All right, that's about creating the super user, and in the next video we will change the home page. All right, let's remove this default Django installation page and create our own home page. First thing we should always do is to create a URL pattern. For the home page, of course, we use empty string URL pattern that triggers the home view. Let's do this practically. Let's go to the urls.py, which is inside this blog_main. Inside this urls.py, we'll create a path. Okay. inside this path function, we will say empty string, because this empty string is going to be the home page. Okay, and after that we'll also pass views dot home. Okay, inside the views module we'll create a home function, and then we'll set the name is equal to home. Okay, let's put the comma here, and now we'll create this views module. So let's first save the file, and after that inside this blog underscore main we'll create a new file and name it as views.py. Views.py. When you create this views.py, this views.py is nothing but the views module. Inside this views module we are going to create a function. All right, so first of all let's import this views from .import views module. All right, so next we need to create this home function. All right, inside this views module we'll have to create a home function. Let's say define home. This function will always take a request and return HTTP response. Okay, return HTTP response inside the h2 tag. Let's say h2 tag home page. Okay, home page. All right, we'll import this HTTP response, which comes from Django.http import HTTP response. All right, at this point we can run our function. So if you refresh this page, you see this home page, right? This is actually the HTTP response. Of course, we don't need HTTP response. We need the HTML template. Okay, so instead of returning the HTTP response, we will render the HTML template. So return render will always take a request comma the home.html. Okay, so we are going to create this home.html inside the templates. Okay, so we also need to integrate the templates in this Django application. So first of all, let's import this render. Okay, we don't need a HTTP response anymore. We need the render from Django.shortcuts import render. All right, so we don't have the warning now. Let's save this file, and when the home function triggers, this home.html should be executed. So for that we need to create the templates folder. Okay, we need to create a templates folder on the root folder. Let's create a new folder and name it as templates. So inside the templates we'll also need to create a home.html. Inside this home.html we'll create a HTML boilerplate. So here in the title we'll say Django blog, and then inside the body we will put one h1 tag and let's say welcome to Django blog. So we have this home.html ready, but this will not work because we have not configured the templates correctly, right? So for that we should go to blog underscore main. So inside this blog underscore main we go to settings, and in the settings we have this templates, right? So for the templates to work we need to add this templates directory inside this dirs. All right, just put this templates, save the file, and now if you refresh this page and you can see welcome to Django blog. All right, so this is how we render the HTML page. Okay, so in the next one we will design this home page. All right, we'll design this home page using Bootstrap. Okay, let us design the home page. We will not write the HTML and CSS from the scratch. That would take a whole lot of time. We know how to implement Bootstrap in our project, so we will utilize Bootstrap's ready-made layouts. They are free. Let's go to getbootstrap.com. And here in the examples, we have a lot of examples here. There are multiple layouts and components. Okay, so there is this a layout called blog. This blog is what we are going to use in our project. Okay, so let me click on this blog layout, and here you can see this is actually the sample layout for the blog websites. All right, so to get the source code of this layout, we have two ways. One is just right click and go to view page source and select all and paste it in your project. Or we also have one more way, that is just go to the examples. Okay, so here go to the examples and you can click on this download examples. Okay, so when you click on this button, all the layouts will be downloaded in your local computer. Okay, so let me open this. And here you can see we have all the layouts. Okay, so we also have this blog. Inside this blog, we have this index.html and blog.css, which is the style sheet for this blog website. All right, so this is how we download the source code of the example templates. But you know what, we don't want to use this layout as it is. So if you want to see that again, see, let me go to the blog again, and here there are multiple elements that we don't need for our project. All right, so we want to edit a couple of things from here. Perhaps we will remove unwanted elements from this layout and make it ready to use in our Django project. Okay, I'm sure you know the basics of HTML and CSS, so I'm not going to edit this layout on camera. So I have already edited this layout and attached it in the resource section of this video so that I could save your time. All right, so just go ahead and download home blog.html from the resource section of this video. And here, let me show you the home blog.html. Here it is. So this is the edited version of home blog.html. All right, so just download it from the resource section of this video, copy all the code and paste it inside your home.html here. Okay, let me remove the existing code and paste it. Okay, so yeah, let's save this file, and if you refresh this now, and here you can see, so this is actually the HTML and Bootstrap, but the style is not loading. Okay, so the blog.css is not loading. Here you can see we have already linked the CSS /blog.css, right? So this is not loading, that's why this page is not complete yet. And I also want to put the background image for this featured post. I'll put the static background image for now, but we will make dynamic background image in the later stages of this course. So to load the CSS files and image files, we need to configure static files in the settings. So we already know about static files because we have seen static files in the previous project as well. Now let's quickly configure static files in the settings. So inside the settings, we will go to the, here we have this static URL, and now we want to set static root. Static root is equal to base directory /static. And you know what, we have to create this static folder inside the blog main directory. Okay, so let's create one static folder here. All right, and then we also need a static files dirs, static files dirs. Okay, just make sure the spellings are correct. Okay, if you get the spellings wrong, then your static file will not work. So this is actually the list of directories. Let's say blog main. Okay, so this folder I'm referring, blog main /static. Okay, let's put the comma here. Okay, so this is about the configuration, and to load the CSS file, we need to load it from the static, right? So on the top of this page, we will load the static. Load static. Okay, load static. wherever you want to use the static files, then you must load the static on top of the page. All right. And see, this blog.css is actually inside the CSS folder, right? So we also need to create the CSS folder here. Let me create a new folder inside the static folder. Let's say CSS. Okay. And as I said, I also want to load the background image, right? All the images will go to this images folder. Let's also create the images folder inside the static folder. Okay, so we have created two folders here, and inside the CSS folder we need to put the blog.css, right? So let's put the blog.css here. So I hope you have downloaded the example pack. So here you see this blog.css, right? So this blog.css, just drag and drop it inside the CSS folder. Okay, I think it did not go. All right, I'll put it inside here. Okay, so blog.css is here. And you know what? I think I have already used one background image here. So this is actually Cricut 2, right? So you can use any JPG image or a PNG image. So what I'll do is I'll keep as it is for now. Let's first see if our blog.css is working or not. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so this is not loading. I think there is something wrong. Okay, yeah, sorry. So see, we must load it from the static, right? Static, and put it here. Save the file, and now let's load it. Okay, now you can see the CSS is actually applying. Okay, so first of all, I'll put the background image inside the static and images folder. Okay, let me take one background image from my local computer. All right, I have my background image ready. This is actually the static background image. In the future we will make it dynamic. Okay, so inside the static folder, images folder, we have the file called cricut.jpg, and from here we want to load it. We want to load this cricut.jpg from the static. Okay, so I will remove this. So this is actually the style. Okay, so background image property, I will say, okay, open the curly braces, static space single quotation and images / cricut.jpg. all right, save the file, and now let's refresh it. Okay, now you can see the background image is also loading and blog.css is also loading. Okay, so I did not change a lot of things from this layout. The only thing I added here is a login and registration button, and then I removed some of these heading and subheading elements. Okay, I also removed this archives, and other things are pretty normal here. Okay, these are same as what you see in the examples of Bootstrap. Okay, so if you get some time, just go ahead and explore other layouts of this Bootstrap free templates. All right, so that's about the designing part of our Django blog application. I think this is the simple and clean design for us. All right, before we go to the next section, let us set up Git on this project. Let's first talk about .gitignore file. What is .gitignore file? Well, we create Gitignore file in our project's root directory to tell Git which files and folders to ignore when you make a commit or push the project. For example, in the to-do project that we built previously, we did not add any .gitignore file. As a result, all the files and folders got pushed to the GitHub. If you remember, even the env folder got pushed to the repository, right? So there is no point in pushing the virtual environment folder, that is the env folder, to our Git repository. Similarly, most of the times we don't want to push SQLite3 database to the Git repository because it contains users' personal data. So it's not a good practice to send the database to the public repository. And the media files, they are the files uploaded by users, and those files should not be the part of our code base. So we should ignore this media folder while pushing our code base to the GitHub. That's why when pushing the code to the GitHub, we need to take care of what to push and what not to push to the public repository. That's when this .gitignore file comes in. So to add the .gitignore file in our project, we should go to this gitignore.io. So go to this gitignore.io website, and here just write Django and select Django from the drop down and create. This website will give us the files and folders that need to be ignored when pushing the code to the public repository. We should copy all the content from this page and go to your project, and on the root directory, okay, on the root directory, let's collapse this thing. All right, on the root directory, just create a new file and name it as .gitignore. Okay, .gitignore. So create this file and paste all the code, all the content that you copied from this website. All right, simply put everything here. So here, if you notice, gitignore.io website has generated these content, like the media folder should be ignored and the database folder should be ignored, and so many other things also need to be ignored. All right, so if you see here, we also have env folder. Let me say Control F and env. Yeah, here you can see these virtual environment files need to be ignored. You can see env and venv. But if in your case the virtual environment folder name is different, then simply add it here. Okay, maybe Rathan env. It's up to you, whatever virtual environment name you have given. All right, so this is a classic .gitignore file. Okay, so this will work most of the cases. All right, so with that said, let's go ahead and create the new GitHub repository. So let's go to the github.com and log into your account, of course, and here click on this new repository. So let's say Django blog. Okay, our repository name will be Django blog, and for the time being I'll set it as private, and once this course is live I will set it back to public. Okay, and then create repository. All right, so GitHub has given me these commands to execute from my local computer. I'll first initialize my repository. Let's stop the server, and I'll first say git init. Okay, initialized empty git repository in this path. All right, so this project is now the git project. Okay, so I'll say git add -a, git add -a, and git commit -m, first commit. So this is the custom message. You can, if you want to give any other message, you can give. I'll say initialized Django blog created what? Let me quickly see what we have created. Okay, created homepage. All right, at this point we should also create the main branch. By default it will be master branch. You can see here master branch. Okay, optionally you can create it as a main branch. Now it will be main branch. Okay, So then git remote add origin, copy this and paste it here. All right, and at last git push -u origin main. All right, run this command. Okay, let's say git status. Okay, there is nothing to commit. Everything has been pushed to the GitHub. Okay, so our Django blog project is here now. All right, in the next one, we will manage the blog posts. Welcome to the new section. In this section, we will take care of the blog creation. Every blog post has a category. So when we create a blog post, we need to assign that blog post to a specific category. This essentially means that we need a category model and a blog post model or a blog model. In this video, let's create a category model. Blog posts are the core functionality of this project. So we will manage all the blog related logics in a separate app called blogs. So let's go ahead and create a blogs app. So to create an app, we should run python manage.py start app space the app name, which will be blogs. So here you can see the blogs app has been created. The moment we create any app in our Django project, the first thing that we need to do is go to the settings, and inside the installed apps, you should register this app name here, which is blogs. All right. And next, let's go to the models. In the blogs app, we have models.py. So we need to create a category. We want to store the categories of the blog posts. That's why we first need to create a category model, and then we'll create the blog model. So first of all, to create a category model, let's say class category, which will inherit models.model. Okay, which will inherit models.model. And of course, the category can have only one or two fields, which is a category name. Okay, so we can also include a slug in the category, but for the time being, let's not use a slug for category. We'll use slug for the the blog model. Okay, I'll explain. If you don't know what exactly is slug, I'll explain in the while creating blog. Okay, so for now, let's make it simple and have only one field name, which is category name, along with created at, updated at. All right, so first field will be category underscore name models.char field, and this char field we should give the max length. Okay, we can give it as the 50, and then unique equal to true. Okay, the category name should always be unique. Okay, for example, if the category name is sports, and once you have added one category, then you should not be able to add the category again. All right, and then the created at, of course. Okay, created at is equal to models dot date time field, auto now add equal to true, and then updated at is equal to models dot date time field, auto now is equal to true. All right, so we have the category model now, and let's save this file. And you know what, once we create or modify any model, the first thing that we need to do in order to apply the migration, the first thing we should make the migrations. So how to do the make migrations? Let's say python manage.py make migrations. All right, so here create model category. We have created a model called category. Okay, now you can apply this migration. Let's say migrate python manage.py migrate. All right, let's run the server. If you go to the admin panel like this, you will not see anything here because in order to see the newly created model in admin panel, we should go to admin.py and register your model. Okay, so remove this and let's say admin.site.register admin.site.register the model, which is a category. We first need to import it also from dot models import category. Okay, now if you refresh, you can see category. Okay, the spelling is wrong actually. See, what happens is Django automatically makes your model to the plural form. Okay, so right now the model name is category. Okay, so in the admin panel it is showing categories. Okay, it just adds s. Okay, so which is of course the wrong spelling. You can correct it using the verbose name. What you should do is, so here inside the class category, we'll create a class meta. Okay, class meta. So inside this class meta, you can actually add the verbose name plural form. Verbose underscore name underscore plural is equal to write the correct spelling categories. All right, save it and now refresh this page. All right, you can see the categories spelling is correct now. Okay, so yeah, that's actually a simple trick. So once that is done, what we should do next is we should create the category, right? So let's add one simple category. Let's say sports. Okay, save. And here one more thing. See, when I create the category, we should be able to see the category name, right? Instead of this, it is showing me a category object 1, object 2 like that, right? So if I say politics, this it is giving me object 1, object 2, right? So that's not what I want. So I want to set the string representation of this model. So inside the category model, and just make sure when you write any function inside a specific model, you should actually take care of the indentation here. Okay, this function should be inside the class category. Okay, if you do like this, then this is not going to work. You're most likely you will get the error. Okay, it should always be inside the class category. Okay, define str. The str will always take self, not only str function. See, whenever you write any member function inside the class, you should always pass self as a parameter. Okay, self is nothing but this category model itself. Okay, so this str function will take self and it will return self dot category name. Self dot category name. What we are doing here is we are setting the string representation of this particular model. All right, let's refresh it now. Here you can see instead of object 1, object 2, you are seeing the category name. Okay, so that's why we write the str method. All right, let's configure the media files because we are going to use the featured image in the blog model. So we will configure media files first and then we'll create the blog model. So first thing, let's go to the settings.py. So here in the settings.py, we need to actually add the media root. Okay, so let me just scroll down. Okay, so we need to add the media root and media URL. Let's add media URL, which is the media folder. All right, we also need to create the media folder on the root directory. So here we'll say media underscore root, which is equal to base directory space media. Okay, and then we will create the media folder on the root directory. So here we'll say media. Okay, so whatever the photos we are going to upload in the featured image, that will be stored inside the media folder, and those files will not go to the Git repository because we have added media inside this .gitignore file. Okay, so these are the user uploaded photos. All right, so let's save this file, and what next is go to the urls.py. So urls.py, and here let's concatenate static function and say settings dot media URL comma document underscore root dot media root. All right, which is actually document root is equal to settings dot media root. Okay, so I have already explained you what this function and what this parameters will do in the previous project, so I'm not going to explicitly explain it right now. So next thing, we need to actually import static and settings. Okay, from Django dot conf dot urls dot static import static. From Django dot conf dot urls, okay, this is urls. From Django dot conf dot urls dot static import static, and then from Django dot conf import settings. All right, save the file. And what else? Okay, so this is about the media file configuration. In the next one, we'll create the blog model. Whenever we create any models, we always need to think of what are the fields that are required for our functionalities. Right now we are building a blog application. Generally, a blog post should have some basic database fields such as title, slug, category, author, and all that. So when we have these database fields in our mind, we can easily create any models. Okay, so in the models.py, we will now create a class called a blog. Okay, because we need a blog table in our database. So once we are done with the category model, we will now create a class called blog. Blog will actually take the models.model, and first thing will be title, and after that we also need the slug. What is slug? Well, a slug is the part of a URL that identifies a particular page on a website. Okay, in fact, it's a title itself with the hyphen instead of the space in between words. For example, if you look at this blog post, the title of this blog post is Canada's population sees record growth as immigration rises. Okay, so this is the title of the blog post. But if you look at this slug here, right, so this is what we call the slug. Okay, so this slug represents this particular blog post. Okay, so here if you notice, instead of this space we have the hyphen, right? We have the hyphen here, all right, instead of this space. So this is actually the part of the URL. All right, so that's why we use slug, and this slug is very useful when it comes to SEO, search engine optimization. Okay, so that's what we are going to use in this blog blog model. All right, and we also need the category. Okay, we also need the category, and then we need the author. Okay, author, because we want to know this blog post was written by whom, right? So that's why we need the author, and we need the featured image, featured underscore image. Okay, and then this is a short description, and blog body, and also we need the status. Okay, whether this okay, so status, Status is because we want to know whether this blog post is published or it is still a draft. All right. And then we need whether this post is featured or not. Is featured. And then of course we need the created at and updated at. Created at and updated at. All right, so let's say title is equal to models dot char field. Models dot char field. Max length will be 100, and then the slug models dot, we have a special field for slug, so that is called slug field. A slug field. Max length will be 150, and this slug should be unique. Okay, slug is always unique. Okay, unique equal to true, and it can be blank equal to true. And the category, category is actually models dot foreign key. Okay, models dot foreign key, because we want to assign the category to this particular blog post. Okay, so that's why we use models dot foreign key. All right, so foreign key will always take the model name, which is category. Okay, this category. All right, so category comma on delete is equal to models dot cascade. Okay, so on delete is equal to models dot cascade is because when you delete the specific category, then the blog post associated with that particular category should also be deleted. Okay, so that's why we use on delete is equal to models dot category. Okay, for now we will use this one. We will just delete all those posts if the category is deleted. Okay, so and after that author is equal to models dot again foreign key. Okay, foreign key. Author is nothing but the user who is writing the blog post. Okay, so models dot foreign key, the user comma on delete is equal to models dot cascade. That means if the user is deleted, this particular blog post should also get deleted. Okay, so that's why use on delete is equal to models dot cascade. Okay, so we need to import a user here, which comes from Django dot contrib dot auth dot models import user. All right, and then featured images. Okay, no problem. Next is a featured image. Let's say models dot image field. Which will be we should say upload to is equal to, maybe let's say blog. Okay, blog / uploads. Maybe we'll, instead of blog we'll say uploads. Okay, uploads / %y. Okay, this will create a folder with the name of current year. Okay, and then it will create create a folder with the current month, which is %m, and then on which date the blog post was created. Okay, so then our image will be uploaded inside this dynamic folder. Okay, so once that is done, then we'll say short description. It will be models dot text field max length. Let's give a max length 1000. Okay, this is 500. Okay, because this is a short description. And for the blog body we will set text field again, but the max length will be 1000 or 2000 at 2000. And the status models dot, okay, so this status will be the drop down now. because the status should be either draft or published. Okay, so how to make a drop down now? So to make a drop down, let's say status choices. Okay, status choices is equal to open a tuple, and inside here add 0 comma draft. Okay, 0 is for draft, and then 1 is for published. 0 is for draft and 1 is for published. Okay, so here you can say integer field. Okay, integer field choices is equal to status choices. Okay, and by default the blog post should be a draft. Okay, that is 0. All right, is featured is, of course, it is a boolean field. Models dot boolean field. Models dot boolean field. By default the blog post is not featured post. Okay, by default it is false, and created at is models dot. Okay, so let me copy this one, and then the updated at models dot datetime field. Okay, so I think this much is enough. And one more thing, because we are using this featured image, right? For that we need to install pillow. Okay, so let's install pillow. Pip install pillow. Make sure the virtual environment is activated when you install the package. All right, pillow is installed now. And then what else we can do is we can actually add the string representation of the model for this blog model. Okay, return what? Self dot title. Okay, return self dot title. All right, so I think this is enough. Let's cross verify. Title, slug, category, author, featured image, short description. Okay, all right, so let's make migration. Python manage dot py make migrations. All right, so here you can see we have added this meta class to this category model, right? Okay, so that's why it is showing this one, and right now we have just created the blog model. Okay, let's quickly migrate it. All right, now let's run and go to the admin panel. Refresh. Okay, so we have not added the blog inside the admin, right? We have to register this admin dot site dot register blog. Okay, so this blog we should import. All right, now it should be here. All right, categories, and we have the blogs. From here you can create a blog, test blog and test blog. See, what I'm doing here is I'm just manually typing this test blog slug, right? It should be actually, the moment you type here, the slug should be automatically generated, and I'll show that to you in the next video, but for now just make it manual slug. Category, sports, and author, we currently have only one author. Okay, so featured image, let's add one simple featured image, and the short description, blog body, and the status is whether or not this is draft or published, and if it is featured, and then check this box. All right, save. Okay, so this is how we create blog from the backend. Of course, we are not going to create a blog from the backend. We are going to create the blog from the front end. Okay, we are going to make the blog form. Okay, so we'll see all those stuff in the later stages of the course. All right, so this is it for this video, and in the next one will take care of this slug. Okay, the slug needs to be auto generated. When the block title is longer, it is not possible to write the slug manually. That's why we need to generate the slugs automatically. In Django, we have something called pre-populated fields in the model admin class that will take care of such issues. So to do that, you just go to this admin.py inside the blocks app. So here you should create a class blog admin. Okay, blog admin is because we are writing the admin class for the blog model. Okay, so this blog admin will actually inherit admin dot model admin. Okay, admin dot model admin, and here there is this attribute called pre-populated fields that is equal to, it will take this field name, the slug, right? Slug need to be generated, right? Slug colon, and based on what we need to generate the slug. Okay, based on title, as we write the title, the slug should be generated. Okay, so as we write the title, the slug should be generated. All right, so that's how it is. And since this is a tuple, we cannot add a single entry here, so that's why we put comma. Okay, so save the file, and one more thing, you should pass this blog admin to this admin.site.register. All right, now let's go to the admin and refresh. Let's try to add the title. This is the blog title. Okay, you see, as I type in the title field, the slug is being generated automatically, right? So if you put the space, it will add one hyphen here. All right, so that's how we generate the slug automatically. All right, so yeah, this is about the slug generation. And the next one, we will actually look at list display things. Okay, because we want to see the title, category, author, and all that from this table. All right, so that's why we will look at the list display stuff in the next video. All right, I want to see the blog specific details in the admin table. So I'll use list display in my blog admin class. So in my admin.py, so we have already created a blog admin. So here I'll say list underscore display. List display is equal to, what are the fields that we want to list down on this table. Okay, let's say title, we want to show title, comma, and then the category also we want to show, and then author. Okay, author, and maybe I also want to know whether this blog is featured or not. Is featured. Okay, is featured. So save this file, and if you refresh it now, here you can see, you see the category and you see the author, and is featured also available here. And if I want to make it as featured, and you can see featured is checked here. Okay, so, and I also want to see the status. Let's add status here. Okay, status, and put the comma. Okay, so status is draft and published. Okay, so with this list display, I also want to add the search fields. Okay, so how to add the search fields now? Let's say search fields. Search fields is equal to by what keyword or by what field name we want to search the data. Let's say maybe we'll say ID. Okay, ID is auto generated, which is a primary key, and by title I want to fetch the data, and by category, and also by status. Okay, by status also I want to search the data. All right, so let's refresh. Okay, we have the search fields, and by field, okay, so relative field got invalid lookup I contains. All right, so I think there is something wrong. Okay, let me look at the code again, and here it is saying field error, relative field got invalid lookup I contains. Okay, so what I suspect is in the search fields, this category is actually the foreign key, right? If you look at the model, this category is a foreign key, right? So this foreign key, we should actually say underscore underscore category name. Okay, why this is underscore underscore category name is because if you go to the category model, which is this one, we want to search by this category name. Okay, we want to search by this category name. So that's why we cannot just put the foreign key field inside the search fields. Okay, so that's why we are pointing to category models category name field. All right, so let's try this. Refresh. Okay, so it is working now. So test is working, and we currently only have two. If I say Canada search, okay, so search is working, and we also want to search by the category name, right? So let's try this category name. Let's say sports search. Okay, so sports is working, and let's say politics. Okay, so if I put anything that does not exist, all right, 0 blocks. Okay, so search by category is working, and by status, let's say, what is the status now? Draft and published, right? So let's try to fetch draft. Okay, all right, I think this is not working. Published. Okay, so published is also not working. Okay, no problem, we'll fix that. Let's see what happened to that, because this draft and published are actually from the drop down list, right? So let's see. By draft we cannot. If I put 0, okay, so this is 0, right? And this is 1. Okay, so 1 is published and 0 is draft. Okay, so instead of putting 0 and 1 here, you can also set a draft like this. Okay, if you put draft and published, okay, draft and published, and here the status will not be integer field, it will be character field. A char field will always take max length, which is equal to 20 comma choices. Okay, status choices. Default will be draft. Default draft. Okay, now let's make migration, because whenever we modify our model, we always need to make the migrations. Let's run migrate. All right, now let's try refresh. Okay, so see what happened. There is nothing here. Let's set this again, draft and published. All right, now if I say draft, okay, so we are able to fetch the data. If I want to see published, I'm now able to fetch the published posts. Okay, so yeah, I think that's enough. And you can also add some other attributes here, such as list editable, list underscore editable. So list editable means if you look at here, is featured is checked here and unchecked this one, right? So if you want to make this test blog as featured, then you should have to go to this test blog and set it from here, right? Now if you want to make this is featured field editable, then you can use list editable here. Okay, so let's try that. List underscore editable. Okay, list and editable, put the comma here, otherwise you will get the error, because this is a tuple and tuple cannot have only single value without comma. Okay, so okay, not listed table, it should be the field name is featured. Okay, it's featured. All right, now let's try this again, refresh. All right, and now you can see is featured is editable now, and we also have the save button. Okay, if I want to edit this and save, and you can see this test blog is now featured. And okay, so you can edit it from here. All right, so that's about list display and all those blog admin stuff. And I think these are the basic things. In the future courses, we will be learning more about these list display and all those blog admin stuff. Okay. Before we go to the next section, let us push our code to the GitHub. Let's see the Git status. All right, these are the changes that need to be committed. So I'll say git add -a, git commit -m, and the commit message will be blog app, blogs app, and blog model. So this commit message can be anything. Okay, so I just write blogs app and blog model. All right, so let's commit this and let's push the code to the GitHub. Git push origin main. Okay, so the code is pushed to the GitHub. Let's just refresh this page. All right, my recent change is here. Okay, I have just two commits. So here actually you can see the commits. Okay, so this is the commit record. So this one is first one, and this is the one that we pushed right now. All right, so yeah, we'll start displaying the blog posts on the home page from the next section. Okay, welcome back. I have added a couple of demo categories and blog posts. So these are my demo categories and these are the blog posts. Some are featured and some are not. And you know what? I have uploaded the proper cover images as well so that it could fit with my cover page. I want you to add a couple of categories and blog posts from your side as well. It is simple, just go to any news website and copy paste the content. So I'm going to stop this video now. Take your time and add some demo categories and blog posts. This project is going to be extremely interesting as we move on. Everything we do here are based on the real world use cases. So many interesting things are coming up next. You will definitely thank me later. I'll see you in the next one. I hope you guys have uploaded some demo categories and blog posts, something like this. So now what we want to do is we have some categories here, right? So we want to print these categories on the home page, right? So how to print the categories on the home page now? So let's go to the home page and see where we have this static categories. All right, here we have the static categories. All right, so now we want to fetch the categories from the database and print it here. All right, so we'll go to the home view, so which is inside our blog main and views.py. Okay, so this is our home view, and from here we want to fetch the categories. All right, so let's say categories is equal to category dot objects dot all. All right, we want to fetch all the categories that are in the database. So this is giving us the warning. Let's import this category model, which comes from blocks.models import category. All right, let's print the categories here. So this print statement is used when you want to see the output in the terminal. Okay, refresh this page and you can see the query set. Okay, so the output is we have got all the categories that are in the database. So now we have the categories, and what we'll do is we'll send that categories to the home.html. In the context dictionary, we'll say categories colon. I'll copy this and paste it here. Okay, so once that is done, just pass this context dictionary to the home.html. So now we have the access to the categories in the home.html. Okay, so now we want to print those categories here. So now what we'll do is we have a lot of static categories. We will remove all of them except one. Okay, we will keep one a tag. All right, so just above this a tag, we will start a for loop. Okay, for cat in categories. Okay, for cat in categories, or for category in categories, or you can write for I in categories. Okay, it depends upon you. Let's first end this for loop. End for. All right, now here instead of this world, we will write the category name. Okay, which will be cat. Cat is the object, and the model field name is this category. I mean, I'm sorry, not this category, this one, cat.category name. Cat.category name. All right. Save this file and refresh this page. Okay, now you can see all the categories are being printed here. Now I want to show you something else. Even if you don't write this category name here and just write the cat, then also you're getting the same category name. This is because the string representation of the category model is the category name. Okay, here you can see. Okay, the string representation of the category model is the category name. Okay, so that's why we write the string representation of the model. Now what we'll do is we'll just comment it out and let's refresh this page. Now you can see category object 1, object 2, which is not readable. Okay, so that's why we put the string representation of the model. Save this file and here refresh the page. The category name is being printed. So for the category name, you can write like this. Otherwise, if you want to print something else, then you cannot just write cat. Okay, you should actually explicitly specify the field name. For example, created at. Okay, if you want to print the created at here, then just put cat.created at and refresh. All right, so something like this. For the category name, it is optional. You want to write category name or just cat. Okay, so I just wanted to show how this string representation works. All right. All right, cat.category name. Okay, so this is enough. And in the next one, we will print the featured post. All right, let us display the featured post on the home page. We'll go to the view again, which is the home view. And here we'll take out the featured posts. Featured underscore posts is equal to blog.objects.filter. This time we are using filter. That is because we want to add a condition to this query. Okay, the condition is featured is equal to true. Okay, so any post that has the is featured flag to true, then those posts are considered as featured posts. Now we want to import this blog model as well. From blocks.models, import blog and category. All right, so now we have the featured posts And if you want to verify that, just print this featured posts in the terminal, refresh, and the output is here. Okay, I have 2 featured posts. All right, now what I can do is I can just pass this featured posts to my context. The context is already going to the home.html here. So the featured posts is now available inside the home.html. Now we'll see where exactly we want to print the featured posts. Okay, so in this place we want to print the featured posts. So these are the categories that we just did, and here we have the div with the class jumbotron, right? So this is where we want to print the featured posts. All right, so we will loop through the featured posts now. For post in featured posts, okay, for post in featured posts, and then we will end this for loop. And for whenever you open the for loop, just make sure you end the for loop, otherwise you will get the error. All right, so I'm running a for loop on this HTML element. That means I have 2 featured posts here, right? So if I refresh this page, I will get 2 HTML elements here. Okay, so here you can see 1 and 2. If I make one more featured post, then what is going to happen? You can see 3 featured posts. Okay, so this is not a good way to print or display the cover image. So what we want to do is we only want to display a single featured post on the cover section. So for that we can add a if condition. Okay, I'll quickly take I'll quickly uncheck this one. Okay, I just don't need 3-4 posts. All right, so here I can add the if condition. So the if condition is if for loop dot first, if for loop dot first, then I want to print this HTML element. Okay, or HTML element is nothing but the featured post. All right, just end if. Okay, whenever you open the for loop, make sure you close the for loop. Whenever you open the if condition, make sure you close this if condition with this end if statement. All right, and next what you have to do, you have to actually change all these things. Okay, before that, what this is saying is display only the post that is coming in the first loop. Okay, we are looping through all the posts, right? So here what happens is it will display only the first post. Okay, it will display only the first post. All right, so that's why we have put this if condition. All right, and refresh, and if you save the file and refresh this page, and you can see only one post is printing. Now you can actually go ahead and change the other content, which is post dot title. Okay, post dot title. Title is nothing but this one. Okay, blog model has the field name called title, right? And then the blog model also has this short description. Okay, we want to print the title and short description on the home page. Let's remove this, and here we'll print a post dot short description. Now refresh. All right, you can see this socially responsible post is here. This is the one, right? And you can always go ahead and add the order by clause to your query, which is like right now you're getting this one in the first loop, right? If you don't want this one, and if you want the descending order, then just go to home view, and here just add order by clause. Okay, order by updated date, updated at. Okay, save the file and refresh. Okay, so I think I should remove this hyphen and refresh, and you can see this is printing in ascending order. All right, so yeah, and what about the other featured post now? Okay, we have printed one post here, but what if I have like 4-5 featured posts? Then I should be able to print all those posts here as well, right? So what we'll do is we'll actually, currently we have only 2 featured posts. I'm not sure how many featured posts you have, but for me only 2 I have. Okay, so what I'll do is I will do a section here. Okay, so I'll say featured post here, somewhere here. All right, so let me go to the HTML page, and in the HTML right here. Okay, so I'll say after the end for, all right, so I'll say featured posts, and here I'll make h3 tag. Class will be text uppercase with the text warning. Okay, this will be the text color, and I'll say featured posts. Okay, and also I'll add one style attribute, style letter spacing 2 pixel. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, featured posts, and next what I'll do is I will loop through the featured posts here. Okay, here this is div class call md6, and here also call md6, right? So what I'll do is I don't need 2 posts here. You see, this is the one and this is the second one, right? So I will delete this element. Okay, so these are static elements, right? So I'll delete one of them, and yeah, this one I'll delete. I'll keep this one because I want to loop through the featured posts here. Save the file and see how it looks. Okay, I have one HTML element, so I will loop through the featured post again. For post in featured posts, and for, all right, and for, refresh. Okay, so I have 2 featured posts. Let me change the title, post dot title, and then post dot description, right? No, short description. All right, post dot short description. All right, so I have 2 featured posts, and you see the author and the date, right? So you can actually print this author and date. Okay, so let me show you how to print that. So in the model we have author, right? So we can print the author here. Okay, so this is the static author, right? So I will print the dynamic author here, post dot author. Okay, post dot author, and then I can also print the created date. Okay, just remove the static stuff and add post dot created at. Okay, created at. Now refresh. All right, you can see this is the username of my super admin, because that's where we created the post, right? And this is the creation time. All right, but you know what, this looks odd. This doesn't look good. So what if I put something like 1 day ago, 1 hour ago? So we can also do that using Django filter. Okay, so yeah, here post dot created at, just put a pipe symbol, which is a filter, and say time since. Now refresh. Okay, now you can see 2 hours 47 minutes ago. I think we should put the ago also here. Refresh. All right, you can see 2 hours 47 minutes ago. Okay, so that's about printing the featured posts, but one catch here. See, this post 2023 predictions is here as well as here also, right? So this post is printing 2 times. You can avoid this problem because see, we have put the if condition for printing this one, which is if for loop dot first, right? For loop dot first will print this one. Okay. If you don't want to print the featured post again here, then what you can do is you can again add the if condition here, which will be if not for loop dot first. Okay, because if for loop dot first we are already printing here, right? So that's why if not for loop dot first, then it will ignore the first post that is coming in the loop. All right, so that's why if not for loop dot first, then just end this if condition. And if okay, if not for loop dot first, then print here. Okay, now refresh and we have only one featured post here. Okay, in total we have two. One is printing here and another one is printing here. All right, if I make this one as a featured post, then you refresh and you can see here it is. Okay, so in the next one we will print the simple posts. Okay, so we have two types of posts. One is featured post and another one is the simple posts. Okay, so I think I forgot one more thing. See, this background image also we want to print. Okay, so I'm sorry for that. Here for post in featured post, if for loop dot first and here style background image, right? So here what we should do, this is printing the static image, right? We don't want a static image, we want the dynamic image. Okay, let's say post dot image. Okay, is it image? Featured image. Okay, post dot featured image dot URL. Okay, save the file and let's refresh. Okay, the background image is printing and yeah, I think this much is enough for the featured posts. All right, in the next one we'll take care of the posts, simple posts. All right, thank you. All right, in this video let's display the posts that are not featured post. Okay, so we have two types of posts. One is the featured one and another one is the normal post. We can call it as a recent post or recent articles or okay, or just posts. All right, so they are not actually featured. So let's take out and print or display on the home page. Okay, so to do that, let's go to the views again, and here we'll say posts is equal to blog.objects dot filter. Okay, so in this filter we want to add a condition which is featured is equal to false this time. Okay, so if the is featured flag is false, then those posts are considered as just a typical post, not a featured posts. All right, and with this we also want to know whether the post is published or not, right? In this one we actually forgot to add the status condition. Here the status here, right? So the status is saying draft or published. Okay, if the post is draft, then we are not supposed to display on the front end, right? So we should actually put that status. Okay, status is equal to published. Okay, if conditions are true, then only we need the posts. Okay, so this status condition we should copy and paste it here as well. Okay, so if the post is draft, then we don't want, we don't want to show them on the front end. So now we will get the posts. If you want to see, then you can simply say posts. Okay, posts and refresh. Two posts are not the featured post, this one and this one, and other posts are actually published. All of them are published. Okay, so you can just try making it draft and published. Okay, just play with it. All right, I got the posts now. So what I'll do now is I'll pass these posts to my context. Okay, so now this post is available inside home.html. So here I want to print. Okay, I want to print here. So I'll delete this simple post and all that. Okay, so I'll delete this one, and these two things I need. Okay, so maybe these are your assignments. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete that sample post thing. Okay, so I'll delete this one, div class blog post, right? So I'll delete this one. So here what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a for loop, but before that I need to copy the element. I'll just go up and I'll copy this one. Okay, I will copy this div class card border 0, right? This one I'll copy and I'll put it inside this div class call md8 blog main. Okay, so I'll put it here. So now of course you're going to get the error here, because if you want to see that, just okay, you're not getting any error, but you're not seeing any output. So because we just need to do a for loop here for post in posts. Okay, for post in posts, then wrap this with for loop, end for post in posts and for, and we are writing the title here and the created at time since and author and post dot description, everything is printing already. Refresh. Okay, so this is the normal posts. Okay, so here I'll add one heading just like this. Simply go to this h3. I'll copy this h3 and just above this main tag. Okay, I'll say recent articles. Okay, recent articles, and here I'll say recent articles or recent posts. Okay, so now let's see how it looks. Okay, featured posts and recent articles. And one more thing I want to show you here is see, sometimes what happens is this short description can be very big. Okay, if I put this like this, then what will happen? Short description will take a lot of space. So we can truncate the words here, or we can even truncate the characters. Okay, so what I mean by truncate is we can actually display only a specific characters or a specific number of characters. All right, so let me show you how we do that. See, this has 4 lines of a short description and this has 3 lines, right? So that means this one has actually a long short description. So what I can do here is I can cut the short description and I can only display a specific number of words, or if I want to show only 5 words or 10 words, 20 words, like that. Let me show you how to do that. Let me first do that to my featured posts. Okay, so I'll go to featured posts. Okay, so these are, okay, so this is the featured post and I'll just go to this one. So okay, so to this one and this one I'll do. What I'll do is I'll add a filter using this pipe symbol, and I will say truncate words colon 10 or 20 or something. All right, so let me add 10 and refresh, and you can see it will say this is actually the 10 words. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so after 10 it will add 3 dots. Here also it will add 3 dots. All right, so if I make it 20, I think 20 will be good. 20 or 30 or something like that. Okay, 20 or 25 maybe. All right, 25 words. And the same filter we can add to my this one. Okay, this featured post, where is it? Here. Short description, maybe add 20 or 25 something. All right, I think it is less than 20, that's why it's showing maybe let's add 10. All right, you can see it has added 3 dots after 10 words. I'll make it 25. Okay, so the next one will be this one. Okay, this is a long short description, right? So that's why I'll actually add the truncate words filter to recent articles as well. Copy this recent article, the truncate words, and put it inside the recent articles as short description. Truncate words 25. All right, you can see 3 dots. And if you add words, it will work that way. You can add characters. Okay, I think it is cars or something. All right, yeah, see. Truncate characters. Okay, refresh. It will just display 25 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 25. All right. So instead of that, just add truncate words. Refresh. Okay. So I think this looks a little bit more organized. All right, let us understand what is foreign key and why I have written the foreign key relationship between this blog model and the category model. Well, the foreign key is nothing but the many-to-one relationship. To define many-to-one relationship, we use foreign key. In the blog model, I have written category is equal to models.foreign key with the model category. Okay, here the category is the foreign key of the blog model. And we have also written author is equal to models.foreign key user. User is nothing but the author. Okay, so let's look at this example now. A category can be associated with many blog posts. Okay, but a blog post can only have one category object. That's what make it many to one relationship. As it says many to one relationship, a category can be associated with many blog posts. But a blog post can only have one category object. So here I have 2 tables. One is the category table and another one is this blog table. Now in the category table, I have category name and category ID. All right. And on the right side, I have blog name and the category ID. Why it is category ID? Because I have a foreign key relationship between category model, right? So the category foreign key will always store category ID. That's why it is category ID. I'll show you the category ID in the database as well. So for now, just understand this. Blog object will have the blog name and the category ID. Okay. So the category name will go like this: sports, politics, technology, and business. Okay. So the respective category ID is 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now the blog names are the blogs about Google, the blog about startups, about football, about Tesla, about cricket, and about the blockchain. All right. Now let's assign the category ID or the category to this blog posts. All right. For example, Google is of course the technology, right? So the ID of the technology category is this 3. Okay. 3. All right. Google is technology. So the category will go 3. All right. Now startup is a business and we can say 4. Okay. The category ID is 4. Next, football is sports, right? So I'll add 1 here, which is the category ID of sport. And then the Tesla is technology, and again I'll add 3. And cricket is sports, and again add 1. And then blockchain is technology, I'll add 3. Now look at the structure. The category can be associated with many blog posts. That means one category, for example 3. The technology category can be associated with the many blog posts. You see here, the technology ID is associated with Google and it is associated with the Tesla as well as the blockchain, which means one category can be associated with many blog posts. but a blog post can only have one category. All right. Google can only have one category. All right. Startups can only have one category, and one, it just means that one blog post can only have one category. All right. So that's how it is. A category can be associated with many blog posts, and a blog post can only have one category object. I hope it is clear now. Let's look at one more example. That is our author. Okay, author is nothing but the user, and I have the database structure here, the user and the blog. Okay, so here the author name or the user ID and or the author ID. All right, and I have the blog name and the user ID or the author ID. I'll call it as author ID. All right. Now the author names are admin, Rathan, John, and Mike. Okay, so these are the users that are writing the blog posts. Now the blog post they write is about Google startups, and about football they write, and about Tesla, cricket, and blockchain. Now let's apply this scenario to this many to one relationship. So which goes like this: an author can write many blog posts. Okay, but a blog post can only be written by one author. Okay, so here the blog post about Google can be written by Rathan, which is the author ID is 2, right? And Rathan can also write about startups, right? So 2. And about football, the admin will write, okay, 1. That about the Tesla, who will write maybe John, okay? And John can also write about cricket, right? 3, again 3. And the blockchain will be written by Rathan, which is 2. Okay, so here if you look at this, right, an author, which is 2, Rathan can write many blog posts. For example, 2 is Rathan, and he can write about Google, and he can also write about startups, and he can also write about blockchain, right? The same way, the blog post about Google can only be written by one author, either Rathan or either John or either Mike. Okay, so it is like that. So that's about the foreign key relationship. And let me show you the admin panel now. Let me go back to the admin panel. All right, so here I have some of the blog posts. Okay, and I also have the categories. Okay, science, health, business, technology, politics, and sports. So blog posts are like, I have like 5 blog posts, and the category are technology, business, politics, and sports. Okay, so a category can be associated. For example, this business category can be associated with this blog. Also, this business category can be associated with this blog also. Okay, so this politics can be associated with this one. And if you want to change this category, just go and change it from here. Politics, add it to politics, and you see politics. All right. So a category can be associated with many blog posts. So the blog post, which this blog post can only have one category. So that's how it is. And in the block table of the database, it stores the ID, not the category name itself. Okay, if you want to see the database structure in the database itself, SQLite 3 database, you can install SQLite Studio. Because here, of course, we have this db.sqlite 3. You cannot open it. Okay, if you do it open in any way, then it is not going to open. Okay, so even if it gets open, you will just see binary numbers. It is not readable. Okay, so if you want to see the database structure or the data in the SQLite 3 database, then you will probably have to install SQLite 3 Studio or SQLite Studio. Okay, so to install SQLite Studio, you can simply say SQLite, not SQLite 3 Studio, it is SQLite Studio. So just go to SQLite Studio and install it for Windows or Mac or anything else. So it is just a Windows exe application. Just install it in your PC, and once you install it, you will see this SQLite Studio. Okay, so it will be like this. If you want to connect your database and see the data from the SQLite Studio, then you just have to go to this database and connect to the database. Okay, so this SQLite Studio is just a client who can open your database file. Okay, so let me connect to the Okay, I think I need to add the database. I'm sorry. Okay, add a database, and you will get this pop-up, and from the file you select this, you select the database file, which is desktop learning Django blog, and in the blog application we have the db.sqlit3, right? Select this and okay. All right, now you see db0. So this one you should actually right click and connect to the database. So once you do that, you will see all the database tables. Okay, so auth group permissions, auth users, Django session, all these things are default database tables that we ran those migrations that we applied in the beginning, right? So these are the default tables, but this one and this one, blocks underscore blog and blocks underscore category, these two are the custom tables that we created from the model. Here you see, okay, category and the blog. And you know what, the table name will be your app name, blocks underscore the class name, okay, blocks underscore category and blocks underscore blog. So here also you can see the blocks is the app name and the category model. Okay, so the naming convention is like that in the database table. So now if you want to see the blogs underscore category, just double click it, and this is a structure. Okay, this is a structure, and here you see this data, right? In this data tab you will see all the data. Okay, all the category names here, these are the category ID. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So sports is the category ID of 1, politics is 2, technology is 3, business 4, health 5, science 6. Okay, so just give special attention to this ID. Okay, now the blocks underscore blog table has the category foreign key. Just double click on this blocks underscore blog and go to the data tab and just scroll to the right, and here you can see the category ID, right? This blog is associated with the category ID of 2. Okay, category ID of 2, which is the category ID is 2, politics, right? This one is associated with 2, politics, and again this blog is associated with the category 2 again, and it is 4, and this one is 4 again, and this one is 3. I think 3 is technology. Okay, so this means that the blog or the foreign key will store the ID of the source model, which is the category model. It will store the ID of this category model, not the name. Okay, so the ID, anytime we want to access the foreign key data or foreign key field, we have to access the ID. Okay, I'll show you in the future how to access the ID, but just know that the foreign key relationship will always have the ID, category underscore ID. That means category is the model underscore ID. ID is the primary key, right? ID will be automatically generated. So that's why it will append underscore ID to your category, category here. It will be like this, category ID. Okay, so this part will be appended by the Django itself. Okay, so it is like that. All right, so that's about the foreign key in Django. And if you don't understand this, or if you understand a little bit, then just it's okay. Okay, so in the future we will be working more about this foreign key, and we will be accessing more about these keys. Okay, these IDs. All right, and the author ID also. This blog post was written by the author 1. Okay, actually all the blog post was written by author 1, which is the admin, because I don't have any other users in the database. So everything was written by the admin itself. Okay, so if I have another editor or another person, another user who is writing the blog post, then it will have the ID of that particular user. All right, so it is like that. So I hope it is at least clear for now, and in the future we'll see more about it. All right, so yeah, that's it for this video, and we'll see you in the next one. Okay, let's handle the posts by category now. When I click on this sports category, similarly when I click on this technology category, I want to list down the post that belongs to the technology category. All right, so how to do that? the first thing is always the urls.py. Okay, we always need to handle the URL pattern before we making any features. All right, so first I'll do a path. Okay, I'll open a path function, and anybody who is coming to the request with the category in it, okay, with the category in it, I will forward that request to posts.urls. Okay, so anybody who is coming with the request category in it, I will forward that request to post.urls. I mean, not post, it is blogs. Okay, this is the app name. Okay, I'll forward that request to blogs.urls.py. So first thing we need to import this include, which comes from Django.urls, and then we are using the blogs app and a URLs module. Okay, so in the blogs app, I think we don't have the URLs module. Okay, by default, app does not come with the URLs module. So that's why we need to create a urls.py inside the blogs app. Okay, so now we have the urls.py inside the blogs app. Now the request will go to the blogs.urls. Yeah, so here I need to make the path. All right, so what I'll do is I'll copy this URL pattern list. Okay, and first of all, I need to import the path. Okay, I need to import the path. I'll copy this path from here, and I don't need include here. I need the path. Okay, so when I get the request inside this urls.py blogs app, then what I'll do is I'll take the category ID. Okay, I'll take the category ID, which is integer, right? Int category ID, or even I can say ID or PK. Okay, so even if you write PK or ID here, that also works. Okay, so I'll go with the category ID, okay, int colon category ID, and put a / here. And now let's add a view for this. Views dot posts by category. Okay, and let's give it a name. Name is equal to posts by category. So we need to import this view. Let's say from dot import all the views. Okay, so what will happen? This is giving us the error attribute blocks.views has no attribute posts by category. That means we have not yet created the function posts by category inside this views. Right, let's go to the blogs app and views.py, and here we'll create a function with the name post by category, and this function will always take a request, and let's return, okay, return something, HTTP response. Okay, HTTP response, let's say posts by category, and first import this from Django.http, import HTTP response, and this post by category also takes the category ID. Why? You see here. Okay, we are accepting the category ID in this URL pattern, right? So that's why we should accept the category ID here, category underscore ID. Okay, so we should accept this category ID. All right, now save this file, and what you need to do, you need to go to the path. That means the request that comes with the category. Okay, request that comes with the category. So let me show that to you again. So you see here category. Okay, so if the request that comes with the endpoint category, that will be forwarded to this one. Okay, we are getting the 404 because this endpoint is not yet completed, right? So if you put 1 or 2 or 3 this integer values, then this will be completed. Okay, so this is the endpoint for posts by category. Okay, so what is this 1 2 3? This is nothing but this integer value. Okay, so after the category we have this integer. Okay, So that's what you are seeing here, category /3 or 2. All right. So this can be anything, which is the category ID. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to take the posts by category. So how to do that? Let me go back to the view. So blocks app view. Now I have the category here, right? This function is accepting the request as well as the category ID. So that means in this function, I have the access to this category ID. All right. So if you want to print that category ID here, category ID, then you can simply say, instead of post by category, just say category ID. Okay. Category ID, refresh. And here you see 3. Okay. So if you put 6, then you can see 6. If you put 1, then this is the category ID that we are getting from the request. All right. Now with this category ID, we want to fetch the posts. Okay. So I'll put a comment and I'll say fetch the posts that belongs to the category with the ID category ID. Okay. Fetch the posts that belongs to the category with the ID, this one. All right. Now how to fetch that? So it is simple. Let's take a variable posts. We'll go to the blog model and we'll say objects with the filter. Why filter? We need to fetch the posts that are published, right? And that are published as well as category should be matched with the ID we are taking from the request. Okay, so that's why we use a filter. So I'll first say status is equal to published. Status is equal to published, and category is equal to the category ID. Category is equal to category ID. All right. Why I'm putting the category ID here? See, in the previous lectures, we learned about foreign key, right? The foreign key will always store the ID. Okay. Foreign key will always store the ID here. Okay. So that's why we should put the ID. We cannot put the sports category, politics category like that. Okay. So that's why we put category ID. All right. So even if you make this category ID is equal to category ID, that is also going to work. Okay. So here you can see even this one I told you in the previous video. That means, so in the blog model, even if you put the category here for the foreign key field, the Django is going to add _ID. Okay. So of course it is going to store the ID in the database, right? So that's why it appends _ID to the field name. So in this case, category also works and category ID will also going to work. All right. So we'll say category is equal to category ID. And one more last thing is blog need to be imported from blocks.models import blog. You don't need to explicitly specify this blocks.models because we are currently in the blocks app, right? You can simply put dot here, from .models import blog. So at this point, we can actually print this posts instead of category ID. Okay. With this query, we will get the posts that are published and that belongs to the category with the category ID. This one, this dynamic category. All right. Let's see what we get as the output. So for the category 1, let's refresh. The category 1 is, let me see, sports, right? Okay, so category 1 is sports, and in the blocks, I don't have any posts, right? Okay, so what I'll do is, okay, so I have 2 posts for this business category. See, I'll check the ID of this business category, which is 4. All right, so now what I'll do is instead of 1, I'll put 4. Okay, I think I did not save the file. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry for that. I should save this file. Okay, so now refresh, and here you can see this is one post and this is another post. Okay, I think only 2 or 3. Yeah, 2 posts. This one is 1, 2. All right, so if I put 1, there is no post. Okay, it is showing blank. two. Okay, in the two I have like two posts. I think two is politics. Okay, so now we got the blocks or posts by category. Now next step is to arrange or display the posts properly, how we displayed it in on the home page, right? So let's properly display that. So let me remember what else to do here. Okay, so yeah, so instead of returning the HTTP response, we can put it to context, right? In the context, we'll say posts colon posts, right? And after that, let's return render request comma. Now this will be the new page, right? Category 1 or 4, right? So this will be the new page. Okay, so we want to design this page, right? So that's why we will do posts by category.html. Okay, post by category.html, and to this page we will pass the context. We'll pass the context. Save this file, and this file is does not exist yet. So let's go to the home page and go to this templates and create a post by category.html. All right, so here let's say post by category. Save this file and just see if that works. Yeah, the HTML template is loading, and then here what you can do, you can simply loop through for I in what we are passing posts, right? For I in posts, and for and then we'll print I. Okay, we'll put one br here so that the post will print one by one. Okay, so this is one post and two posts. Okay, perfect. So in the next one, we'll design this post by category page. Okay, let's start working on this category layout. So the layout I'm going to use is the home layout. Okay, so I already have the home layout, and I'm going to use this same layout for my post by category as well. All right, so let me go back to that page. Okay, so here what I'll do is I have this home.html. Let me show that. Yeah, here it is. Okay, I have this home.html. What I'll do is I'll copy all the code from this home.html, and I will paste it here. Yeah, I'll remove this existing content and paste it here. All right, now what I'll do is I will okay, I'll just refresh this page and see how it looks. Okay, so I have this header and I have this footer, right? And of course I'm not seeing this. Okay, I'll go back. Okay, so here on the home page I have the categories listed, but on this category page I don't have the categories listed here. Okay, I'll show you why it is like that. Before that, what we'll do is we'll simply delete all these other element, because on the category page I don't need about and follows thing. Okay, so that's why I will delete it first. Let's in the post by category.html, just scroll down, and I have this aside, right? So this aside I'm going to delete it. All right, I have deleted it, and let me save this page. And one more thing I want to delete is this one, recent articles. Okay, I don't want this layout, I want this layout. Okay, side by side, right? 50% of the page and 50% of this container. Okay, so I don't need this one and this one also. This one we have already deleted. This one we are going to delete right now. So simply we'll delete the recent article section. Let me go to here. Yeah, here you see there is this main, right? So simply delete this main tag, and this one also we will not need. Okay, so save the file and refresh it again. Okay, so featured post will remove it, and we'll say category. You can simply say category here, and we will print the dynamic category here. Okay, we'll print the dynamic category. Just give me a moment. Before that, we will loop through the posts. Okay, so in the views here, we are passing the post to this post by category.html, right? So we have the access to this post in this post by category. So for that reason, what I'll do is I will loop through the post. Okay, for post in posts, okay, plural form of post, and at this point we don't need this for loop dot first condition. Okay, I will delete this end if also, and before this for loop starts, I will do one if condition. Okay, if there is post, then we will loop through this posts. If not, okay, else. If there is no post, first end if. Okay, end if. In this else block, what we'll do is we will simply say no posts found. No post found. Okay, refresh the page, and if you put 5 and there is no post for this category with the ID 5, so that's why it is no post found. So if I put 1, okay, there is no post. If I put 2, there is a post, but 2 is which category? That's what we are going to print it here. So let me go back to the view. So here we want to print, right, in this post by category. Here we want to print the dynamic category. So what we can do, we have the category ID here. So if you pass this category ID like this to the context, what will happen? This category ID will be available inside this HTML page. If you print this here, category ID, then what will happen? 2 will be printed here, but 2 is not what we want. We want the category name itself. Okay, so that's why with this category ID, we can fetch the category name from the database, right? So how to do that? So now let's take category. Okay, category is equal to category dot objects dot get. Okay, category dot objects dot get. Why get? We want to fetch only one value, right? So that's why we want to use this get. If you want to fetch multiple data from the database, we use all or filter. Okay, so this time we only want the category name with the ID, category ID that we are passing right now. So that's why we use get. Now what we can do is pk or ID, primary key, is equal to the category ID that we are receiving from the request. All right, so of course we need to import this. Okay, so now instead of this category ID, we will pass category. We got the category here. We are passing the category to the post by category, and in this post by category, instead of printing the category ID, we will print category. Okay, so now if you refresh, you see politics. Okay, because the ID of politics is 2. If I print 1, then category sports, there is no post found. If I put 3, the category is technology, and for the technology we have one post, right? Same way 4, but if I put 50, which does not exist in the database, what happens? We get the error. Okay, so this does not exist because you see in the categories we only have 6 categories, but if you put 7 here, the categories does not exist. So that's why we get this kind of error. To handle this error, we should either use a try except block, or we can use a get object or 404 method. Okay, so just using this get method will cause problems in the future. Okay, because if there is a category, you will definitely get the category. If there is no category, then you're going to get the error. Okay, category matching query does not exist. Okay, so in this case, whenever you want to use a get function, just use that in the try block. Okay, try and except conditions. So this try and except block you can handle here. Okay, you can just simply pass it Okay, this is one method. So what this try and except block will do is, if this query fails, then the control will come to this except block. Okay, so for example, let's first use get object or 404. I'll use category is equal to get object or 404. Get object of 404, then pass this category model and the filter. Okay, which filter? pk is equal to filter, I mean the condition. Okay, condition is equal to category id. Okay, by this condition, this get object or 404 will work. Let me first bring this in. From Django.shortcuts, import get object or 404. As I said before, get object or 404 will get the object if that exists. If the category does not exist, it will return the 404 error. Okay, it will return the 404 error page. All right, so now we have this category. Now let's see what happens. If I put 4, I have the blocks. If I put 55, then it is showing me 404. Okay, so this is actually the correct way of handling the error, because 404 error, we can put 404 error page so that the user can know the category he is looking for does not exist. Okay, I'll show you how to add the custom error page also. But when you don't want to do anything if the category does not exist, then you use this get object of 404. Now let's say if the category does not exist, we want to redirect the user to the home page. We don't want to show him the error page. We want to redirect him to the home page. So in that case, what we can use this try and except block. So I'll uncomment it. So in the try block, if this query fails, then the control will go to the except block. So in the except block, what happens? This query is failing. That means the category does not exist, right? If the category does not exist, the control will go to here. Okay, this acts as a else block. Okay, so if the category does not exist, then redirect him to redirect the user to home page. Okay, because we want to do some action if the category does not exist. So for that reason, we will redirect the user to the home page from this except block. So that's when you use try and except. Return redirect to home. Okay, let me first import this Django.shortcuts redirect. Okay, so now if you refresh the page, it is going to the home page, right? But if the category exists, what happens? Okay, 4 category exists, right? So that's why it is giving the proper result. If the category does not exist, if I put 1 2 3 or something, then it is taking me to the home page. Okay, so that's when you use get object or 404 or the try and except block. Okay, so I'll comment it. Use get object or 404 when you want to show 404 error page. All right, and okay, I can add more comment here. If the category does not exist, but this one try and except block, we will use try except when we want to do some action. If we want to do some custom action, I can say some custom action if the category does not exist. Okay, so use try and except when we want to do some custom action if the category does not exist. Okay, if the category does not exist, the control will go to the except block. In the except block, you can do anything you want. Okay, redirect the user to home page or do anything else. And use get object or 404 we can use when you want to show 404 error page if the category does not exist. All right, so that's how we use these two things. All right. So in the next one, I will show you how to add the custom error page. Okay. We have seen the proper, the default 404 error page, but in the production server, you don't want to show the default error page. You want to always show the custom error page. So that's why I'll show you how to add the 404 error page on your Django website. All right, now we know when to use this try and except block, and when you want to use get object of 404, then you will have to add a custom 404 error. Okay, so right now let me show that to you again. So this is home page and category 4 is working, and if I put 455, then you're getting this custom error page. So this is not the good way of showing any error. Okay, so because you see the public can see this URL patterns only if the debug is true. Of course, in the production we are going to set the debug to false. This will not show, but anyhow, we want to let the user know that this category does not exist, right? So to add a custom error page, we usually create a 404.html template. Okay, 404.html template. So I use 404.html. It is because the error code is 404, right? Or if you have 500 error code, so then what you have to do, you have to just create a HTML page with the error code.html. Okay, so that's how it works. Right now I want to handle 404 error, which is not found error, right? So in case of this not found error, I want to use a 404.html. Okay, now here you can say in the p tag or something, the category does not exist. Okay, category does not exist, or you can design this page however you want. Okay, so if you want to see that design, let me show you 404 error page. Okay, error page design. You see in the images, so there are so many creative ways to show the 404 error page. Okay, you see something is wrong, that means the thing that user is looking for does not exist in the website. Okay, so you can do this kind of design if you have time. Okay, but this is how we create the custom error page. Okay, just create a HTML page with the error code.html, and then next what you have to do, doing just this will not work because we are working on the development server, right? We are still going to get this default page, but if you want this to be working, then the first thing that you need to do is this, just set the debug to false. We want to tell Django that we are not on the development server, we are working on the production server, then only it will work. And when you set the debug to false, then of course it is asking you to set the allowed host, right? So allowed host can be just set star for now. Star means work on all the hosts. Now that we are telling Django that we are not using development server, we are using production server, then this 404 custom error page will work. Okay, the category does not exist. So this can be anything, page not found or anything. If you want to set page not found, if you want to do some creative things here, just do that. Okay, page not found. Refresh page not found or something else. All right, so for now I'll set category does not exist. Okay, so that's how you create the custom error page. And I'm going back to this settings.py and I'll revert back to debug true. Okay, so yeah, and what else? Okay, so you can use try except or this one, right? So that's it for this video, and we'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. We have reached to the point where we must know what is template inheritance. For this page, post by category, what we did is we just copied all the HTML code from the home.html to the post by category.html. But that is not the right way, because we are using Python and Django. We always need to try to follow the dry principle. What is dry? Don't repeat yourself. So what are we repeating here? And what could be the future problems if you just copy and paste the HTML content from one page to other pages? Okay, so if you look at this, the home page and the category page, you can notice there are some common element on both of these pages. Okay, so the first is this header, right? This header is there on the home page as well as this category page, right? And this footer is here on the category page, and the footer is here on the home page as well, right? These codes are being repeated on both of these pages, right? If you look at here, the post by category, so we are using this doc type HTML and these things, right? So this is the HTML head tag, and this one is the login and registration button that we saw here, this one. And after that you see the footer, right? This is here on the post by category page. But if you look at this home.html, the same code is repeating here, okay, here also, and on this page also. Both of these pages contain the same code, but that's not the way, because if in case you have like 10 pages, currently we only have 2 pages, we can just copy and paste the content from one page to other page. But the problem comes is when you have 10 pages, for example, home page, contact us page, about page, services page, and all that. So at that time, if you want to change something from the header, for example, okay, I have like a home page and category page here. I want to rename this register to sign up. So what I'll have to do, I'll have to go to this home page and I'll just say sign up. Okay, I'll say sign up. Now what happens? Refresh. On the home page, it became sign up. But if I go back to the category page, it is still a register, right? So if I want to change the register to sign up, then I'll have to post by category and change that text. But imagine if you have 50 pages or 10-15 pages, then you will manually have to go to all the pages and change the content, right? So that is not possible, and that is not the correct way also. So that's when the template inheritance comes in. Okay, so how to implement it? See, because we just have to know what are the HTML content that are repeating on all the pages. For example, this one at this stage, this one, okay, the header and the footer, as well as this category. This category is kind of header, so that we will load this category in all the pages. Of course, in the category page, the categories are not loaded here. So that is because on the context we are not passing. We'll take care of that later, but we'll implement the template inheritance in this video. All right. So I hope the concept is clear. We want to gather all the commonly used elements of the HTML page in the base.html so that we load once and use wherever we want. Okay, so I'll show you if you don't understand right now, so don't worry. We are going to implement template inheritance in this video. Okay, so right now I have home.html. What we need to do is, so here on the templates, just create a new file and name it as base.html. Okay, base.html. And you know what? All the HTML pages or all the web pages contain 3 parts. Okay, one is the header part and the footer part and the main content part. Okay, so the first will go like this: header part, and then we'll have the main content part, and then we will have the footer part. Okay, so here header part and footer part are same in all the pages. Okay, so this header part and footer part are the repeating content, right? So this one is repeating, this is also repeating here, and the footer part is repeating on all the pages, right? So those header and footer page should be separated by this main content, and in all the pages the main content will differ. Okay, so that's why I said header, main content and footer. So here what you have to do is on the header part, we will actually, okay, let me see which page I'm in. All right, so here, right? So let's take care of the home page right now. So on the header part, we will go to the home.html and let's see up till where we want to display it as the header part, till here. Okay, till this categories. Okay, so we'll go to the home.html and here we are printing this categories, right? So let's copy from there and cut it. Okay, cut it and go to the base.html and paste it here. Okay, paste it here. All right, so now this is the header part, and then we'll take care of the footer part. We'll go back to the home.html and let's see where is our footer. Yeah, here it is. So this is our footer part. Let me cut and paste it here. Okay, so we have the header part here and we have the footer part here. The middle part is called the main content. Okay, so the main content is this one. On the home page, we always have to put only the main content. Here also, we always need to put only the main content, not header and footer. Header and footer, we will be loading from this base.html. How to load that? So here, the main content will go. Okay, so in here on the base.html, what you do is you simply say block space content. Okay, so this block content tag and this block content should end block. Okay, this will be blank. This is telling Django that in between this header and footer, we are going to put some main content here in this block. Okay, so that will be here on this home.html. Okay, so now what we'll do, we have cut the header part from this home.html, right? So here we must extend, okay, extend base.html. Okay, extends base.html. All right, so if you do this, all the features, all the codes of this base.html will be extended to this home.html. Okay, so that essentially means that header and footer will be appended to this home.html. Now we want to load this main content in between this block content, right? So that's how you do it. Simply say block content here again. Okay, inside this block content, we put the content. Okay, we put this end block. All right, inside this block content, we wrap this main content with the block content tag. Okay, now if you save the file and refresh this page, it is same, but what is happening, the header and footer is loading from this base.html. Now let's see on the home page, if I delete, what happens if I delete this main content. Let me delete this. Okay, on the home page, I have deleted all the main content from this home.html and I have just extended base.html. Okay, so simply save the file and refresh. Here you can see header with this category and the footer is loaded, right? In between this header and footer, we want to put the content here. Okay, refresh. Okay, all the content will go in between this header and footer. Okay, so I hope you understood this. Now I will undo this. Okay, so I've undone the thing that I have deleted. Refresh. Okay, so this is how we implement the template inheritance. This is for the home page, and this in this category page also I want to do the same. So it is very simple. What you have to do, you have to just go to the posts by category. Okay, delete everything. Okay, delete every header part up till here. Okay, category till where we loop through the categories, right? Delete it, and this one also you delete. Okay, what you do here you simply extend the extends base.html, and this extends should be on top of every lines, okay, on top of the page, okay. And this will be our block content. Once you open this block content tab, you close this here at the bottom of the page, end block, okay. This content will be loaded here. Now refresh. Okay, invalid block tag. I think we did a mistake somewhere here. Okay, end block should be, there is no space. All right, refresh. Okay, so you see here, if you delete the main content, from this post by category, save the file, and refresh, you see only header and footer. But if you undo it and put the main content here, then your content will be loaded with the header and footer, which is the base template. Okay, so that's how. Now if you want to edit the header or footer, then simply go to this base.html and edit it once. Okay, instead of this login, I'll say sign in. Okay, I'll sign in. Now you can see sign in is changed on the category page, and even if I go to the home page, it is same, right? You don't need to edit the content for every page. Okay, so just edit once and it will be applied for all the pages. All right, so that's how we implement the template inheritance. Okay, so here in the categories page, we are not seeing any categories listed here, but on the home page we have the categories. On the categories page, we don't have any categories. That is because if you look at this function on the blog main and views.py, we are passing the categories to this context, which is going to the home.html only. Okay, it is not going to the category page, post by categories. Okay, so it is not going to post by categories, it is only going to the home.html, right? So if you want to see the categories listed on the post by category page, then what you have to do, you have to again take out all the categories using this query, category.objects.all, then pass this categories to this context here. So that way we can see the categories on the post by category page also, here also. Okay, but that's not the correct way, because if I have like multiple pages, then it's not possible for me to take the categories from all the views and send it to the HTML page individually, right? So for that reason, what I can do is I can use something called context processors. Okay, we are actually using context here. Context is the dictionary that is going to a specific HTML page, but the context processor is a function that takes request as an argument and returns the dictionary that can be used in any of our web pages. Okay, this context dictionary will only go to the specific HTML page, but the context processor will return the dictionary that can be used in any of our HTML page. Okay, so that's why we can use a context processor for this, for loading the category list on every pages. Okay, so even if I have like 10 pages, my categories will be listed on all the pages. All right, so I don't have to explicitly take out the categories from each and every view. So let's try to implement that. So first thing you have to do is the context processor will always go to the app. Okay, so you'll have to create a module inside the app level directory. So let's go to the blocks app and create a module or a file. Let's say context underscore processors. Okay, context underscore processors. Make sure you are not writing the wrong spelling. Okay, so make sure the spellings are correct. Context processors.py. Okay, so once you have this file, what you have to do is you have to create a function with the name get categories. Okay, function name can be anything. So as the definition of context processor says it takes the request as an argument. Okay, so let's pass the request. Okay, get categories, pass the request, and it will return the dictionary. Okay, it return a dictionary. All right, so now what we can do, we can get the categories here. Okay, categories is equal to category dot objects dot all. Okay, category dot objects dot all, and of course we need to import this category from dot models import category. Okay, so at this point we have all the categories inside this context processor function. So now this will return this dictionary from this get categories function. So pass this categories is equal to categories. Okay, so return the dictionary, categories is equal to categories. All right, now for this to work we need to configure a little bit in the settings.py. So let's go to the blog underscore main, go to the settings.py, and in the settings.py we have something called templates, right? In the templates we have this context processor list, right? In this list we have to mention that we have created the custom context processor on this context processor module. Okay, so how to do that? Just say, just tell the path. Okay, what is the path? In the blocks app we have created, right? Just say blocks dot context processors, context underscore processors dot, inside the context processor we have created a function called get categories. Okay, so that's all. All right, now whatever is returning from this function will be accessible from all the pages. If you refresh, you see all the categories are listed here. All right, now home, of course it is working. If you remove that from the views, I'll remove this, and I don't need this to be passing from this context. Okay, because we are already passing the context from the get categories function, which is available throughout the website. Okay, refresh. Okay, so now if you create more web pages, for example registration page or sign in page, this thing will be loaded everywhere, and this is loading in all the pages. That is because it is inside the base.html. okay, so we have we have extended base.html in all the pages, right? All the pages, right? So that's why it is there in here. Okay, so that's about context processors. So our post by category functionality is working. Now next what we want to do is we want to click on this category and land to our post by category page. Okay, so currently this is not working because we have not linked this categories to the right page, right? So we'll do that in this one. So first thing, we'll go to the base.html because that's where we have listed down the categories, right? So in the base.html we have this category name printed and it has the href, right? So we have to change this href. Okay, so it is not a variable, it is a tag. So we'll say URL tag, and the category, post by category name is this one, post by category. Copy that name and pass it here. All right, with this it also takes the category ID, right? So we'll say cat.id. all right, now if you refresh and go to sports, okay, so no post found, and go to politics. All right, it is landing to the correct page, and technology, business, health, and science. Okay, so even if you go to the home page and click on this, it is working because we have implemented the template inheritance. Okay, so that's why we just have to do once and we can use in every page. All right, so yeah, so that's about linking the post by category URL. Okay, at this point, let us push the code to the GitHub. Let's see the status. All right, so let's add, git add -a, git commit -m, posts by category. Now git push origin main. All right, in the next section, let's work on single block page. Welcome back to the new section. In this section, let us build the single block page functionality. When I click on the block title, the block detail or the block body should be displayed. That's what we call the single block page functionality. As always, we need to know what type of URL pattern we need for this single block page. Most of the time we use post name slug. So that means here I have the slug here, right? So if I copy that and put it here, okay, domain name /slug, then this should be your endpoint or the URL pattern for the single block page. All right, so of course this will be the dynamic slug. All right, so that's what we are going to do in this video. The first thing, let's go to the URLs, and here blog main, blog underscore main urls.py. So all the request will first come here, right? So that's why. So what we'll do is we actually don't need to go to the category and all that, right? We just need the URL pattern to be /slug itself. Okay, so that's why what we can do, we can here just slay slug, okay, slug / and here slug:/slug. Okay, so this can be a custom name. All right, if you want to write blog slug or something like that, you can do that. Okay, so I'll just make it simple, slug:/slug, and then the weave I'm going to write in the blocks app. Okay, so I'm going to write the weave or the function in this views.py, which is inside the blocks app. Okay, so that's why what I'll do is I will import this weave inside my project directory here. Okay, so first I'll import the views from blocks app. So this is how we do that. From blocks app, import views. Okay, import views module. But you know what, we have the views here and we have the views here as well. So this views is actually nothing but the views that we have inside this blog main project directory. But this one is coming from the blocks app, so the name cannot be same. Okay, so that's why what we can do, we can simply say from blocks import views as blog, blocks view. Okay, so just do this as blogs view. So this means we can use blocks view here. Blocks view dot, the function that we are going to create in this blocks app views.py is the blocks. Okay, and then the name will be blocks. All right, and put the comma here. Okay, so inside this blocks app views.py, we need to create a function called blocks. Okay, define blocks. Of course, it will take a request and it will also take the slug. Okay, it will take the slug. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll actually return render request comma, we will render blocks.html. All right, so the blocks.html should be created here, templates and blocks.html. Okay, so inside the templates folder, just create one file, blocks.html. Okay, so let's say this is the blog page. This is the single block page. All right. Okay, so next, what we can do, we can simply go to here and type anything here. This can be treated as a slug, but of course this slug does not exist, but just we are just seeing whether the HTML page is rendering or not. Of course, it is loading. All right, now inside the blocks.html, we will remove this and we will extend the base template. Okay, we will extend the base template. Just say on top of the page, extends base.html. Okay, extends base.html. So what is inside the base.html? We have the header and the footer, right? So if you just do this and refresh this page, then you're going to see the header and the footer. All right, okay, in between this header and the footer, our main content will go, right? So how to load that main content? We will simply say block content and end block. Okay, so inside this block content end block, the main content will go here. Okay, main content will go here. All right, perfect. Okay, so in this page we will load the single block page layout. All right, and one more thing is this place the main content will go. All right, so in the next one we'll look at what we can do inside this blocks view. All right, now on the home page I want to click on this title, or I want to click on this continue reading, right? So from here I will take the slug. Okay, so first link the slug to this title. So let me go to the home.html here, and okay, so this is the featured post, and the continue reading button also I can link. All right, so this continue reading button is actually the anchor tag which has the href. Okay, so here what I'll do is I will simply say URL space, okay, URL space, what is the name of our the blocks name, right? So this is the blocks. So with the blocks, what we take is this slug. Okay, so how to take the slug here? See, we have the featured post object, right? So this is the blog object. So the blog object will have the ID, title, and description, and also the slug. Okay, so that's why we can simply say post.slug here. Okay, post.slug. So this will make the proper slug endpoint. So refresh, and here you can see when I click on this continue reading, and it is taking me to the correct slug. So this is the static thing, and of course these are the base.html. Okay, so when I'm here now, so this is the correct slug, right? So with the slug I will take the blog object. Okay, so see what happens is, so when this request hits, the view will be submitted to this blocks function. So what happens is when this endpoint hits, the request will be submitted to this blocks function. Okay, so the slug we have, and then we will take the single blog. Okay, single blog is equal to single blog or single post. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll say get object or 404. Okay, so I'll say blog comma, we need the filter, right? So the slug should be equal to slug. Okay, slug should be equal to slug. Okay, so then the status should be published. Okay, status should be published. All right, now I don't want to print it. If you want to print the single blog object here, you can go ahead and do that, but I'm sure this query will work perfectly. So that's why I'll simply say context is equal to single blog colon single blog, and pass this context to this blocks.html. All right, so the single blog is available inside our blocks.html now, and here instead of the main, this static thing, I'll simply paste this single block, single block.title or something. All right, now refresh. Okay, so here you can see the correct block title is coming here. So if you want to try that to this one, okay, so first of all we need to link this URL pattern, right? So in the home page I'll simply copy this one. simply copy this one, and here the featured post. Okay, so here what I'll do is I will open a tag. Okay, with the a tag for the href I'll put this blocks URL. Okay, URL blocks and post.slug. Okay, make sure if this one is post, then you can just write post.slug. If this is I, then you should also make it I. Okay, so I have the URL now. So this post.title will go inside this anchor tag. Okay, so save this and refresh. Okay, so here you can see it is working. And you know what, I don't want the color blue here, so for that I'll just say class text dark. Class text dark. All right, perfect. And this one also will do the same. Href I'll copy recent articles. Okay, title here, a tag, and put the post.slug here. And after that, post.title will go inside the anchor tag. Okay, with that we will also put a class text dark. All right, so this should be working. And you can see this is the slug and this is the title. So this is nothing but the blog object. All right, so now I want to design this blocks.html, right? So here this is just a blank layout. So I wanted to go to this rathankey.com single blog. Okay, rathankey.com single blog page. So here I have a code attached to in this website. So this is just blog content. Okay, so just copy this and go to your blocks.html, remove this and paste it. Okay, so the code, this one of course designed by the Bootstrap, but I took the source code and I edited it according to our requirement, and then I put it here so that you can just come to this rathankey.com / single blog and copy this content. Okay, so do that and save the file, refresh this page, and here you can see this will be the layout for our Django blog. Okay, so at last what we need to do is we just need to change this title and description and all that. Okay, so we'll quickly do that. So inside this blocks.html, see here we have the welcome to blog post, right? This can be our blog title, so that's why we'll say single underscore blog dot title. Okay, single blog dot title and refresh. Okay, and then posted on January 1 2023, right? So this can be our created at. Okay, single blog dot created at. Okay, by the author. Remove this admin and load the dynamic author, which is single blog dot author. Now let's refresh how it looks. Okay, so posted on this time, and the admin. Okay, so the author name, and next we will load the category here. Okay, so here instead of this web design, we'll replace it with the dynamic category, just single blog dot category. Single blog dot category, and instead of this bg primary, I will say bg warning. All right, refresh. Okay, so this is off for business, and if you want to go to this one, and this is technology, right? And we'll load the photo also. All right, so here is the source attribute, right? So here we'll replace the static image and load the dynamic featured image. Okay, single blog, oh I'm sorry, I think it should be single blog, single blog dot featured image dot URL. Okay, and refresh. Okay, yes, and next we need to load the short description as well as the blog body. Okay, we will remove this and load the short description. Single blog dot short description. If you don't remember what is the field name, just go to this blocks and go to the models.py. So here it is short description. Just put it here. And with that, we also need this one, blog body. Okay, single blog dot blog body. All right, now refresh the page. All right, perfect. So this is the blog short description, and this is the blog body. And then the categories, we will list down the categories here. See, we know the categories are coming from the context processors, right? So whatever the output that is returning from the context processor, so the categories can be accessed from all of the HTML pages. Okay, so that's why, see, we have a category section here, right? So we will print all the categories here. Yeah, here it is, categories. And I think they have this two div. I'll remove this one div, and here I will remove these li elements, and here I'll loop through the categories. For cat in categories, okay, for cat in categories, just make sure that category spellings are correct. Okay, so whatever you are returning here will go here. Okay, and then end for. Okay, so instead of this web design, we'll simply print the category, I mean the cat dot category name. And when I click on this category, I should be able to go to the specific category blog page. Okay, so cat, okay, so this is actually the URL, right? URL space. So what is the URL? Yeah, here. So posts by category, URL space post by category, and this will take the category ID. Okay, so just pass the cat.id here. All right. Okay, so okay, I'll go to the single block page and go to the technology, and okay, I'm correctly landing into the post by category page. And in this post by category page, the title is not clickable right now, so I'll go to that page, post by category, and here post dot title. Okay, so I'll cut this, and I need a tag here. Okay, inside the a tag I'll put this post dot title, but I should actually take this URL and put it here, URL blocks post dot slug. Okay, so save the file and refresh the page. Okay, post by category. Okay, I think post by category don't need this one, this for loop. Okay, I think I forgot to do that. This is the title. All right, so I'll cut this. And I'll open a ahref. Inside the anchor tag, I'll put the post dot title, and then this URL will go here. Refresh. Okay, so I'll give a class text dark. All right. Okay, so everything is working now, And yeah, that's it about the single block page. All right, at this point you must be having a pretty good knowledge of how the models are created and how to display them on the web page. The next section is going to be much more interesting. We'll be talking about the authentication, authorization, and the permissions. These are the core features of any web applications. Before we jump into the next section, I have two small assignments for you. One, I want you to create an about model and create one entry for storing the about heading and about description, and then display on the home page. And the second one is I want you to build the model for this social media links and display them on the home page. More instructions will be given on the assignment detail page. So try your best, use Google or Stack Overflow. However, I'm going to implement these two assignments on camera later. So for now, you guys try your best to finish this assignment on your own. All the best. Alright, I hope you guys were able to finish both the assignments, if not at least one. However, I'm gonna show you how to do it. If you're stuck anywhere for any reason, this video is helpful. This could be a little bit longer video than the usual ones, so bear with me. First, we'll start with the assignment 1, which is to build the About Us feature. Well, when you look at this home page, we have this About heading and the About description. Okay, so by looking at this, we can know that we only need two database fields. And because this feature is a part of assignment, we will create an app called assignments. Okay, of course you can go ahead and create any other app name. All right, so it is just for practice. We are doing assignments, right? So I will create assignment app and I will do all the functionality related to the assignments in that particular app. All right, and let's first go ahead and create the assignments app. So let's say python manage.py start app assignments. Python manage.py start app assignments. Okay, so the assignments app is created, and the first thing that you need to do is you should go to this blog main and settings and look for the installed apps. So here we'll add this assignments. Okay, so next we'll create a model for storing the about us data. Okay, so we'll create a class about. Okay, so it will take models dot model, and the first thing about heading. Okay, about heading to store this heading. Okay, so this can either be static or we'll make it dynamic. Okay, so if you just want to write about here from the home.html itself, you can do that here. Okay, but if you want to do some other things, or you want to store any other data or the heading, you can store it in the database. So for that we will need the about heading. Okay, about heading will be models dot char field. So it will take the max length of maybe 25. Okay, and then about description. About description, this is to store the description about this one. Okay, so it can be the description about us or about this blog. All right, so we'll say models dot text field. We'll say max length is equal to, maybe we'll set it to 255, and then the optional fields that are maybe we'll copy that, updated it and created it from this blocks app. Okay, I'll copy these two fields and we'll go to this assignments model and paste it here. Okay, so once that is done, we'll quickly make a string representation of this model. str method, it takes self and will simply return self dot about heading. Okay, so once that is done, we'll go to the admin. So here we'll register the app. Admin dot site dot register. The class name is about, right? Yeah, it is about, and you pass this about here and import it from models from dot models import about. Okay, that's all. And next thing is to make the migrations. All right, create model about and migrate. All right, at this point we have our about model in the admin panel. Let me quickly go to there, and where is assignments? Yeah, here it is, about. Okay, so this has added s to our about model, so you can remove it by using the verbose name that you have used here. Where is it? You see this for the category you have added the class meta verbose name plural, right? The same thing you can do it, copy and paste it inside the assignments, and here add class meta. Make sure this class meta is inside the class about. Okay, so verbose name plural will be about itself. All right, let's refresh. Okay, so that s has gone. Okay, all right, now next step is to create about. Okay, so when you click on this add about, we'll say about us. Okay, so this can be our heading, and we'll add some text here. Okay, I'll simply copy some lorem text, paste it here, save. Okay, so we have this about us here. Okay, and one more thing, don't go to add more than one entry here. All right, don't go to add more than one about us inside this about model. Okay, so I'll show you how to give the proper permission to this about model so that you can never add more than one entries. But for now, just don't add more than one about us entry, just add only one entry here. All right, so when we have one entry for this about us, we can now go ahead and display it on the home page. Okay, let's go to the home page. So we have this aside tag, right? So this is our about, and this is where we want to print about description. All right, so to get the about description and about, we should go to the home view. All right, let me go to blog main and views.py. So here we have this home view, and here we'll say fetch about us. Fetch about us. All right, that is actually the comment. And now we'll add a try and except block. So try will take the about object. We only have one object, right? So that's why we'll say about dot objects dot get. Okay, we don't want to specify any filter or any condition here, because we just want the data that is right here. Okay, so this one only has the about heading and about description, that's all. Okay, so that's why we'll simply add about dot objects dot get, and of course we need to import this from assignments dot models import about. Okay, so we have the try block now. If this try block fails, that means if there is no about us entry in the database, then the control will go to except block. In the except block, we will simply set this about to none. All right, none. If there is no about data, of course the about will be none, right? So then we'll send this about. Okay, we'll send this about object to this context so that we can access this inside the home.html, because that is where this context is going. Okay, so in the home page we will actually print the about dot about heading, about dot about heading. Let me refresh. Okay, now you can see about us. So if you want to change that about Django, save. Okay, now you refresh it here, yeah, and you can see this is now the dynamic one. All right, So I'll keep it about us. Refresh. Okay, now we want to print this about description. All right, I'll remove this. I'll remove this and I'll print about description. All right, refresh, and you can see lorem text is here. All right, so that is about the functionality, and I want to show you one more thing. See what happens if I add more than one about here. Let me add about 2. Okay, so this can be some text. Save, and now if you refresh it and you see there is nothing, that is because we are using get here, right? So get will fetch only one data. Okay, so that's why if I use all here, so this will bring all the data, and let's see what we get. We get nothing here. That's because the try block is failing. Okay, try block is failing. Try will work only with the get. Okay, so if you put all or if you put filter, then it will not work. So it will work if you put this get. Okay, if it gets the object, then the try block will get passed. If it does not work, then the control will go to the except block where we are saying about is equal to none. Okay, so none is what we are getting if we add filter here. Okay, so as I said, get will work only with the single data. Okay, but in here we have 2 data, right? So that's why we should never add 2 data. All right, and one more thing is we can disable this add button if we have 1 data already. Okay, so that's what I want to do, because I don't want you to add more than 1 data in this about model, not even accidentally. Okay, so let's disable this add button from this admin panel when we already have 1 entry. Okay, so to do that we need to override the model admin class. So let me show you how to do that. Let's go to this assignments and admin.py. All right, so here you know how to override the model admin class. It is you should say about admin, and this will extend admin.modeladmin. Okay, so that means we are taking all the model admin features inside this new custom class, that is about admin. Okay, so this module will have a function called has add permission. Okay, so that permission will call has underscore add underscore permission. Okay, so this is actually the permission for adding any data in our admin panel. So this function is responsible for giving the permission to the model to add any data in the admin panel. Okay, so this will actually take self. Of course, every member function inside a class will take self. Okay, self is this class itself. So it will take request. I think we don't need to do anything with request, but let's see. Count is equal to, because we want to count if there is already a 1 data, then we don't want the user to add more data. Okay, we just want to add only 1 data. All right, so let's count, or let's take all the data and count it. So let's say about dot objects, about dot objects dot all dot count. Okay, so this will give the objects count. All right, and let's say if count is equal to 0, then we'll return true. Okay, so that means if the count is 0, then we are telling this has add permission to go ahead and create more data. Okay, and in the else block you simply return false. That means if the count is not 0, that is more than 0, maybe 1, then we return false, so that this function will not give permission to add more data. All right, and one more thing is you should delete this one. Okay, keep only 1 and refresh. Okay, wait. Okay, so this class should go here. Okay, we have created the class, but we should register this here. Okay, and now you refresh. All right, now you can see there is no add button here and add button here. So if I delete this, let me copy that. If I delete this, now we have add button, because the count is 0, right? It is 0. There is no object in this about table. So if I add one, about us, I'll paste this content and save. So we already have one data, so we don't want to add more than one data. So that's why there is no button. Okay, so that's how you do the permission to this about admin class. In this video, let's take care of this follow us feature, which is to build the social links. All right, currently we have this GitHub, and when you click on this GitHub, it should go to your GitHub account, and when you click on this LinkedIn, it should go to your LinkedIn profile account. Okay, so now you can imagine what are the fields that are required to build this feature. Of course, the platform name, right? So GitHub is a platform, LinkedIn is a platform, and then the platform link or the link. All right, so platform name and the link. All right, so we only need two things. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this follow us feature or the social link feature. All right, so that will also go to this assignments and the models.py. Okay, so here I'll say class social link, which will inherit models.model. Let's say platform is equal to models. This can be anything. Okay, if you want to say social media name or anything like that, just do it. I'll go with this platform models.char field. Models.char field max length is equal to maybe we can say 25. All right, and then the link, a social media link or something, models dot, this time it is actually a URL, so that's why we have a field called URL field. So this field is new for us. Okay, you have never used this URL field in the previous projects, so that's why I told you to research in the Google and Stack Overflow. Okay, so of course it is not possible to cover everything in one course, right? So that's why it is always a good practice to go to Google and Stack Overflow to research about something. Okay, so we have this models.url field, and max length is equal to, we can say 100, right? And then of course we need these two things. These are optional things but are recommended. Okay, and then we will have this define str method self, return self dot platform. Yes, self dot platform. And now we'll go to the admin.py, and here we'll register it. Admin.site.register social link. All right, and this comes from dot models social link. Okay, so the model creation is done. We only need two fields. Okay, and we'll stop the server and make migrations, and then migrate. Okay, now then run the server, and let's see in here, refresh this page, and you got this social links. Okay, so here we will add maybe GitHub, and I'll add my GitHub account here. So this is my GitHub, save, and I have LinkedIn. Let me take my LinkedIn URL. All right, and save it. Okay. Okay. There is one space here. All right, and yeah, you saw the error, right? So that's why I used URL field. Let me show that to you again. And I add Facebook. If you use some character field to this link, then you can just add this one. Okay, but we are using URL field, so that's why we must add the valid URL pattern. Okay, if you add a simple text here, then it is going to give you error. Okay, enter a valid URL. So that's why we use models.url field. All right, so the Facebook, I don't use Facebook much, so I'll say facebook.com. All right, we have like 3, 4, 5. You can add any number of social media platforms here. Okay, so now we have the data in the database. Then what we need to do, we want to print them on the home page. And you see, we want to print them on the home page, and we also need to print them on this blog page. Okay, so that's why we have something called context processors, right? So if you take this social links from the context processor, you can add them anywhere in your HTML template. Okay, so that's why I want to fetch those social links from this context processor. Right, so I'll go to the context processor and I'll take the social links from this context processor. Okay, so I'll say define get underscore social links. It will take a request. Okay, so it is not plus, it is underscore. So from here I'll simply take social links is equal to social link, I will import it from from assignments dot models import social link. Okay, so we'll take the social links variable and we'll run a query objects dot all. Okay, we want all, we don't have any other filter to apply or the condition to apply. Okay, so we'll simply return a dictionary, return dict social links is equal to social links. All right, and the last step is to go and register this get social links inside this templates. Okay, so as you can see, you can simply copy this and paste it here. So instead of this get categories, we will add this function, get social link function. That's all. Okay, now this get social link function is accessible, or whatever this function is returning will be accessible throughout the website. And then let's copy this. Where do you want to let's first go to the home page. We want to loop through the social links here on the home page. Let's go to the home page and if we don't have any social links, then we don't want to show anything, right? So that's why we'll say if social links, then only we will show this div. Okay, and if currently we have the social links, so that's why this if is true. If I inverse it, let me see. Yeah, if there is no data in the database or the social links, then it will not show the div at all. All right, so this condition is there, and after that we want to loop through this li. Okay, we don't want 2 li's, we'll keep only one. And let's say for I in what, in the context processor we are getting this social links. Okay, so for I in social links, let's first end this for loop, and here we will print the I dot platform, and this link will be the URL. Okay, I dot link. Okay, I dot link. And when you click on that, if you want to open it in a new window, then just say target attribute to blank. Refresh. Now you can see GitHub, LinkedIn, and Facebook. If you want to add one more thing here, maybe Pinterest. https:// add any URL, save, refresh, and you can see you can keep on adding it here. All right, so that's about the follow us assignment. All right. Okay, everything is working. All right, before we go to the next section, I want to show you how to search for the blocks. Okay, because here I have this search form, right? I want this search form to be on the header. Okay, because this is inside the single block page. Okay, so we'll do the search functionality in the next video. Hey, sorry, I forgot to display the social links on the blocks page. Okay, so let me quickly do that. In the blocks.html, we have the social links, right? So the social links can be accessed from any of the templates because the social links are coming from the context processors. Okay, so that's why. So I'll simply copy this if condition and put it inside this blocks.html. So let's follow us div only if the social links are available. Okay, otherwise we don't want to show anything. Okay, so just put this end if, and then let's loop through the social links. So here I'll remove one element and I'll loop through it for I in social links and for. Okay, and then this will be I dot platform, and then this will be I dot link. I dot link, and optionally you can add the target attribute so that the link can be opened from the new tab. Okay, that's it. All right, let's make the search functionality for our Django blog. You see there's this search form on the blog page, but I think we should put this search form on the header so that it can be accessed from any web page. Okay, so if you want to keep this search form on the blog page also, you can just do that. All right, but I will move this search form to my base.html or the header. All right, I will actually go to this blocks.html, and just above this categories I have the search form. Okay, so this is the search widget. All right, so if you want to keep it here, just keep that, but what I'll do is I will actually go to my base.html first. Okay, so let's see where exactly to put this search form on the header. This is logo area and sign in register. Okay, so this is call 8 and call 4. All right, what I'll do is I'll say 4 here. Okay, so I'll say 4 and I'll make a div with the class call 4 again. So this is a bootstrap, and inside this call 4 I will create a form. Okay, I'll create a form. We'll give action and method later, but just cut this content. Okay, div class input group now, so you just cut this and put it here. All right, and this search widget I don't need anymore. If you want to keep that, you can keep it. All right, categories and follows are enough. And on the base.html we have a form, and we have put this input search box and the button. The button should be of type submit. Okay, button should be submit, and Then this input type text, and the name, we'll give it a name attribute and say keyword, because this is where we are going to type the keyword that we want to search. And then the form action, okay, form action will be the URL, okay, that we need to create right now. And the method will be get, okay, not post, it is get. All right. And yeah, for the action we will create one URL pattern for that. So URL pattern will go something like this. I want the URL pattern to be blogs/search/keyword, like this. Okay, not like this. So this will be the get keyword. Okay, keyword equal to some keyword here. Okay, so I want this pattern, blogs/search. Okay, so on the urls.py blog_main, I'll make a search endpoint path blogs/search, put a / here also. And the view, we are going to create it inside the blocks app and views. Okay, so that's why I will say blocks view dot search. Okay, search function we are going to create inside the blocks views, and name will be search, will be search. All right. Next, we'll go to the blocks view, which is inside the blocks app and views.py. All right. So here we'll create a blocks view, define search. It will take a request and return. Let's first return render the HTML page. Return render request comma search.html. Search.html. All right. Okay, now the form action. Okay, the form action can be search URL. Okay, when you submit this form, the form should be submitted to this URL, which is search. Okay, now refresh the page and let's see. Yeah, here you can see, because this is in the base.html, this search form is available on all the pages. Okay, so let me quickly change this go button to yellow. I'll make it warning. Okay, so this button, right, refresh. Okay, so when I click on this go, the form should be submitted to this blocks search. Okay, it will take the keyword. Okay, it will take the keyword. All right. Of course, we don't have template. Okay, so we'll go to the templates and create search.html. All right. And yeah, let me close this. I think yeah, I'll close this one. And blocks I don't need, home I don't need. All right. Okay, when I click on this submit button, the form should be submitted to this search URL, which will trigger the search function. The search function is returning the search.html. All right. Now if I refresh this page, okay, search.html doesn't exist. Template does not exist. It exists now. Okay, I'll stop the server and run again. All right, yeah, now it is showing blank. So here what I'll do is I will extend base.html. Refresh. Now we have this header and footer. In between this, I want to, I want to print the HTML code. All right. So before that, we will handle the URL, I mean the views. Okay. So we are getting the request here. This function will trigger, and in this function we are actually going to take the keyword. Okay, whatever keyword we are writing from here, let me show that to you again. Okay, so we want to write some socially. Okay, so this is just testing. I'll write socially. Okay, when I click on this go, this form will be submitted and it will bring the socially value inside my keyword. Okay, keyword is nothing but the input box name attribute. Here you can see name equal to keyword, right? So this is actually what you are seeing here. Okay, the value of this keyword is socially. Okay, that's what we wrote here. Okay, so when we have this key and value inside the URL, which is the get request, we can take it from the request.get. Okay, we'll simply say keyword equal to request.get dot get. Okay, this get is the uppercase and this is lowercase, and the keyword. Okay, this is the keyword that we are searching. Okay, we'll simply set keyword. Let's print this keyword. Okay, we just want to confirm if we are getting this socially inside my weave or not. Okay, inside my weave we are getting this socially, right? Now I have the keyword. With this keyword I will match with my blocks. Okay, I want to fetch the blocks using this keyword. I'll say blocks is equal to blog dot objects dot, this time it is filter, because inside this filter we have a couple of conditions. That is, I want to take the title which contains this keyword. Okay, title underscore underscore, okay, this is double underscore 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 I contains equal to keyword. Okay, this title is nothing but the field of this block table. All right, if the title contains this keyword, then we are telling Django to give us the blocks. All right, let's print this blocks. Okay, let's see if we get the blocks or not. Okay, refresh the page and see. You can see we got the query set, right? So if you want to see that on the front end, we'll simply pass this context inside the blocks colon blocks, and let's pass this context here. I'll not print the blocks here. I'll simply print the blocks on the search. Okay, search.html. First of all, we'll have to say block content and block. So inside this block content, I will print blocks. Refresh. Okay, so we have socially responsible investing, which contains the socially word, right? So the same way, if I put data race, let me say data race. Okay, so you can see we got one object, and you know what, I have one more filter here. Title I contains equal to keyword, and what if someone put this machines? Okay, so when I put this machines, which is a short description, right? So this block should be popped up, right? But let's see if that works or not. Of course no, because we are only checking for the title. We are not checking for the block description, I mean the short description. Okay, the same way we want to also check the keywords inside this block body. For example, if I put this dedicated here, if I put this dedicated on the as a search term, I should be able to get this this page, I mean this blog, right? But what is happening, we are not getting anything. It is working only for the title. Okay, if I put race, and you see the blog. Okay, so the title is working, and let's make the short description should also be working, and block body should also be working, right? So we'll do that. For that, we need to use something called OR operator. Okay, so if I put comma here, so this comma is considered as AND operator. Okay, AND means whatever I put here, let's say status is equal to published. Okay, so this means fetch the blocks whose status is published and the title contains this keyword that the user is looking for. Okay, so these both conditions should be true, then only we will get the blocks. Okay, but we want the OR operator. Okay, so OR operator means this one also should be working, the title should also be working, and the block body should also be working, and the short description. Okay, so one of these is true, then we should be able to get the blocks. Okay, so for that we have queue objects. Okay, let me tell you more about queue object, but before that we'll have to bring this queue from the Django DB models. From django.db.models, import queue. Okay, so this queue object allows you to make the complex lookups such as OR operations. Okay, so how to use this queue now? So using queue is very simple. See, what you do is you should cut this. Okay, you should cut and put this query inside a queue object. Okay, queue and title underscore underscore I contains keyword. So this is one condition, and put OR operator, which is the pipe symbol, and then again open the queue object, and we'll say short description should also be working, right? Short description underscore underscore, okay, double underscore I contains. I means case insensitive. Okay, so even if you put uppercase, lowercase, it doesn't matter. All right, so that's why it's we should say I contains. I contains equal to keyword. All right, and we also need to put the same thing for the block body. Okay, so we'll put OR operator, which is the pipe symbol, and open queue, and again we'll say blog underscore body underscore underscore, okay, block body underscore underscore I contains is equal to keyword. All right, and then close this and comma, status is equal to published. So this comma is considered as AND operator. All right, now let's see, refresh, and let's first see data race is working or not, which is the title data race. Okay, we got the data race here, and let's see the machines. Okay, and this is the short description. Okay, so go, and we got this, and then we will go to here, dedicated, put it here, dedicated, and yeah, so it is working for all of those three conditions. All right, so now what we'll do is we will implement the template for our search page. So currently we only have this header and footer, but in this search page we want to list down the post, right? So we'll do that in the next one. All right, we have a blocks by category, right? I mean, this is a post by category. So this post by category already has the layout. Okay, let me show you. Yeah, here it is. So when someone search for the post, we are going to list down the post in this layout. All right, we'll simply copy this div along with this h3 tag. Okay, from this post by category. Okay, we'll copy this and paste it inside the search, search.html, paste it, save the file. Okay, just make sure we are passing the post or blocks. All right, we are getting the blocks from this query, and we are passing the blocks inside the context, and inside this search.html we need to replace this with the if post. No, it is not post, it is blocks. Okay, and if post in blocks, so for I in blocks, okay, not post. For I in blocks, we can simply replace this post with I. All right, I dot title. Of course, these both are the blog object itself. Okay, so this can be I dot post, and this is I dot author, and I dot created at, and I dot short description. Okay, so now let's refresh. Okay, so this is category, and I want to search for race. Go, yeah, we got the result. We only have one result, right? And if I search for another thing, that is dedicated, all right, we still got this one. And let me try this Canada. Try this Canada. Search, yeah. Okay, no problem. See, one more thing to do is, we want to print the search term here. Okay, so instead of this category, we'll print the search term. Yeah, inside this search.html, we don't have access to the search term, right? So to get the access to the search term inside this search.html, then we need to pass this keyword into this search.html, right? So we already have the keyword, and we'll simply pass it here. All right, now if I want to say this is not a category, it is a search term. Okay, search term, and this will be keyword, and I'll remove this text uppercase. Refresh. Okay, so the search term is this Canada. All right, so I looked for Canada, and it is showing like this. And if you want to keep that search term here on the input box itself, then what you do, we already have this access to this search term, right? So you can actually go to this base.html, and with this name we will say value. Okay, we have an attribute called value. We'll simply write this keyword. Now refresh, and you can see Canada. If you want to try that again, I will say socially. Go. Okay, so this will remain here, and for this socially, we searched for this keyword, and we got 3 result. Okay, so that's how we search for the post. All right, that's it for the blog functionality, and we will push this code to the GitHub now. Git status. I think we have written a lot of code in this commit. Okay, so I'll say git add -a, git commit -m. Maybe we'll say blocks and search features. Okay, git push origin main. All right, so let me close all the tabs, and in the next one we'll start working on our sign in and registration functionality. Welcome back to the new section. This section is going to be super interesting because we are going to learn about the authentication, authorization, and the permissions. When I said the authentication, the first thing that comes to our mind is the registration and login functionality. That's what we are going to build in this section. Without wasting a lot of time, let's start building it. Let's first start with creating the URL pattern for the registration functionality. Let's say I want my registration URL to be like this. Okay, registration URL to be like this, the domain name / the register. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and create the register URL pattern. So here inside my blocks _ main, I'll create a URL pattern. So I don't want to create a separate app for this registration functionality. All right, so that's why I'm going to create the registration and login functionality inside the project directory itself. All right, so I'll first say path register. okay, register / and I'll say views dot register, and the name will be register. All right, now the next step is to create register function inside this views.py. So we currently only have one function, which is home. So we'll create a new function here. We'll say define register. It will take request, and let's return the HTML page. Return render request comma register dot html. All right, now we want to create a register.html. So inside the templates, we'll create a new file and call it register.html. Okay, so here I'll say h2 and I'll say registration page. All right, so in this page we are going to render the registration form. All right, so let's first see if that works or not. Okay, so what is happening here is Django thinks that this register is a blog slug. Okay. So it is thinking that this register is nothing but the slug. Okay, so that's why it is taking this register as a slug and looking for the blocks. So of course, we don't have any blog with the slug register, right? That is why it is saying no blog matches the given query, which is a 404 error. All right, so we don't want this error to be shown like this. So what we'll do is instead of directly taking the slug, we will say blocks here, blocks / slug. Okay, so now save the file, and now it should work. All right, now you see registration page, and we have just edited this. Okay, I'm sorry. We have just edited this blocks slug, right? Blocks URL pattern. Then what will happen is these blocks will run with the blocks keyword here. Okay, domain name / blocks / the slug. Okay, so this works like this. All right, and now I want to link that register URL pattern to this register button, so which is inside my base.html. Okay, here it is. So in the href, I'll say URL space register. Okay, register is the name of the URL pattern, so that's why I'm using this URL register. Okay, I'll click on this register button and it is going to the registration page. Okay, the next thing is to extend the base template here. So I'll go to the register.html, and instead of this h2, I will extend the base.html. Extends base.html so that I can get at least the header and footer. All right, I got the header and I got the footer. So in between this block content, I want to load the registration form and block. Okay, so in the next video, we will implement, or we will load the registration form in this page. All right, we want to render the registration form here. There are two ways. One, we can write the HTML form here with the required input fields. And the second one is we can make use of Django model forms. In this course, we will use Django model forms because it is quick, easy to use, and also we get a lot of flexibility implementing the forms. Okay. By the way, what is this Django model forms? Well, the model forms are the replica of the model fields that gets converted to a form. These forms will have the same fields as the model. Okay. For example, if you look at this blog model here, we have a form here, right? So this is also a form, but it is in the admin panel. This form gets generated when we run the migrate command. Okay. Now, if you want this same form to be printed on the front end of the website, then we use the model form. Okay. So based on the model fields, your form will be generated. All right. So in this registration page, we want to render the user's registration page. Okay, so if you click on this add user, you get this username, password and password confirmation. All right, so this is the basic registration form that we want to render inside our registration page. All right, so how to implement this form now? Well, the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a module called forms. Okay, so we will create the forms module inside this blocks underscore main. So the module means the file itself. Okay, so we'll say forms dot py. Okay, we have created a module which is the file called forms.py. So here what we do is we are using the default user model. Okay, so let me tell you more about default user model. Let's first import that user model. So this default user model comes from django.contrib.auth.models import user. Okay, so this user model was created by Django itself. We have never created this user model, right? So this is the default user model. By default comes with the Django. Okay, so this user model have the fields such as let me show you these fields. It has the username field, password field, first name, last name, email address, permissions, groups, user permissions, last login and date joined. Okay, so these are the default fields that comes with the user model. Okay, so we'll talk more about groups and permissions in this section maybe, or the next section, but just know that these are default fields. All right, so that default model we are going to use in this course. All right, so now we have imported this user model. Then what we need to do, we need to create a class called registration form. Okay, this can be anything. All right, I'll simply say registration form, and this registration form class will extend the functionality of the user creation form. Okay, so you should simply say user creation form. Okay, user creation. In this user creation form, U and C and F are uppercase letters, and this user creation form comes from Django contrib auth.forms import user creation form. Okay, user creation form. So this user creation form is responsible for, let me put the colon here. So this user creation form is responsible for rendering this form when you click on this add form or edit form. Okay, so this is the basic form which is coming from this user creation form. All right, so we want to extend the functionality of user creation form and create our own registration form. All right, so how to do that? This form will actually take a class called meta. Okay, it will take a meta class. So in this meta class, we usually say the model is equal to user. Okay, so we are telling Django to create forms based on the user model fields. Okay, so in this meta class, we should also say fields. Okay, fields is equal to, maybe we want to render email field. Okay, email field on the form, and we need the username and then the password. Okay, password and the confirm password. All right, so in Django default user model, the password is called password1 and confirm password is called password2. Okay, password1 and password2. All right, now we have the form ready, and then we need to load this form on this page, right? So how to do that? So let's go to this views here. All right, so in this views, we want to pass that form inside the context. Then only we will have the access to the form inside this register.html. All right, so first let's take care of the get request. All right, let's say form is equal to register. I mean, it is not register, it is registration form. Okay, form is equal to registration form, and we will import this registration form from .forms import registration form. All right, Now we will simply pass this form inside the context, form : and pass the context to this register.html. All right, now register.html is empty. What we need to do is we need to create a form tag. First of all, let's say h3, and we'll say h3 with the class of text center, I'll say register. Okay, after this h3 we'll create a form. The form action, I'll tell you about that later. Here the method is post. Method is equal to post. Okay, and we need a button with the type submit. Okay, and we'll say submit. I'll add a class to this button, class btn space btn primary or warning. All right, let's see, refresh. We are not yet rendering any fields here. Okay, so here we are using method post, right? So for that reason, of course, we need to load csrf token. Okay, so we don't have any fields of the registration form yet. So if you look at this views.py, we have the access to this form inside the register.html, right? So what we need to do in order to print all the fields inside this form is that simply put this form here, simply print the form variable here. And when you refresh this, and you can see we are getting email address, username, and the password and the confirm password. Okay, so if you look at this, we have the same thing here, right? So this is the help text, and password confirmation, username. We have that username, password, and password confirmation, and the help text as well. And we have this extra field called email address, right? Email address is also a field of the user model, because if you look at this here, you can see here, but in here it is not printing anything in this addUser, but we have actually added this email field inside the fields here, right? Here you can see we have added the email here. If you want to remove that, just remove it and refresh it. Okay, refresh it. We only have username and password and confirm password. But this form is not looking good because this form does not have any style. Okay, so to make it good, can use bootstrap classes. Okay, otherwise we can use the Django crispy forms. Okay, so we'll do one thing. We will use the Django crispy form for this registration and login forms. Okay, so yeah, in the next one we'll use Django crispy form for this registration form. All right, we'll make this form look good. We'll implement Django crispy forms. So to implement Django crispy form, you just go to this, go to the Google and write Django crispy forms. Here you'll see the documentation. Okay, so go to the documentation, and here there is this installing Django crispy forms. The first thing that you need to do is pip install Django crispy forms. Okay, so copy this and stop your server and paste it. All right, and make sure the environment is activated. All right, so pip install Django crispy forms. So once that is installed, the next step is to go to your installed apps and add this crispy forms inside your installed app. Okay, we'll go to the settings, and all right, here in this installed apps, we will register this one, crispy forms. Next, we should actually add the configuration, which is a crispy template pack. Okay, let me copy this crispy template pack, and we'll go to the settings again and put this here. crispy template pack is equal to, you can use a uniform, or because we are using bootstrap, we'll add the bootstrap 4. Okay, so just go to here and we'll say bootstrap 4. You can even add a bootstrap 5 as well. Okay, so I'll go with this bootstrap 4. Save this one because we want this bootstrap support, right? So for that reason we will install crispy bootstrap. All right, so let me go to the Google and I'll say crispy bootstrap. Yeah, here you can see crispy bootstrap. Wait, let me go to this one, bootstrap 4. Okay, so you can actually install this one, pip install crispy bootstrap 4. Copy this and paste it here so that our crispy form will have the support for bootstrap 4. All right, now next thing is to add the filter where we are using the register right here, form colon crispy. Okay, form colon crispy, and the last thing is to load the crispy form stacks. Okay, so here just like you load the static, right, simply say load crispy underscore forms underscore tags. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Python manage.py run server, and now let's refresh the page. We got the error template does not exist. All right, that is because we have installed bootstrap 4, but we also need to register that inside our installed apps. Okay, so go back to the installed apps and here just say crispy underscore bootstrap 4. Okay, put the comma here. Now we should not get any error. All right, now you can see we are getting the proper form with the style, and I think we have removed this email address, right? Let me put that back. Forms, right? Okay, I also want this email. All right, email, username, password, and confirm password. All right, I will make this form a little bit smaller. Form style, width, oh I'm sorry, width is 500 pixel and margin auto. Okay, so refresh, and we got the proper registration form. All right, now if you try to register from here, you're not going to get yourself registered here because we are not handling the post request inside our views, right? So here what is going to happen is when you click on this submit button, this form is going to submit to this action. Okay, so in the action we'll say register, here register. All right, so it is going to submit to this registration view, which is this one with the post request. All right, now what we need to do, so we need to actually handle the post request from this views. All right, so now here I'll say if request dot method is equal to post. Okay, if it is post, then simply pass it for now, and in the else case we are rendering this form. Okay, so I'll put the else case here and put it here, and then yeah. Okay, so if request dot method equal to post, then we are going to save the form, save the user, right? So how to do that? We'll first say form is equal to, take this registration form. Okay, registration form, and it will come with the request dot post. Okay, pass the request dot post. Why we are passing request dot post here? Because whatever data we are filling from here now, so this data is going to be stored inside the request.post. So that's why we are passing the request.post to this registration form. All right, so that it can validate and it can save the form. All right, so if before we save the form, we first want to see if whether we have the correct form or not. Okay, if form dot is valid, okay, form dot is valid, so this is valid will actually check your data which is coming from this request.post, and if that is valid, then we'll say form.save. Okay, if that is valid, then we'll say form.save and then return back to home. Return redirect to home or register itself. It depends. All right, I'll go to the register itself. Okay, so this redirect comes from Django shortcuts. Django shortcuts import redirect. All right, now let's say we are filling something from here. Okay, we are in the registration and we are passing test@gmail.com and test123 and put the password, strong password. Okay, if you don't put the strong password, you are going to get the error. Okay, so we have not added any validation to this form, but the Django model form by default comes with the default validation. Okay, I'll show you the validation and validation errors as well. So when I submit this, so the form got submitted. So that is because this form was valid. Okay, because we have entered all the details inside this fields, right? So let's go to the users and see if that is yeah, you can see this test123 user has got created and the password has also got stored in the hash, right? So yeah, and if you put some detail with the invalid passwords, then you submit and you can see enter a valid email address, because I have not put this dot here. Okay, and the two password fields did not match. Okay, so these are the default validations. All right, I'll tell you the flow once again. See, what happens is when you hit this register URL, the get request will come. So the get request will actually be this one. Okay, the else block. All right, so in the get request, we are loading the registration form fields as it is. You can see here we are loading the blank fields, and when we click on this submit button, the post request is going to trigger. The post request will get submitted to this register function, because that is where the action is going, right? So this register function will first check if the method is post or not. If that is the case, if the method is post, then we are taking the form data. So form data will be stored inside the request.post. All right, and it will check if the form is valid or not. Okay, so if you want to see the else case of this, okay, if the form is not valid, what we can do is we can simply print form dot errors. Okay, so if the form is not valid, then we can print what exactly is going on with the form. Okay, so let me refresh this. I will not add the username. I'll add password, wrong passwords and all. Okay, so let me put this gmail.com, submit. Okay, I'll put the username, but this one is wrong. Okay, so these passwords are not correct, so I'll submit. Now what will happen here, you can see in the else case, okay, if form dot is valid is going to be false, because form has the error. Okay, so we are printing the form errors. So the form error is this one. You can see this one. Password 2, the two password fields did not match. Okay, so that is actually the else case. So optionally you can put the else case here, and if the form is valid, then go ahead and save it and go to the register. All right, so I hope you understood this functionality. All right, so if you did not understand it clearly, then don't worry, we are going to create more and more such features or such functions in the future, so you will definitely understand this function. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video, and in the next video we'll talk about the login functionality. Now that we are done with the registration functionality, we will now have to make the login functionality. Login is very simple in fact, but you know what, we are not going to provide any kind of backend dashboard for a typical user. We have made the registration functionality just to learn about the Django authentication system. I have a couple of advanced Django courses where you can learn to make the complex features, including the user dashboards. If you're interested, feel free to check them out. Alright, let's come back to the topic. Alright, we are now going to make the login feature. But who will log into our system? Of course, the super users will log in, and another person who can log into this system is the editor. Who is editor, by the way? Well, the editor is a person who has the permissions to manage the blog post, meaning he can add the post, edit the post, and delete the post in this particular website. Any random user cannot register himself as an editor, because an editor, in fact, it is a user role provided by the super user. The super user can only make you as an editor. So that's kind of a real world use case. We will see more about the editor role in the next section. In this video, let's go ahead and build the login functionality. As always, start with the creating a login URL pattern. So let's go to the project now, and here we have the urls.py. Okay, so currently we only have this register path, and we'll create a new path and let's call it as login. Okay, so when you go to the login endpoint, your view should trigger. That will be views.login, and then the name will be login. Okay, so now let's go to this views. Let me first save this file, and in the views I'll create a new view, define login. So it will take the request, and let's first return render request comma login.html. Okay, because we want to render the login form. Okay, so then let's go to this templates and create a new file and call it as login.html. so we can extend the base templates here, extends base.html. okay, and then let's say block content, so that our header and footer will load by default, and end block. Okay, so let's go to the base.html. let's quickly link this URL. The name of the URL pattern is login. Okay, so if you want to keep it as sign in or login, it's your wish. Okay, so refresh the page, and when I click on this login, and it is taking me to the login page where we have the base templates ready. Okay, so next thing we need to do is we need to actually load the login form. I'll go to this register.html and copy that h3 tag. Okay, so here I'll paste it. Instead of this register, I'll say login, and okay, and then what I'll do here is I'll create a form. Okay, I'll create a form, and with the method post. Okay, and then of course we are using the post method, right? So that means we must load a CSRF token, and then we need a button with the type submit. Okay, say login, and class btn space btn warning. All right. Okay, so this button is actually going to left side, I think I should add this one, style. Okay, width 500 and margin auto. All right, at this point we will load the login form. Okay, so let's go back to the views.py here. So here what we do is we have a default authentication form, okay, provided by Django itself. Okay, so we will use that default authentication form in this website. All right, so let's say form is equal to authentication form. Okay, so open and close this parenthesis, and first of all we need to import that authentication form, which comes from django.country auth.forms import authentication form. Okay, so you must import this authentication form. It is provided by Django. Okay, the same way we saw this user creation form, right? All right, so this is the user creation form, and this one is actually the authentication form. We wanted to make some changes to this user creation form. That means we wanted to add this email field to our registration form, right? So that's why we used this user creation form inside the forms.py. But this authentication form will only have username field and the password field. Okay, so we don't want to do it in the forms.py. We can just simply import it and use it right away. Okay, so let's say form is equal to authentication form, and once we have the form, we will simply put it inside the context form, and then this context to this login.html. So we have the form available inside this login.html. Now what you can do is you can actually say form. Okay, so now refresh. Okay, username and password, but this form is not a crispy form, right? So if you want that form to be crispy, you can simply copy this load crispy forms tags and put it here. Okay, and again add this filter. Okay, so this add this crispy filter. Okay, so now if you refresh, we have this username and password field. Okay, so we are ready with the form. So now when I click on this login button, our form should be submitted to this view. Okay, to this view. So from here we will handle the post request. All right, now we want to click on this login button, and the moment we click on this login button, the post request will submit to this login function. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is this action. So we will send this action to the correct function, which is URL space login. Okay, so now we have a button type submit. All right, so this login form is also ready. Let's go to the views.py here. So here we will first check if the request is post or not, right? If the request dot method is equal to post. If the request is post, then we will initialize the form. Form is equal to authentication form. Okay, and this authentication form will actually take the request, and it will also take the request dot post. Okay, why request dot post is because in this request dot post we will be having all the data that we are entering inside this username and password field. Okay, so that's why it takes a request and a request dot post. All right, and now if this form is valid, form dot is valid. If the form is valid, then we will take out the username and password that the user entered in this form. All right, so let's say the username is equal to form dot cleaned data. Okay, form dot cleaned data, open this square bracket, and inside that put the user name. Okay, so every form contains a clean data which returns the dictionary of validated input fields and their values. Okay, so that's why when we want to take out the username from this login form, then we need to take that out from this clean data, because the form is already valid. Okay, so now we will get the username from this form. Okay, the same way, if you want to take that password that the user entered, you can simply say form dot cleaned clean data. Okay, form dot clean data, and then you'll say password. Okay, so what is this username and password? These are actually the name attribute of the form. Okay, if you go to the inspect, and if you see here, you see input type text and name username, right? So that's what we are actually entering here. I mean here, all right. And if you want to take the password name field, then you can see the name is password, right? So this is what we are entering here. Okay, so now that we have the username and password, now we will take the user using this username and password. Okay, so let's say user is equal to auth.authenticate. Actually, you need to import auth, all right, from Django.contrib import auth. Okay, so here we have the auth, and now inside this auth we have something called authenticate. Okay, auth.authenticate. So this will take our username and password and returns the user if that exists. All right, so let's see, we will simply pass this username is equal to username, and then password is equal to password. Okay, so this will authenticate and returns the user. Now let's check if the user exists or not. Okay, that means if user is not none. Okay, if the user is not none, then we will log the user in. That means auth.login. Okay, auth.login. Then this login function will actually take request comma user. Okay, user that we just got. All right, and then return the user to home. Return a redirect to home, because we don't have any backend yet. All right, so this is actually the way to log in using Django. And what else you can do is you can actually try this now. This is actually my Superuser login credential. I'll click on login, and yeah, this has actually logged me in, but you still see this login and register button. If you are logged in, you should not see this login and register, right? You should actually see the logout button. Okay, so currently we had only 1 or 2 active user accounts, so that's why I used it to log in. So if I go to the admin, so my account is actually logged in. I'll log out from here. I'll again try login. So here put your Superuser login credentials, and click on login, and you should not get any errors. It should actually authenticate you and redirect back to the home page. Okay, so in the home page, what we'll do is once we are authenticated and logged in, then this button should not be here, right? So we'll go to the base.html. Okay, we'll go to the base.html, and let's see where we have this. Yeah, here it is. Here these are 2 login and register buttons. So here we'll put a simple condition: if user dot is authenticated. Okay, if not user dot is authenticated. Okay, if the user is not authenticated, we will load this. Okay, but in the else case, we will actually let me first end this if condition. Let me say span you are logged in as add a simple variable tag and user, put the user. Okay, so you must be wondering why I'm using user, because to this base.html we have never sent the user object to this base.html, right? So but still we will be able to see the user object inside here. You can see you are logged in as Django admin, okay, which is my username. Actually, this user object is included in this context processors. Okay, let me show that. So here in this template, you see this context processor. So this auth is actually returning the user object. So that's why anything which is inside the context processor will be available inside every HTML pages. Okay, so that's why we have the access to this user object in this base.html. So even if you want to put a return or print the user object inside this login.html, it is possible. Okay, you don't need to explicitly send that context to this HTML pages. Okay, so that's why, so this user object is available here. And once that is done, I'll create another span tag and I'll say logout. Okay, so I cannot simply say logout here, so let's put that inside the href logout. So this will be let's save that and let's see, refresh. Okay, let's add one tab space or something here. I'll add ampersand emsp. Okay, so let's try. All right, now when I'm logged in, I should be able to see this logout button. But if I'm logged out, you know what, I should actually log out from the admin, because currently we don't have anything to log out, right? Okay, so I'm currently logged out, then my login and registration buttons are available, and when I log in from here, then you see you're logged in as Django admin. Okay, so now let's quickly make this a logout button. Let me go to the URLs and let's create a path for logout. Add a / here. Let's say views.logout, and then name is equal to logout. Okay, so once I have this logout pattern, I'll go to this views.py and I'll go ahead and create a function called logout. I'll say request. So logout feature is very simple. I can simply say auth.logout. Okay, for logging in, I have used auth.login, which takes the request and user, but this logout will only take request. Okay, it will take the request no matter what kind of user it is taking. It will just log out all kind of request. All right, so once I have that auth.logout, I can simply redirect the user to home. Okay, and you know what, I should return it. Okay, I should return it. Okay, so I will simply go to this base.html, and here inside this href, I will link this URL logout. Okay, so refresh and you click on this logout. Okay, so you can see login, and let me go ahead and log in. Okay, so I think these features are working. All right, let's push the code to the GitHub. Let me stop the server. I'll say git status. Okay, so this is actually the registration and login functionality, right? So I'll say git add -a git commit -m registration and login functionality. Okay, so git push origin main. All right, thank you. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about permissions and groups. Before we learn about permissions and groups, we need to understand what exactly the authentication and authorizations are. In simple words, authentication is a process that verifies the user by checking his identity for providing him the access to the system. Most of the times, the identity will be the user's login credentials, or in offline world, it can be your identity card or access card. But the authorization is the process where it determines what permissions does the user have. Okay, so these are the simple definition of authentication and authorizations. Let's take a couple of examples now. You go to the computer lab in your school or college. You are allowed to enter into the lab by verifying your identity card. That's called authentication. Essentially, it means that you are the correct person to enter into the computer lab. Now you go to the computer lab and you are allowed to do some limited actions. Perhaps you are only allowed to use the computers inside the lab, but you are not allowed to open that computer, break that computer, or you are not allowed to take that computer to your home. The only permission you have is to use that computer for a specific time. So that's what we call the authorization. It just means that you only have the permission to use the computer in your lab. Okay, so let's take another example of our Django blog application. In our blog application, the only person who is writing the blog is a super user. What if the super user wants to hire a person or an editor to write the blogs on behalf of him? He will probably provide the super user access to that person, because the admin panel is the only place where he can write the blog post. But providing the super user access to someone else can be very risky, because super user has all the permissions to make or break the website. If the editor is a bad person, then he can even break your website, or he can even delete your data. Okay, so to overcome this problem, Django comes with the default authentication system. When I said the authentication system, it generally means authentication and authorization system. So when there is authentication, the authorization is already there by default. With that being said, we are going to create some users to manage the blog post, which is to add the post, edit the post, and delete the post. Okay, we don't want to provide him any other access such as adding the users, deleting the users, and all that. The only permission we give to the editors are for managing the categories and post. That's all. Okay, all right, now let's create a user and give him editor permissions. Okay, so to create a user, let's go to this users and click on this add user, and from here you can add the user. Maybe we'll call him as editor1. Okay, so the username will be editor1, and let's put the password for him. Okay, save. All right, so let's fill up some basic information. We can say Rathan Kumar and editor1@gmail.com, and see his active status will be true by default. And for the editors, let's check this staff status. Okay, so when this staff is true, then you can actually log into this admin panel, okay, with the permission that you give. All right, so he is not a super user. We don't want to check this super user status. All right, just check this staff status. All right, and let's talk about groups later, but let's see this user permissions. Okay, so this user permissions, because he is an editor, right? For the editors, what we can do is we can give him the access to add the blog. Okay, so we can give him the access to add the blog, change the blog, delete the blog, and he can view the blog. Okay, the same with add the category, change the category, delete the category, and view the category. All right, so these are actually the available permissions that you can give to your user. All right, now let's say for testing, let's give this guy can view blog. Okay, so blog can view blog. So this means in the blogs app, the blog model, he have the permission to view the blog. The same way, blogs app, blog model can delete permission. All right. So for now, let's give this guy only view blog permission, and select this and click on this arrow mark, and the permissions will be applied here. Okay. So these are actually the available permission, and these are the permission that you have given. Okay. So this guy only has the view blog permission. Let's see how it works. So last login and date joined. You don't want to do anything. Save it. Okay. So now we have created this editor one, right? With the permission can view blog. All right. Staff status is true. That means we can log out from here and we can log in here. All right. So let's say editor one and put your password and log in. All right. Now you can see this guy only has the permission to see the blocks. He can only see the blocks. If you open this, there is no form to edit at all. Okay. So this is actually the read only. Okay. So even you can notice there is no add button. Okay. Because he only has the view permissions. Okay. No delete at all. All right. Now let's log out and give some more permission to this guy. Let's log in as the super user, because super user is the only person that can give the access. Okay. So let's go back to the users and let's go to the editor and here. Okay. So in the user permissions, let's give yeah. All right. So here you can actually press your control or select like this, drag. Okay. So control and select this one. He can add the blog, he can change the blog. The same way he can add the category, change the category, delete the category, and view the category. Select all these permissions and click on this arrow. So all those permissions will be applied to this guy. Now you must be wondering how these permissions are created. Okay. So because we have never created any of these permissions. Okay. So see, these permissions are created, this auth group and auth permissions and content types. These are all the default database tables that we migrate in the beginning, right? So these permissions will be created in the beginning when we run migrate command. But these are the custom models, right? So when we create any model in our Django application, the tables are created and also the permissions will also get created. Every model has 4 types of permissions. One is can view, can add, can change, and can delete. Okay. The similarly another model will have can add, can change, can delete, and can view. Okay. So 4 permissions. Okay. So we have given these many permission to this guy, and let's save this. Now let's go back to login and let's log in as editor one and log in. And here you can see he has the permission to add the blog. Okay, he can add the blog and he can also delete the blog. Okay, so of course view the blog. And similarly you have like categories. He can add the category, change the category, delete the category, but he don't have any other access. He can never add any kind of users. He can never even can see how many users are there, right? So those things this editor don't want, right? So he only want to manage the blocks and categories. That's all. So that's why we have given these many permissions. Okay, so now let's see, all these blocks are written by Django admin, which is my super user. Now let's create one blog, test blog, and of course a slug will be generated, and category, let's say sports, and the author is editor one, and let's put one featured image. Short description and blog body. Status will be published, and let's save this. Now you can see this was created by editor, and if you see the site, the editor of this blog is editor1. Okay, so that's how you add the blocks from the editors or the permissions. Okay, so in the next video, let's talk about groups. Okay, thank you. All right, in the previous video, we learned about the permissions. In this video, let's talk about the groups. Okay, so the groups are a collection of permissions. Okay, so if you want to create some groups, or currently we only have the editor role, right? Now, if you want to create any manager role, so the manager will usually have the access to create the users as well. Okay, so he can even create the users, and he can add the blocks, he can add the categories and all that. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll create the group. Okay, we'll create a group. Let's name it as manager. Okay, so the manager will usually have more permission than the editors have. Okay, so editor will only have blocks and categories permissions. So for the manager, we'll give one more permission, that he can add the user, he can change the user, he can delete the user, and the manager can view the user. Okay, so let's give that permission to the manager group. Okay, so now he can also add the blocks, he can change the block, delete the block, view the block, add category, change category, delete category, and view category. Let's give these permission to this manager as well. Okay, so now we have given these many permission to the manager group. Okay, now let's save this. So now we can assign the groups to users. Okay, let's say this is the user. Let's create one user, and let's say manager1. Okay, so let's give some manager1 and manager@gmail.com, and the staff status will be true. Now what we want to do, we don't want to give the permissions explicitly. We can simply assign this manager group to this particular user. Okay, so what will happen, any permission that this manager group has will be applied to this manager user. Okay, so here you don't want to give any special permissions. All the permission that needed to this manager will be available inside this manager group. Okay, so now save. Okay, so now what you can do is you can simply log in and log into manager1 and login, and here you can see he can actually add the users. Okay, he can add the users and change the users and all that, and along with the users permission, he will also have the blocks and categories permissions. Okay, so that's how the groups work. Now for the, if you want to create any other groups, let's create one. Let me log in. So for the editors, we have explicitly given the permission, right? Now let's say we want to hire 10 editors, then it is not a good idea to specifically give the permission to each and every one of them. So that's why we will create groups, and let's say editor group. Okay, editor group. So whoever is assigned to this editor group will have these permissions. Okay, these permissions. Let's give and save. Now what we can do, so whenever we add any kind of editors, simply assign this group to him. Okay, so you can delete it from here. So he is actually a editor, so editor will have the permission to manage blocks and categories. All right, so that's how the permissions and groups work. Okay, thank you. Our application is ready to be scaled, and we'll start this section with upgrading our packages. we have our virtual environment, and inside that virtual environment, we have the packages that are used in this particular Django blog website. In order to upgrade a package, we usually run a command pip install upgrade and a package name. Okay, so if you want to upgrade Django to the latest version or to any other specific version, then we usually run this command pip install hyphen upgrade and then name of your package. Or if you want to upgrade to a specific version of Django, then you can give it here. But just remove this, and when you hit enter, what will happen is this Django will be upgraded to the latest version. But you know what, this only works with a single package. If you have multiple packages to upgrade all at once, then we will have to follow some simple steps. All right, so currently we have a couple of packages that we have installed while we were developing this Django blog application. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to actually gather all those packages installed in our virtual environment into a file called requirements.txt. So let's do that. Simply run pip freeze greater than symbol and say requirements.txt. All right, hit enter. Okay, now if you open this requirements.txt, the moment you hit enter, the file named requirements.txt will be created. And if you open this, you will see all the packages that have that are installed in our blog application. All right, currently we see Django 4.1.7 is installed and Crispy Bootstrap. We currently don't have too many packages, okay, because this is actually a small project. Okay, so if you're working on big project, then you'll probably have like 15, 20, 30, 50 packages. All right, so currently we have all the packages inside this requirements.txt. Then what we need to do is we need to actually replace this equal sign with greater than or equal. Okay, so what you just need to do is you just say Control F. All right, I think even if you put Control H and you can see find and replace. Okay, find equal in this find box, just enter equal and replace this equal with greater than and equal. So once you enter this greater than and equal sign, just click on this replace all button. All right, we have replaced this equal sign with greater than and equal. Okay, so now at this point, what you should do is you should actually say pip install, and you know what, you should always make sure that you are inside the correct virtual environment. Okay, make sure the virtual environment is activated. Okay, so you should run pip install -r. Okay, pip install -r requirements.txt. Okay, make sure the spellings are correct, and then --upgrade. Okay, you should run this command. Okay, so this R means we are telling pip that recursively upgrade whatever the packages that are inside this requirements.txt. all right, and by replacing this equal sign with the greater than and equal, we are just telling pip that install all these packages greater than the version that we have in our requirements.txt. okay, so that's why we have replaced equal sign with the greater than and equal. Okay, so when you run this command, pip will look for the higher version of any of the packages that we have here. Okay, if there are no higher version, then it will just say requirements already satisfied. You can see the output here. All right, you can see successfully uninstalled 4.1.7. that means there is a newer version of Django now. All right, now you can see successfully installed Django 4.2, Pillow 9.5.0 and TZ data. All right, I think all other packages doesn't have any latest version, because I recently installed all these packages. But for Django and Pillow, I found the new versions, and you see currently I was using 4.1.7, and right now at the time of recording this video I have like 4.2. Okay, the same way Pillow 4.0 was being used, and now we have Pillow 9.5.0. And once all the packages are upgraded, you should just make sure that our application or the website is working fine or not. All right, so simply run python manage.py run server. All right, so looks like everything is working fine. Okay, and one more thing, instead of this, what we'll do is we'll actually pip freeze the newer versions that are installed now. Okay, run this pip freeze greater than symbol and requirements. Okay, perfect. And Django 4.2 and everything is here. All right, that's about upgrading the packages, and in the next one we'll talk about the custom dashboards. All right, let us think of how we can make the dashboard. Currently we have two groups, editor and manager, and the people who register to our website from the registration form will be treated as a normal user. And I think let's not focus on the normal user, because in blog application I don't think we should give any backend to the typical users. Okay, as I said previously, we created the registration form just to understand the authentication system of Django. We are more interested in building the backend for the editors and managers, not for the normal users. So the editor can manage the categories and blog post, while the manager has a little more permission than the editor. The manager can of course manage the categories and blog post, but he can also manage the users. When I said manage, it means he can do all the CRUD operations. We will design the dashboard for editor and manager and provide them with the add, edit and delete options to those roles on what editors can do and what the managers can do. All right. On a side note, we'll be dealing with a lot of permissions, groups, forms and all that. So I'm sure this feature will definitely level up your Django skills and boost your confidence in Django. So we'll start working on it from the next video. All right, moving forward, because this feature can be treated as a major functionality, we can create a separate app for it. Maybe we'll create a dashboard app. Okay, so let's go ahead and create an app and we'll call it as dashboard. So I'll run python manage.py start app, and the app name will be dashboards. Okay, so hit enter. All right, the moment you create any app, of course you know this now, you should go to the settings and go to installed apps. So installed apps, and put the app name here, which is dashboards. All right, now we will handle the URL pattern. Before that, I just want to run the server. Okay, so I'll run the server first. H.py run server, and you know what, instead of this you are logged in as manager, I'll put the dashboard link. All right, so to put the dashboard link, of course we need to create the URL pattern. So let's go to the blog_main, okay, and urls.py. So here what we'll do is we'll actually create a URL pattern for the dashboard. So I'll create a path and we'll say dashboard. Anybody who comes to this dashboard pattern, we will send him to the dashboards.urls. Okay, we'll say dashboards. We should say include, and inside this include function we should say dashboards.urls. all right, dashboards.urls, and put a comma here. And then we actually don't have the urls.py inside the dashboards app. Okay, we should create that. We'll say urls.py. Okay, so create a new file inside the dashboards app and name it as urls.py. Okay, so inside this urls.py, what we should bring is this path. Okay, first thing is path. We don't need the include, we just need path. And after that, you can simply copy this URL pattern list. Okay, URL pattern, and open a list. So inside here, we should start creating the path. Okay, so now we'll say the first path will be the empty string. That is because I want to handle what if someone come to this dashboard. Okay, so this path I want to handle. All right, so of course this is giving me error because the server is not running yet. So empty string after dashboard, because see, we are actually coming with the dashboard, this path, right? So after this dashboard, when there is nothing, then we will handle that thing. So we'll say views dot dashboard. Okay, views dot dashboard, and then we'll say name is equal to dashboard. Okay, all right, and next we should actually import views from dot import views. Okay, from dot means from this dashboards app we have a views module, right? So that is where we are going to create all the functions. So we'll go to the views.py and create a function. Define dashboard. It will take a request. Let's say return render request comma you know what, we should actually create the dashboard folder first, and then we'll say dashboard.html. okay, so whatever the HTML files that we are going to use in this dashboard feature will be residing inside the dashboard folder. So let's go to the templates and create a new folder. Okay, so and name it as dashboard. So inside this dashboard folder, we'll create a new file this time, and we'll say dashboard.html. okay, all right, now let's say dashboard. Okay, let me put h3 and I'll say dashboard. Let me quickly see if everything is correctly configured. The first thing is this one, the path will come, and we have included it to dashboards.urls, which is this one, path empty string. We have created a function, and the function is here, which is returning dashboard.html. okay, so looks perfect. And what else is, we should actually go to the base.html. okay, so I actually want to remove this you are logged in as this user, right? So I'll remove this and I'll say anchor tag. We'll say dashboard. Okay, so this will be the link, and here I'll say URL space dashboard. okay, now run the server. okay, oh, I'm sorry. All right, the home page, and we have a dashboard link. Click on this. okay, so I'm landing into the dashboard page. okay, so at this point what I'll do is I will extend the base template. I'll say extends space base.html. okay, extends base.html, and here I'll say block content. and end block. Okay, perfect. Now refresh the page and we have the header and the footer, and in between them we are going to design the dashboard. Okay, so we'll do the designing part in the next video. All right, in this video let's design the dashboard. So what I'm thinking is, on the left side we will have the options to manage the blog post categories and users and all that, and on the right side we will have the main content or the forms to edit, delete and all that. So let's go ahead and design this. So this will be a little bit more about the HTML and Bootstrap. Okay, so if you don't know Bootstrap, just follow along with me. All right, so I'll try to write as slow as possible, okay, so that you guys can follow me. Okay, so the first thing inside this dashboard.html, inside the blog content. Okay, so first thing what I'll do is I will say of course before that I should open a class row. Okay, we'll create a div with the class row. Okay, so div with the class row. All right, so inside the row we will have left sidebar. Okay, left sidebar, and also we will have the right side content. Okay, right side content and the left sidebar. So on the left sidebar will be column 3 on the left and column 9 on the right side. Okay, so that the right side we need more space. Okay, left side we don't need much space, right, because that will be the vertical tab. All right, so that's why. So on the left side what we'll do is we'll create a div with the class of call md3. Okay, call md3, div with the class of call md3. Okay, and on the right side we'll create a div with the class of call md9. Okay, so in total it should be 12, 3 and 6. Okay, so let's first take care of this left side. Okay, so on the left side what we need is we need the new bars. Okay, so I'll say let's create a div. Okay, so this div will have class nav. Okay, space flex column. If you are confused that what I'm writing here, then you can simply go to Bootstrap nav vertical nav bars. Okay, Bootstrap vertical nav bar, and here you will find what I'm writing here. See, sometimes what happens is this documentation has a little more code than what we need here. Okay, so that's why I decided to write it myself on camera. Okay, so but you can always come here and see about the vertical pills or vertical nav bars. So this is what I'm writing here. Okay, so these things, id, data toggle and all that we don't need. Okay, so that's why I'm not going to write the junk attributes in our application. So I'm going to write only those things that are needed. Okay, so but this is actually the official documentation or official example code. All right, so let's go forward, and inside this call md3 on the left sidebar we have created div class nav and space flex column, and then we'll say another class nav pills. Okay, nav pills, and we'll give a background color to light. Okay, bg light, and then area orientation, because we need the nav bar to be vertical. Okay, so that's why we should say area orientation. Okay, orientation is equal to vertical. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll create a couple of anchor tag with the class nav link. Okay, so these are the links that we are going to create, and this will be the dashboard, and this will have the class nav link as well as the, we'll go with the text dark. We'll go with the text dark, and we'll set text dark, and we also need the bg warning. Okay, so let's refresh the page, and here you can see dashboard. We have got this dashboard pill here. Similarly, we will copy this and paste it 3-4 times. This will be maybe categories and blocks, and then logout. Okay, so we will also be having users, that is for the managers. Okay, so you know what, bg background is not for all of them. Okay, bg background will remove. We will put the bg background conditionally. All right, don't worry about this. I'll actually properly explain you how it works and how it should be done. All right, this is actually the vertical navigation bar, and you know what, I am actually logged in as an editor. Okay, so for the editors, the dashboard and categories, blocks and logout option should be available, and for the managers we should also add one more option, that is users, because he can also handle the users, right? He can add the user, edit the user, delete the user and all that. Okay, so right now I am logged in as editor. Okay, so now this is actually the rough design, and on the right side, let's see what we can do. On the right side we are having the class call md 9, right? So in here what we'll do is we'll actually open a div with the class of row again. Okay, so inside here we'll create a div with the class call. Okay, call is because we want automatic width, so that's why I'm using class call. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is on the dashboard I'll be having two cards. One will have the all categories, the number of categories will print, and on the right side here on the second card will print the number of blog post. Okay, so okay, instead of this blocks we'll say posts. Okay, and here div class call, and then we'll create a div with the class of okay, we'll create a div with the class of card. Okay, card and border default and margin bottom 3. Okay, and inside this card we'll have the card header div, okay, div class card header, okay, card header, and let's make the text center, and let's make the text uppercase. All these things are actually the custom things. Okay, if you know the bootstrap classes you can easily do all these things yourself. Okay, and then font weight, if you want to make the font weight bold, you can simply say font weight bold. Okay, so here I'll say all categories. This is the heading, so let me see how it looks. Okay, so all categories. Okay, currently I'm using call, right? So call with only one call, so that's why it is taking full width. Okay, no problem. And once that is done, we'll make the div with the class card body. So inside the card body we'll also give a text dark text dark class, and h5 with the class card title. Okay, card title with the text center. Okay, so this will be the count. Okay, for now let's say 10 categories. Okay, so we'll make this dynamic, of course. Now let's refresh. Okay, all categories. Okay, we have 10 categories. Okay, now let's copy this call. Okay, this div, let's copy and paste it here. So instead of all categories, we'll say all posts. So this will be maybe 15. Refresh. Okay, all categories and all post. Okay, so this can be our dashboard main page. I don't think we need more design here, so we'll go with the simpler one. Okay, and next we'll actually create a function to fetch the count of all the categories and all the posts. All right, we'll see that in the next one. All right, welcome back. So now we have the design. In this video, let's make this number dynamic. We just need to take all the categories and take a count of that and print it here on the front end. Okay, so it is going to be very simple. And in the views.py dashboard function, we are going to say category count. Category count is equal to category dot objects dot all. Okay, so of course we need to import this category model. It comes from blocks.models import category. So we are taking all the categories here, category objects dot all, and then simply run a count method. Okay, count method on this query. Okay, so this will give the category count. All right, so if you want to print the category count here, okay, if you just want to see the output here on the terminal, just print this category count and refresh this page, and here you can see we have 6 categories in our website. All right, so we have the count now. The same way we will take out the blocks count. Blocks count is equal to block. Okay, we should import this block model also, block.objects.all. okay, block.object.all, then count. Okay, so this will bring us the blocks count. All right, if you want to see the output in the terminal, just print this blocks count. Okay, so I'm just going to put that inside the context now. So I'll simply say category count colon category count, and then there's blocks count colon blocks count. All right, and simply pass this context to this dashboard.html. Once that is done, go ahead and update this static numbers. So instead of this 10, we'll simply put category underscore count, and instead of this 15, we'll put blocks underscore count, right? Yeah, blocks underscore count. Perfect. Now refresh, and here you can see all categories 6 and all post. I have 6, or let me see. Okay, I have 6 blocks, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, I'll just delete this test block. Delete. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, yeah, you see I have 5 posts and I have 6 categories. Okay, so that's how you take the count of the object. Okay, so yeah, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, at this point we have our dashboard designed for the editors and managers. To access this dashboard, the user must be logged in. If he is not logged in, then we are not supposed to give him this dashboard access. But in our case, we have not yet added any security to this dashboard. As a result, even if you access this dashboard while you are logged out, then this dashboard is still accessible. Okay, so if currently I'm logged in as editor, what if I log out from here, and what if I go to the dashboard like this directly? Okay, then you can see I am logged out, but still I am able to see this dashboard, right? So this could be the security issues for sure. So in order to access this dashboard, the user must be authenticated or logged in. How to fix this issue now? Well, in Django, we have a utility called Decorator. In fact, Django provides several decorators that can be applied to views to support various features. We generally call them view decorators. View decorators can be used to restrict access to certain views. Django comes with some built-in decorators like login required, require post, or has permission decorators. Trying to learn everything in one go is not a good idea. You will most probably forget all of them. Let's go step by step and explore the features of Django while we develop this web application. For our need, we are interested in this login underscore required decorator. What this login required decorator will do is, it will allow the view to be executed only when the request is authenticated, meaning only the logged in user can access the page. If you try to access the page or a view by directly hitting the URL pattern, then it will automatically take you to the login page and force you to log in. Okay, that's why we often use login required decorator in our Django applications. All right, that's about the theory part. Let's see this login required decorator in action. Well, applying this login required decorators to any views is an extremely simple task. The only thing you need to do is you just import the login required decorator and apply it on your view that needs the restriction. Okay, so to import the login required, we just actually it comes from django.contrib.auth.decorators. Import login underscore required. All right, and then once you import this login required decorator, next what you need to do is you need to find to which view we need the restriction. Of course, for now we only have one view, that is dashboard. We can put the restriction on this dashboard view. Okay, so how to put the restriction? Just say @ and say login required. Okay, so this login required will actually take the login URL. Okay, so that means when the user is logged out and when he tries to go to the dashboard view, where should we send him, or what is the URL pattern of our login form? Okay, so that is actually the let me see the login name. Yeah, here it is. This is the one. Okay, if he tries to go to the dashboard when he is logged out, then we should force him to go to this login page. Okay, so let's put this login here. All right, now save the file. Now let's refresh this page. See, make sure you are logged out now, and let's try to refresh this page. And here you can see we are being forced to log in. Okay, you can see this is actually saying go to the login page and next go to dashboard. All right, so if you want to try that again, just say dashboard, and because you are logged out, you are not allowed to go to the dashboard. Okay, so now if you log in, and let me log in as editor, and I can actually now see the dashboard. You know what, when I click on this login, should be going to this dashboard, not the home page, right? Let me quickly fix that. Where is my login function? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so instead of redirecting the user to home, let's say dashboard. All right, let me log in again, editor1 and login. Okay, so I am redirected to this dashboard. Okay, so that's about the login required view, and in the next one we will actually work on this categories. Okay, when I click on this categories, all the categories should be listed, and with those categories we also need to edit, delete, add the new category as well. All right, we'll see that in the next one. All right, welcome back. Let's first set up the URL patterns for this categories. Okay, so now let's actually go to the urls.py here. All right. So our URL pattern should be like this: domain name, dashboard, and / categories. Okay. So this will be our URL pattern. Okay. So let's go to this urls.py, and here we'll say path. Anybody who comes to this categories / let's create corresponding views to that. Let's say categories. Name will be categories. All right, name will be categories, and then save this file, and we'll go ahead and create the function which is categories. All right, views.py dashboard app. Okay, so then we need to do, we need to say define categories. It will take the request, and then it will return and render the request with the categories.html. All right, inside the dashboard folder we'll create a file called categories.html. all right, let me copy this one, and we'll save the file, and inside here templates dashboard folder we'll create a new file, and the name it as categories.html. so now I'll quickly check if that works or not. Categories. All right, so this page is working, and next we will extend the base template. Extends base.html, and then block content and end block. Okay, so this is actually the boilerplate end block. Perfect. Refresh, and we have this header and footer. All right, let me take you to the dashboard and see what should happen is this sidebar should be on the left side in this categories tab as well. And you know what, this categories should be clickable, right? Before that, what we should do is we should actually put the code, right? We should put the code of this left sidebar. All right, so it is in the dashboard.html, and we'll go to the dashboard.html, and this step is actually you should be careful while doing this. So what we'll actually do is we'll take up the sidebar, because this sidebar will be on every pages, because in here we have the dashboard, right? We also have the categories page, and we also have the add category page. We also have the edit category page and blog post page and edit blog post page. All of those pages will be having the sidebar as it is. Okay, only the right side content will change. Okay, so that's why we actually use a sidebar. All right, so what we can do is we can actually take out the sidebar and put it in a new page. Okay, so if you don't want to put the sidebar separately, then let me show you what happens. So see, we have all the code here, right? So the category, we have created this block content, and after this block content we have this row, right? So we will copy all the row here. We'll copy this. If from dashboard.html I have copied all the code, and I'm putting it inside this categories.html. okay, save this file and see, this is actually the right side, right? So on the right side I don't need this one, this category count and block count, but still let's see how it looks. Categories, we'll go to dashboard / categories. See, in here we are still seeing what we see in the dashboard, right? Okay, so this should be linked properly. Let me quickly link them. In the dashboard.html, when I click on this dashboard, the href should be the URL of dashboard. Okay, and this one will be the URL of categories. See, we have the sidebar 2 times, right? So that's why here I have changed this href, and again I'll have to change the href here. Okay, so that is the problem. If I have like many pages, then I'll have to again and again do the same thing. Okay, so let me change this for now. Okay, now refresh, and I'm inside the dashboard now. And when I click on this categories, so I have redirected to the categories, but in the categories I don't want this one now. I want the table. Okay, I want the table, but before that I will take out the code of the sidebar, because I only want the sidebar once. All right, so that's why what I'll do is inside this dashboard I'll create a new file and call it as sidebar.html. Okay, I'll call it as sidebar.html. So inside the sidebar.html I will cut this sidebar. Okay, so this is the sidebar. Okay, I'm inside the categories.html, and I'm going to you know what, I'll go to no matter what, where you go, of course I'll start with this dashboard.html. I will cut this sidebar. Okay, I'll cut this sidebar, and I'll say load the sidebar here. Okay, I'll cut this sidebar and put the sidebar code inside this sidebar.html. Okay, save this file. Now here inside this categories.html also I don't want this code. Okay, I'll again say load the sidebar here, load the sidebar here. Okay, now essentially what we should do is we want this sidebar.html to be loaded here in this place. Okay, and inside this dashboard also we want this sidebar code to be loaded here. Okay, so how to load that? We have this sidebar.html. We can simply say include space this sidebar path, okay, which is dashboard folder / okay, this is dashboard / sidebar.html. okay, so when you include this sidebar here, then while rendering the HTML page on the front end, this page, the sidebar.html will load in this place. Okay, the same code I'll copy from this dashboard.html to this categories.html. okay, so we just need to do this one. Now if you refresh this page, you don't see anything here, but this sidebar itself is actually loading from this sidebar.html. all right, now if you want to edit anything here, okay, then you can simply edit post test. Okay, you can simply edit in the sidebar.html and it will be applied to all of the pages. See, this post test is edited in this categories page, and even if you go to the dashboard, this is the same. Okay, so that's why this is very useful when you have multiple pages. Okay, in fact, when you have the multiple tabs, then when I click on this categories, this dashboard is currently highlighted, right? So when I click on this categories, the categories should be highlighted, okay, on the with this background color. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So how to do that is actually from the sidebar.html. all right, so here we have the class navlink text dark bg warning. So this bg warning is actually the yellow color, right? So this bg warning should only be applied when you are inside the dashboard. Okay, so when you are inside the categories, then this bg warning should be applied to this categories, not the dashboard. Okay, so this bg warning is currently static. Now we want this to be dynamic based on where we are. Currently we are inside the categories tab, right? So that's why the bg warning should be applied here. So let's do that. For the dashboard, I will delete this, and here, okay, put the tag, and we'll say if open a single quotation and open this / dashboard / okay. If dashboard is equal to request.path, okay, if dashboard is equal to request.path, then this is considered as we are inside the dashboard page. So at that time we'll send the BG warning, okay, and then end if, okay. So that means if we are inside the dashboard, okay, we only have the dashboard because you see we have this equal sign, right? So if we have this one inside the path, then this means that we are inside the dashboard. Then we apply a BG warning. Now let's go to this one. Okay, now you see you don't see any BG warning here because dashboard is not active now. The categories is active. Okay, so now let's handle this for the categories. Here on the categories, after this text dark, we'll again put the condition if open single quotation and / if categories / in request.path. okay, you see the difference here. If dashboard is equal to request.path, that is because if we have only the categories here, I mean only the dashboard here, okay, there is nothing, that is the request.path is equal to dashboard, then the dashboard is active. And if we have the categories in request.path anywhere inside here, anywhere inside in this path, then that means that the categories is active. All right, if categories in request.path, then we'll say BG warning, we'll apply BG warning, and then end if, save the file. Now refresh this page. Now you can see categories is active now. When I go to the dashboard is active. Go to categories is active. All right, so now on the right side we don't want this. On the right side we need the table, so that's why we'll go to the categories.html. So we will get rid of this right side content. Of course we will keep this call md9, and after that we have this row, right? So this row we will delete. All right, so this is the main row and this is the call md9 row. Save this file, and okay, so now the categories right side is blank, and this is the dashboard categories. Okay, perfect. And in the next one we'll make the table on the right side. In this one, on the categories right side, we'll display the table with all the categories. Okay, so currently I'm logged in as the editor. Okay, so if you want to see that, you can simply display it here, okay, on the dashboard. Let me quickly do that before I move forward. Okay, so because every time I'm thinking of as whom I have logged in. Okay, so that's why I just want to print it here, span tag and logged in as user. Okay, simply this user object is available everywhere on the template. Okay, so it is coming here. Let me cut this and I'll put it above this row. Now refresh. Okay, so logged in as editor 1. Okay, so this editor 1 can be inside the bold tag. So I'm logged in as editor 1. Okay, so on the right side, we'll go to the bootstrap tables. So go to the bootstrap tables, and here you see different kinds of table examples. Okay, so I personally like the hover one, so I'll go to the table. Okay, hoverable rows. Okay, so like this kind of. Okay, I'll copy this table. Okay, I'll copy this code and I'll go to the categories.html. Okay, so here I'll paste it. All right, let's refresh. Okay, so I have this table here. So this is a static table, and after this call md9, I'll print h2 tag and I'll say all categories. Okay, and then this will be the serial number, and this can be the category name. Okay, so the table heading is category name, and this will be created at and updated at, and then we need one more th. Okay, one more th with the action. Okay, edit, delete or something. Okay, refresh. All right, all categories. Instead of h2, I'll make it h3. Okay, I have put to h1, right? So that's why it looks very big. Okay, all categories. Category name, created at, updated at, and action. Okay, I'll delete these static entries. I don't need this scope, call and all. I'll remove this extra elements, I mean the attributes. Simple th is enough. Okay, this cannot be th, it should be td. Okay, td. This will be the for loop counter, and this will be, okay, let this be like this. We will delete this tr, and we will delete this tr as well. Okay, so now we have single data, and you know what, the categories are actually inside the context dictionary, right? Let me show that to you again. Context dictionary, we are taking the categories and returning this dictionary. So that's why we don't need to actually go to this dashboard views and categories and take out the categories from the database. It is already there inside the context. So that's why for the categories, we can simply loop through the categories. Okay, like this. We don't need to explicitly pass the categories to this categories.html and do all those stuff. Okay, categories is already coming from the context processor, so that's why we used it in the context processor. Okay, so let's say for cat in categories, you make sure the for loop should be above this tr. Okay, and it should be ended just below this closing tr tag, end for. All right, so at this point, instead of this one, we will print the for loop counter. Okay, for loop counter, so it will print 1 2 3 and so on. And instead of this mark the category name, right, we can simply print a cat. Okay, we can simply print cat because the string representation of the object is category name. So we'll say cat dot created at, and then cat dot updated at. All right, refresh. Okay, so you see I have like 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, 6 categories, and this is the created at and updated at, and here on the action we'll print delete icon and edit icon. So let's see if we have the font awesome loading here. I think we don't have any font awesome here, so I'll go to font awesome. First need to take the font awesome CDN. Font awesome, it actually provides the icons. Okay, so okay, I'll go to this W3 schools. Okay, font awesome intro, and here I have the link, right? So this link font awesome icons, adding the following line inside the head section of your HTML page. So this is the CDN that we need to put inside our base.html in order to use the font awesome icons. Okay, in the base.html, just above this head tag. Okay, so this font awesome CDN is included in our base.html, and then now we can use the font awesome icons like this. Okay, now if you say edit icon, let's say font awesome edit icon. Okay, edit icon. Okay, yeah, you can see this one. Okay, just click on this and it will get copied, and we'll go to categories. Yeah, categories.html, and here we'll make td, and we'll put this like this. Okay, I tag with the class FAS FA edit. I think this FAS will not work. Okay, so this is not working because the font awesome version we have included is 4.7. FAS will only take FA. I mean this 4.7 will only take FA class. Now refresh. Okay, so we have the edit icon. The same way we will put the delete icon. So copy this and paste it here, and instead of this edit, I'll say trash. Okay, so this FA trash is the icon for delete. Okay, so here we'll give one space, so that is put ampersand NBSP. Okay, NBSP, that's enough. Refresh. Okay, so when I click on this edit, this category should be edited, and you know what, I'll change the color quickly. So this icon color we can set as text success, or this one, text danger. Yeah, this trash can is actually danger color, which is red. Okay, I think this is enough. Okay, and you know what, this icon should be clickable, which means this icon should be inside the A tag, right? So I forgot to do that. I'll cut this and I'll put an A tag, and I'll put the icon inside this anchor tag. Okay, so that we can make it clickable when we create the edit URL pattern. Okay, so the same way I'll cut this, I'll put A tag and put that icon inside this anchor tag. All right, now let's refresh, and now if you hover your mouse, then this icon is clickable. Okay, so that's how you do the categories table, and in the next one we'll talk about adding the new category. Okay, in this video, let's start working on add category functionality. So as always, we first need to start with creating the URL pattern. Okay, so we'll go to the dashboards, dashboards app, and go to the urls.py. So here what we are going to do is we need to create a URL pattern for adding the category, which will be like categories/add. Okay, categories/add, and make sure you put the comma here. Okay, so this will be the pattern, and we'll say views. Okay, views dot add category, add_category, and next the name will be add_category. Okay, so the path will be this categories/add views dot add category, which will be the function, and this is the add category name. All right, so now let's go ahead and create the views inside this views.py. So here we'll create a function, and it will take a request. So let's return render request comma dashboard / add category.html. Okay, add category.html, and let's save this file. So inside this templates dashboard, we'll create a new file and we'll name it as add category .html, and of course we will extend the base template, extends base.html, and then we'll open the block content, and let us end the block, end block. All right, now let's try to put the add here, because that is what the URL path, right? So we are able to see the base template here, and here we need to make the design. So of course we don't need to do much about the design because we already have the design here, right? So what we'll do is we'll copy the row. Okay, we'll copy this row and including this one. All right, we'll copy this div class row and put it here. All right, so this will be the sidebar and all categories. So this will not be the all category, so this will be add new category. Okay, add new category. This is actually the right side. All right, and the table we don't need. Okay, so we will remove this table. Remove this table. All right, let's see how it looks. All right, so this is a dashboard, all categories, and when I click on this add button, okay, we need add button here, right? We need the add category or add new button. So let's go to the categories.html because that's where we need the add button. All right, here we'll create a add button. So in this categories.html, what I'll do is I'll actually on the right side, right? So okay, so here I'll create a tag and with the class btn space btn dark. Okay, btn space btn dark, and text could be light, and this will be add new. Okay, add new. Let's see how it looks. Refresh the page. Okay, so I want this button to be on the right side, so for that reason I'll make it float right. Okay, float right, and margin bottom 2. Okay, refresh. All right, so now I want this button to be clickable, so for that I'll link the add category URL. Okay, so here I'll say URL space what is the name of our URLs, which is this one, add category. So this add category will go here. Now I want to click on add new, and I'm going to the add new category page. All right, so here in this page I'm going to render the form. Okay, so I'll go to this add category.html. all right, so after this I'll open a form tag. And the action will be add category URL add underscore category, and then post, right? Method will be post, and what else? Of course we need to load CSRF token, and then we need a button. We don't have the form yet. Okay, we'll create a form, but we'll just make all these things ready. Okay, so type will be submit, and it will be button, right? So class btn space btn warning. All right, the button name will be submit. Okay, so now refresh. All right, we have the button, and now we want to load the form. Okay, so to load the form, we of course need to create the model form, right? So inside this dashboards, dashboards app, we'll create a forms module, forms.py. So here we'll create a forms module, and here of course we are going to use the model form, right? So inside our category model, we only have one field, which is a category name, right? So let's say from Django import forms. Okay, from Django import forms, and let's create a form which is a category form, which will extend forms.model form, forms.model form, and we have already created some model form in the previous lectures also, right? So this is just a very basic form. All right, so once you create the category form, next thing you need to do is you need to create a class meta. Okay, so class meta will take the model, which is the category. Okay, is the category, and the category model should be coming from blocks dot models import category, right? We have a app blocks, right? So inside this models.py we have the category model. All right, so now that we have the model, and then we need to provide the fields. Of course, editable fields are only one category name field. All right, so I'll simply say all. Okay, so now I have the form ready. Okay, so now this form should be rendered here. Okay, this form should be rendered here. What I'll do is I will go to the views. Okay, so here in this add category function, I will initialize the form. Form is equal to category form. Okay, so category form should be imported, which is from dashboards dot, I don't need to say it from dashboards. Okay, it can be from dot forms import category form. Okay, I have initialized this form, and I will put that inside the context form :form, and then pass this context inside the add category.html. Okay, that's all. So now we have the access to this category form inside this add category.html, right? So we'll simply load the form. Okay, we'll simply load the form, and now if you refresh, now you can see we have this category name field. Okay, so let's make this a little bit cleaner. We'll load the crispy forms tags. Okay, so here we'll say load crispy forms tag. Okay, tags. Now we can put the filter crispy here. All right, refresh. Okay, perfect. So we'll give one space after this button. We can simply add one br, and then we'll say style is equal to width maybe 500 pixel. Okay, so now this form is not functional right now, because this is just a get request, right? Now when I click on this submit, this form should be submitted into this add category view, which is this one. Okay, with the post request. Right now here in this add category function, we need to handle the post request with the data. Okay, so we'll handle that in the next one. Okay, now when I click on this submit button, the category should be added in our database. Okay, so this is going to be very simple, because we only have one field, right? That is a category name, and created it and updated it will be updated automatically. All right, so let's see the action, right? So in the action we have this add category with the method post, All right, when I click on this submit button, the post method is going to be submitted into this add category function. Okay, so here let's first see whether we are getting the post request or not, right? If request dot method is equal to post, then we will take the form with the data. Okay, so let's say category form, and inside this category form we'll need, okay, it should be form is equal to, okay, category form with the request dot post. All right, now we have the form with the data, and if this form is valid, then we are going to save this form. That's all. Okay, so form dot is valid, then form dot save. Okay, so at this point we can return him to the categories list page. Okay, return redirect to the categories, return redirect to categories, and this redirect should be coming from Django shortcuts, import redirect. Okay, that's all. All right, now let's see if that is working. So here let's try to add a test category, and let's click on the submit. Okay, so test category is getting added. Okay, so yeah, let's try to add another one. Yeah, okay, so this is how we add the categories. Okay, if you want to see these categories upside down, you can simply go to this where is it, from here, right, context processors. You can add the order by clause. Okay, so based on the based on the created at or updated at. Okay. So yeah, and the next one will start working on this edit category and delete category. Okay, so in this video, let's quickly make the edit functionality for this categories. All right, so first of all, let's start with the urls.py, which is here. Let me collapse all these things. Okay, so inside this dashboards app, let's copy this and put a comma and paste it here. So the URL pattern will be edit this time, and for which data to edit, we need the integer value or the primary key, right? So that's why we'll set int :pk and /. All right, so we are taking the primary key to edit a specific object or a data. All right, so this will be edit category and the name will be edit category. All right, now save the file and let's create a function, define edit category. So it will take a request and primary key, because we are taking the integer value primary key, right? We want to know on which data we want to make the edit operation, right? So that's why we need the primary key, and then return render request comma dashboard / edit edit underscore category .html. Let's quickly go to this templates and dashboards. We have this add category.html, right? So we'll copy this. Okay, Control C, Control V. Okay, just clone this add category.html. Control C, Control V. All right, so we got this add category copy.html. Okay, so this is the original add category and this is the cloned copy. All right, so now the only thing that we need to do is we just need to say a rename, and let's say edit underscore category. Okay, so inside this edit category we have everything. The only thing that you need to update it, this one, instead of this add new category, we'll say edit category. Okay, and then the form will be same, and the form action will be now edit. Okay, so the edit category will also take the primary key, right? So here we need to pass the dynamic primary key. So I'll show you how to do that later. All right, and then for now, for the time being, I'll remove this, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, so let's go to edit /1 or something. Okay, so this is just a static number I just put now. So the dynamic should be when I click on this edit icon, it should go to edit page. Okay, so I'll fix that in the categories.html here, right? So this is the edit icon. So here what I need to do is I need to say URL space edit_category. Okay, and pass the cat.id. We have looping to the categories, right? So this cat.id is available. Cat dot, just set cat.id. Now refresh the page and you can see, click on here and it is taking you to 2, and click here, it is taking you to 6. All right, now here we need to load the form. Okay, load the edit form, and let me close this in this views.py, right? So here first thing that is form is equal to category form is equal to category form, and we'll put that form inside the context. Form colon form, and pass this context here. Context. All right. Now that we have passed the form, this form is already printed here, right? We can refresh this page and you see the category form. Okay, so when I click on this icon, this category form is being printed here, but this is a blank field, right? So that's why I want this health or the category name should be populated automatically. So that is actually the instance, right? We just need to pass the instance of a category to this form, then we can see the existing data. All right, so how to do that? We know the primary key now, so using this primary key we can take the category. Okay, so we can take the category using this primary key, which will be get object or 404. Okay, we'll pass the category comma pk equal to pk. All right, let me quickly import this from Django.shortcuts, import get object of 404. Make sure you import this one. All right, now that we have the category, we can simply pass this instance. Okay, instance is equal to this category object. Now save the file and refresh this. Okay, here you see health. Now if you go to the sports and click on this edit icon, you can see sports is here. Okay, the same way science is here. Okay, so now we have the object taken from the database, right? So we will pass this category to the context. Okay, we'll pass this category to the context so that this category object will be available inside this edit category.html. All right, because we need the action to be set to the proper view, right? So URL space edit category, and now that we have the access to the category object here, because we have passed here, right? So that's why we will get the category.id. all right, because only this edit category will not work if you don't put the id, because in the urls.py we are accepting the primary key, right? So that's why we must put the primary key here, id. All right, okay, now when I click on this submit button, this edit category should be triggered and with the post request. All right, and we'll handle the post request. Now we have taken the category object and we'll now go to touch this one. Okay, after this category, we'll say if request dot method is equal to post. All right, and if it is post, then we'll take form data. Okay, so we'll say category form. It is coming with the request dot post. All right. Okay, form is equal to, okay, I'm making this mistake. Form is equal to category form with the request dot post. All right, so with this request dot post, what we'll have, we will be having the value that we are writing newly here. Okay, so that's what we are accepting with the request dot post. And we also want to know what was the existing instance, or what was the existing value we had in this category form, right? So that we'll get using instance. Okay, instance is equal to category. Okay, so this was the existing thing that we had. All right, so that's why we are passing the new, we are taking the new value and the existing value. Okay, save this. Now if this form is valid, form dot is valid, if form dot is valid, then we simply save this form. Okay, once that is saved, then we will redirect the user to categories table. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it. Let's try to edit that science. Okay, science test submit. Okay, science test, yeah, here you can see this has got updated. And let's make this test category something different. We'll say update submit. Okay, so the edit functionality is working fine. All right, so yeah, in the next one we'll quickly handle the delete functionality. All right, in this video, let's make the delete category functionality. So here we'll quickly make the URL pattern. I'll copy this edit category path, and instead of this edit, I'll make it delete. Okay, delete, and the remaining thing will remain same. And then instead of this edit, I'll make it delete, and it will also take the primary key. And then this view name will be delete category, and then this name will be delete category. Okay, so now let's make the function delete category. Define delete category. It will take request comma primary key. Okay, so delete category is going to be very simple because it doesn't need any kind of HTML template or anything like that. Okay, we just take out the object from the database and just delete it. That's all. Okay, so simply take the category. Category is equal to get object or 404. All right, get object of 404, and the category comma pk is equal to the pk that we are bringing with the URL pattern. Okay, so once we have this category, we will simply delete it. Okay, how to delete it? Category object dot delete function. Okay, so once that is deleted, then simply say return redirect to categories. All right, so that's all. Refresh. Okay, so when I click on this button, it should be working. It should be deleting the object. Where is this? Yeah, here, categories, right? We have this trash icon. Okay, so here I'll say URL space delete category, and we'll pass the ID, cat.id. Okay, refresh. and just try to delete some test categories. Okay, so I'll delete this test category update. Okay, so you see that category is deleted and this is deleted, right? So if I want to edit this science test, and I'll make it science again, submit. Yeah. Okay, so this is how we make the CRUD operations. Okay, so this is about the category, and category only had one field, right? But in the next one we'll be working on the post. Okay, so the post will have multiple fields, right? So it will be more interesting. Okay, so that's about categories, and you know what, I'll just rename it to post. Okay, so in the sidebar I'll remove this test. Okay, so we'll still have to see about the permissions and groups, but we'll do everything step by step. Okay, so this is about the categories CRUD functionality. In the next one we'll push the code to the GitHub. Okay, we are done with the category CRUD functionality, so we'll push the code to the GitHub. Okay, so I'll say git add -a git commit -m category functionality, category CRUD functionality. All right, let's say git push origin main. Oh, I'm sorry, it should be main. All right, thank you. Hey, welcome back. In the previous section we made the category CRUD functionality. It was pretty simple and straightforward. In this section I want to take this complexity level of this CRUD operation to the next level by building the blog post CRUD operations. It will be pretty much same as the category CRUD operations that we did, and we are still going to use those is valid function and all that. But because this blog model has more custom fields in the database, we will be facing more challenges, perhaps errors, while making this functionality. So this section is going to be more interesting and challenging. All right. So going forward, we will make the add post, edit post, and delete post functionalities in this section. With that said, let's start making the URL pattern, because the first thing that we do is creating a URL pattern. All right. So let's go to the dashboard app. Okay, so here in this dashboards app, okay, first of all let me collapse all this. Okay, I'll open again. All right, so inside this dashboards, let's go to the urls.py. all right, so this is actually the category CRUD. Okay, and this will be blog post CRUD. Okay, so here we will create a path. Let's put a comma here, and first we will list down all the posts. Okay, so after that views dot post. All right, and then name will be posts. Okay, so this is one URL pattern, and let's quickly create the function for this. Define function post, and it will take request, and in this a post we will actually return all the post. All right, so first of all we will return render the HTML page, return render request comma dashboards. Right, inside the templates the folder name is dashboard. Okay, dashboard / posts.html. okay, dashboard / post.html. This will be the list of post, same as the way that we have listed down all the categories, right? So we need the table. For that table, what we can do is we can simply clone this categories.html. okay, so simply copy and paste, Control C Control V, or Command C Command V. Okay, so we have cloned this categories copy.html, and you know what, we should rename this. Okay, we should rename this to post.html. All right, so now that we have the post endpoint, we can simply go to post. Okay, instead of category, just say post. All right, so in the posts also you are seeing the same thing, because categories are coming from the context dictionary, and this HTML content is already there from this categories.html to post.html. So here what we need to do, instead of all categories, see I'm inside this post.html. okay, you can close this categories.html. okay, so here we'll say all posts. okay, all posts, and when you refresh you see all posts. okay, before I do anything to this table, I want this post to be highlighted just like this, okay, with the yellow background, and I want this post side, the link to be clicked. All right, so let's go to the sidebar. Where is this? Yeah, here it is. okay, so here we have just created the post URL, right? So I can use this here, URL space posts, and save. Now this post is clickable, and then what I want to do is I want to add the class BG warning, right? So simply copy this, copy, and add this if condition here, paste. okay, so if this time it is not categories, this time it will be this endpoint, okay, posts. You remove this, put posts. all right, if post in request.path, then we can say BG warning. all right, let's see if that works. Currently we are inside the categories, and when you click on this post, and here you can see it is working. okay, dashboard, categories, and post. okay, at this point what we need to do, we need to actually list down all the posts here. okay, so let's go back to here, and you know what, I'll close this, and here instead of this category name I can say title. okay, why title? It is because if you go to this blogs and models.py, we have this blog, right? So inside this blog model we have the field names, right? So these are the field names that we are going to print on the front end. okay, so in the category model we had only one field with the created at and updated at, right? So that's why I had category name and create updated. But this one is a little bit bigger model, so that's why we need a couple of field names. okay, so I have put this title, and you don't need to display the slug. okay, instead we can display category. okay, title, remove this created at, put the category. okay, and then we want the author to be printed, author, and this is actually the table head. okay, so this is the one that we are writing. okay, so this is a static thing, and author is done, and after that we don't want to put the featured image on the table. We don't even need this short description and a blog body. okay, we want the status and is featured. all right, I'll create a new th, and I'll say status. okay, whether this blog is published or draft, and then whether it is featured or not. okay, I'll create one more th, and I'll say featured. okay, so now refresh the page. Don't worry about this data, just look at this: title, category, author, status, and featured. okay, so this will be edit and delete actions. okay, so here we want to display the data. all right, so let's go to the views. See, we are actually looping through this categories, right? So we don't need to loop to the categories, we just need to loop to the post that we are going to take from the database. okay, let's take the post. let's say blog.objects.all. okay, blog.objects.all. make sure this blog is imported here. okay, from blogs.models, import blog. okay, so this will give us all the blog objects in the database. Okay, so once we have all the objects, we can simply put that inside the context. We'll say posts, post colon posts. Okay, and then pass this context to the HTML file. Okay, now we have the access to this post inside this post.html, and instead of this for cat in categories, we can simply say for post in posts. Okay, for post, singular post in plural posts. Okay, so don't make mistakes. Okay, so this is post and this is post. For post in posts, and this will be end for, and here this will be same for loop.counter, and now you match with this thing. The second th is this title, right? So here you can say post.title. Okay, post.title, and refresh. Oh, edit category with the arguments. Okay, so what we have done here is, see, we are not passing the cat.id here because we have just removed this cat for cat in categories, right? So such a URL pattern will not work if you don't provide the ID. Okay, so for the time being, we'll delete it. So this delete category also needs the ID, right? But we don't have the ID. Okay, so now refresh. Okay, so now you see title. So these are all the titles of our post. Now let's do the same to these the headers. Next we need is category, right? So here post.title is done, and this will be post.category, post.category, and then post.author, post.author. Okay, after category we have author, right? And this will be action. Let's not touch that now. I'll create a new TD and I'll say post dot status. Okay, so once the status is done, let's say another TD, and I'll say post dot is featured. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, you can see category, author, status, and is featured. So is featured is showing true or false, right? So because in the database we have the checkbox, right? When it is checked, it means it is true. When it is not checked, it means it is false. All right, and then okay, so this is actions. Okay, and this much data is enough in the table. All right, so next what we need to do is we need to actually add the blog post from here. Okay, so we'll see that in the next one. Okay, in this one, let's make the add new post functionality. When I click on this add new, the new post should be added or the form should be populated. All right, so let's go to the forms.py, which is inside dashboards and forms. Let's create a new form now. Okay, so this will be the new model form, which is blog form or blog post form. Blog post form. It will extend forms.modelForm. Okay, forms.modelForm, and same as what we do for other model forms, we need the class meta, right? So in the class meta we put the model is equal to blog. Okay, so this block should be imported from blocks.models. Okay, so make sure you import this here. All right, and fields. Okay, fields will actually be it will not be all, but I'll show you adding all the fields. Okay, and I'll also show you why we should not use all fields. Okay, so for now just add __ all. All right, and then in the you know what, we first need to create the add post URL pattern. It will be add post, not like this. I'll say post /add. Okay, and then views dot add post, and command name will be add post. Okay, so we have the URL pattern ready, and we'll create the new function define add post request return render request comma dashboard /add post .html. Okay, so this is same as what we did here while adding the category, right? Dashboard /add category.html. So that means we can actually clone the add category.html. All right, let's copy and paste it here. Okay, so rename this add category to add post.html. All right, so let me close this. Okay, so refresh the page, and you know what, I want this button to be functional. For that, I'll go to post.html, and I will change the link, which will be add post. Save the file and refresh. Click on this add new, and it is taking you to the post /add. Okay, so here we need to change a couple of things. First thing, we want this to be add new post. Okay, add new post or add new blog post, and this action, all right, let's remove this action. We'll do step by step. Okay, and so let's refresh and add new. So when I hit this URL endpoint, my add post form should be printed here. Okay, so for that, we have already created the forms, right? We have created this blog post form, right? So that blog post form we can print there. Okay, form is equal to blog post form. Okay, blog post form. Import this from .forms, import blog post form. Okay, make sure you import this blog post form. Okay, so we have the blog post form. We can put that form inside the context. Okay, form : form, just so that we can at least initialize the form inside the HTML page. Put the context. Save. Okay, now at this moment you refresh the page, and this is the add new post form, and this form contains all the fields. Okay, this form contains all the fields. So as I said before, while we were creating the forms.py, I said that we should not use __all, or we should not use all the fields, right? That's because this is the editor, this guy is who is logged in, right? So he's not a super admin. Okay, he is the editor. He should not be given the authority to select the author here. Okay, the author is always the editor who is writing the post. Okay, so this one we should remove. We don't need this. You understand? Why I'm saying is, see, this guy is actually writing the blog post. Okay, so if he is writing the blog post, that means that we should automatically assign the author to the person who is actually writing the post, right? So if you give this authority to this editor, so what he can do is he can write any post, upload any image, and he can even assign this post to be somebody else's, right? If he assign this to be Django admin, then on the front end, what we see here will be the post was written by Django, but the thing is, the post was written by this particular user, the person who is logged in. Okay, if you go to the dashboard, you can see editor 1, right? So this editor 1 should be automatically assigned to this post object. Okay, so that's the reason we should not put this author here. Okay, and same way we should not put this slug field, because slug we should generate automatically. okay, because slug is something technical thing, so the editor can be, or editor might be, a non-technical person, okay, so he may put something else here and just save the file, okay, so that should not be the case. So that's why this slug and the author should be assigned programmatically, okay. We will handle this slug and author from the backend, from the code, okay. And remaining thing, of course, he can select the category, he can upload the featured image, and he can add the blog body and all that, okay. So the only thing is we should not put all here. Instead, we will specifically take the field names, okay. So how to do that? So let's let's go to the forms, okay. So in this forms, we will remove this all, okay. So instead of this all, open a parenthesis and let's say title, okay. A title should be edited, and then the category should also be edited, right? So let me go to the blog model, okay. So title should be edited and the category should be edited, title comma category, and this author should not be edited, okay. So we will handle this author and this slug from the code, but for now just add title, category, and featured image should be edited, okay. Featured image the editor can upload, and the short description, he can upload the short description, and he can also upload the blog body, and he can also change the status, okay. And he can also set whether the post is featured or not, okay, is featured, okay. Only these fields need to be edited from this editor dashboard. Now refresh this. Now you see the slug field and the author field is not there, okay. So this is actually for the security purpose, okay. I hope you understood why I am not using author and slug fields in this dashboard. All right. So if you have any doubts, or if you have any particular question regarding this functionality, just let me know in the comment section or the Q&A section. All right. So yeah, that's about rendering the form. And last thing I want to do is I just want this form to be full width. In the add post, I'll remove this style, okay, style width, refresh, okay. So yeah, this is it for this video, and in the next one we will handle the post request. What should happen when we click on this submit button? Okay, this is where our code becomes interesting. When I click on this submit button, the form should be submitted to the add post function, okay. So let's go to the form first and make sure we have the action or not, right? So we had removed the action attribute, so it should be submitted to add post function, okay. So it will go to add post and the method will be post, and we will receive the post request here. We'll first check if the method, if the request method is post or not. If request.method is equal to post, then what we'll do, we will take the form with the form data, okay. Form is equal to blog post form, and we'll also take the request post, okay. So in this request post, we will be having all the data he is entering here, okay. So all the data he is entering here will be inside this request.post. So if you want to reconfirm that, you can see here inside this add category, we are using a request.post, okay. So the same way, while adding the new data to the form, we should take request.post. All right. So all the title, category, everything will be inside the request.post. Okay. Now, next, what we should do, we should say if form dot is valid, okay. We first need to check if the form is valid or not, okay. For any reason, if the form is not valid, the form should not be submitted. Okay, so in case if the form is valid, what we'll do is we will say form dot save. Okay, we'll say form dot save and return redirect to posts. So when the form is saved, we should redirect the user to the post page, all post page. Okay, so this is actually the basic usage of the form. Okay, so now let's see if this form is valid or not. Okay, so if this form is valid, of course this form will get saved and the data will be visible inside our blog post backend. Okay, so of course on the front end also we can see here. All right, now let's click on this add new and let's try to say test blog, and I'll add the category health. I'll add a image, and then I'll add short description, blog body, and I'll set the status to published and is featured. Okay, so click on submit. And you see we are not redirecting to the post page because this statement is not running. Okay, so that means we have some error in the form. Okay, so let's see what exactly is the error now. So if the form is valid, of course this form will get saved. Right now we have the error inside our form. Okay, because this did not work at all. Okay, if you want to confirm that, go to blocks and see the data has not been added, right? So let's see what is this happening here. So if form dot is valid and valid, we have this code. What if it is not valid? Let's say maybe we can say print form is not valid or form is invalid. Okay, so here we can say if the form is valid, we can simply say print form is valid. Okay, so with this form is invalid, I will also print what exactly is the error. Okay, I'll also print what exactly is the error, which is form dot errors. Okay, form dot plural errors. Okay, form dot errors. So if you print this form dot errors, you will see in the console what exactly is the problem with the form. Okay, now refresh. Okay, let me go here, add new, and I'll again add the title, add the technology, the category, and I'll add one image and short description, blog body. Okay, I'm adding everything, but still my data is not getting stored. Right now let's see the console, and in the console you see form is invalid. That means this statement, this line number 74 is being triggered. Okay, so form is invalid, you see this, and after that we have printed form dot errors, right? So this form dot error is saying featured image, this field is required even though we have uploaded one image, remember. Okay, but still our form did not take it. Okay, it is still asking us to upload the featured image. Okay, so that could be the problem. See, one thing you should always remember, whenever you upload any image in the Django model form, two things you have to do. Okay, remember two things. One, your form should contain encoding type. Okay, in the form you see here add post.html. So we do this action and we put this method post if this form contains any of the file field, image field or PDF field or anything like that. Okay, so any file field, then the first thing that you need to do is you should add the enc type attribute. Okay, enc type is equal to multi-part form data. Okay, so this is the first thing that you need to do whenever you have any type of file field like this in your form. Okay, file field. So this is one thing. Okay, and next, once this is done, in your views we are taking the form data inside this blog post form request.post. Okay, request.post will always contain the data which are coming from these fields. Okay, character field, text field, or the choice field, all these things. Okay, boolean field, all that. But when it comes to the file field, your file will go inside request.files. Request.files. Okay, so two things you have to do. The first thing, in your form, enc type multipart form data should be added, and next in your post form you should actually pass request.files. Okay, your file is actually coming from this request.files. Okay, your file will not be inside this request.post. Okay, so these two things you should always remember when you upload any kind of files. Okay, now let's see if that works or not. Let's refresh the page and let's say maybe test, add any category, add any file. Okay, and we'll add short description and blog body and set it to published and submit. All right, now we got another error. Okay, which is not null constraint failed, blocks underscore blog author ID. So what this is saying is, we have the field called author, but in the form we don't have any data for the author, right? But this author field is a required field. It is not an optional field. Okay, so whenever you store any object, all the required should be filled up. Okay, if you don't store anything inside this slug field, you're not going to get error, because blank is equal to true. This means no matter you add any data to this slug or not. Okay, so it is blank, it is optional field. But in case of this author, it is not an optional field, it is a required field. Okay, so in that case what we should do is, we should put the value to the author before we save this object. Okay, before we save this form, we should add the value to our author field. Okay, so how to add that? See, if the form is valid, then what we do is, let's take out this print. What we do is, we want to add the custom data to this form. Okay, so in that case we should actually say, before we run this form.save, we usually say post. We take the post object. Okay, so form.save, but we are not saving this form yet, we are temporarily saving it. Okay, we should pass commit equal to false. Okay, so this commit equals to false will actually give us the model object, which is post. Okay, so I'll put the comment temporarily saving the form. Okay, so when we save this form temporarily, we can add more custom data to this object, because we have got this object, right? Post object. Now inside the post object, what we get? Post dot author. Okay, inside the post object, we of course will get the author field, right? To this author field, who is the author? The person who has been logged in, the person who is writing the blog. Okay, so of course he is the request.user. Okay, who is request.user? The person who is logged in and writing the post. Okay, so post.author equal to request.user. Okay, so now we have assigned the author field to the logged in user. Then we can go ahead and save this form. Okay, we'll save this object. Instead of this form.save, we'll say post.save. Okay, so now save the file. Now let's go ahead and try it. Title, I'll put some title, and I'll add I'll add the image short description, blog body, draft or publish, submit. Okay, now you can see we have successfully added the blog in our database. So this is the one that I added. So if you notice here, we have automatically assigned the editor 1 because I am logged in as editor 1. Okay, if I am logged in as editor 2 or somebody else, then my author will be different. Okay, editor 2 or 3. So in this case, editor 1 is whom I'm logged in. So that's why it is editor 1. And after that, let me take you to the admin panel here in the blocks. Okay, so this is the one I added it right now. But here, if you notice, our featured image is added. Okay, so this image I added and the author is assigned, right? But this slug is still blank. Okay, so we have not got any error, but in future we are going to get the error. Okay, so I'll tell you how to automatically generate the slug programmatically. So in this video, I just wanted to show you how to automatically assign the logged in user to this author field. And I also wanted to show you how to upload the images from the form. Okay, so as I said, we upload the form using this encoding type multipart form data, and next we use request.files whenever we have the file fields in our model form. Okay, so that's about adding the data. In the next video, I'll show you how to automatically generate the slug. Okay, so because slug has not been generated. Okay, so we actually need to generate the slug here. Okay, so at this stage we need to generate the slug. Okay, it will be programmatically and automatically. Okay, so we'll show that to you in the next one. Okay, so far we have added one blog post from this form. Okay, if you have already tried adding more data from this form, you might have got the error. But if you have not tried yet, I'll show you. Okay, so currently I was able to add one blog post successfully. Okay, so now if I try to add one more data, okay, one more blog post from here, let's see what happens. Okay, I'll add short description, blog post, blog body, publish, submit. Okay, now you see this unique constraint failed, blogs_blog.slug. Okay, so this is actually the very simple error. Okay, so the moment you look at this error, you should know that something is going wrong with this uniqueness. Okay, so in our blog model, the unique field is slug. Okay, unique field is slug. Why are we getting error now is because if you look at this blocks, okay, so we have the slug blank already. Okay, now we try to add this new blog. This function is not generating any kind of blog. It is again blank here. Okay, the post slug that we already have in the database has the blank slug. The post that we are creating is coming with the blank slug. Okay, so that means they both are same. Okay, we already have the blank slug in the database, and the one that we are trying to create is coming with the blank slug. Okay, so that's why they are becoming a conflict. Okay, so they should be unique. Slug should be unique. Okay, if you have slug 1, then you cannot have the slug 1 again. Okay, so they should be unique. Now this blog is of course it is not generating any slug. We are going to delete that of course, and at this point here we need to generate the slug and make it unique. Okay, we should generate the slug programmatically and make it unique. All right, so let's handle that. Now, as I said before, we have the blocks, right? So here this is called slug. Okay, so when I write any kind of title here, the slug should be generated. Okay, the same thing is applied to this one also. Okay, so let me go back and I'll try to refresh this. So when I create any kind of blog post here, if I write this is a new post, okay, if this is the new post, then the slug for this title should be auto generated. So what will be the slug now? So I'll just try to show that to you. So slug will be this one. This hyphen is hyphen a hyphen new hyphen post. Okay, so this slug should be generated. Okay, this post should be generated. Let's generate that. See, we are writing something here and we are clicking on this, and what we'll do, we will take the title and slugify it. Okay, we have a function called slugify. So if you put that title inside the slugify function, it will automatically generate and give you the slug, okay, based on what type of title you have given to that. Okay, so slugify is actually coming from Django template. Let's say from Django template dot default filters. Okay, from Django dot template dot default filters, import slugify. Okay, import slugify. Okay, so we have the slugify function now. Next, what we should do, we should actually put that title inside the slugify function, right? So how to do that? See what I'm doing here. Form dot is valid, then we are form dot save commit false, and we have saved this data. Now post dot save. After that, what we need to do, we need to actually say post dot slug. Okay, post dot slug is equal to, we are actually assigning something to this slug field, right? So here what we need to do, we should say slugify. Inside that slugify, we should put the title. Okay, but we don't have the title yet. Title is coming from the form, right, which is inside this request.post. So how to take the value of title from this request.post? Of course, I have already shown that to you in the previous sections. It is very simple. We have something called clean data, right? So let's say form dot cleaned data, form dot clean data. Okay, a square bracket and a title. This is the field name. So at this point I have the title, and I will simply pass this title inside this slugify. Okay, so now what is going to happen? So it will generate the slug based on whatever title we have given. Okay, so now post dot save, post dot save. Okay, now let's say this is a new post, and set any image. Short description, blog body, submit. Okay, we got the error. That is because we are actually saving this post object without the slug. Okay, we are assigning the slug here. Okay, before assigning the slug, we are already saving this slug. I'll show you. You might be asking, why are we saving this post object here? Okay, so I'll tell you why I'm doing that. But if you don't save this, what will happen? I'll show that to you now. I'll again add, this is a new post. Okay, this is a new post, and assign any featured image and put the short description, blog body, submit. Okay, now you can see this is a new post. The post has got added, and if you go to this blocks, and this is the one that we have created right now. Okay, so go here and you can see the slug has got generated, and let's try to add this same title again. Okay, before that I will delete this blank one. Okay, I don't need this, I'll delete it. So just try to understand this. I have already added, this is a new post title, right? I will again try to add the same title. Okay, I'll try to add the same title, which is I'll go to add new. I'll say this is a new post. Okay, this is the new post. Just make sure it is correct or not. I just want to see if that is working or not, because of course it is going to generate the same slug again and we are going to get the same error, that uniqueness error. Okay, so currently we already have the slug, which is this hyphen is hyphen new post, right? So if I add the same title again, okay, so let's see. Short description, blog body, submit, and you see I again got the same error, unique constraint failed, blogs underscore blog dot slug. Okay, so this is again telling me that you already have the slug called this one. Okay, so this slug already exists in the database, and again I am trying to add the same title, which is again generating the same slug using this slugify. So that's why it is becoming the conflict again, and it is showing the unique constraint failed error. Okay, so we must make the slug unique. Okay, whenever you add any kind of post, or even if you add this is a new post 2 times, 3 times, or 5 times, 10 times, the slug should be unique. So how to do that? For making the slug unique, we need some kind of unique key or unique thing. Okay, so that we can append the unique thing to that slug and make it unique. Okay, now the only thing that we have in our database will be the primary key. Okay, so what if we add that primary key to the end of the slug? Okay, so what will happen if you add this one? It will be like, this is a new post. Okay, so when you add this for the first time, it will become 1, and when you add second time, it will become 2. Okay, 2, see, this 1 and 2 can be anything. It is just a primary key of this particular object, post object. Okay, I'll show you how it works. Okay, now if I try to concatenate it with the primary key, see if I do this. So I hope you know the basics of Python. Of course, I'll concatenate the post.id. Okay, post.id is the only unique thing that we have, right? So if you append this post.id to this title, our slug will be unique. Every time you save the post, the slug will become unique. Okay, but the problem here is we don't have the access to the post.id here. Okay, because we have commented out this line of code. Okay, post.id will be only available when you save the data. Okay, if you don't save the data, then there is no point in expecting the id, right? Id will only get generated when the data is stored. Okay, the moment you store the data in the database, the primary key will get generated. Okay, so that's why we first save this object. Okay, the moment we save this object, we have got the post object which is in the database. Okay, so from there we can use the post.id. Okay, if you don't want to save this and try like this, then you can go ahead and try it. Okay, so I have shown you multiple possible errors in this video, so I don't want to show more error, then it will become more confusing. Okay, so if you want to see what happens if you don't save this and just go ahead and store this, okay, you'll get different error and you can experience that. But I know what error I'm going to get, so that's why I will save this post. Now here, the moment I save the object, I got the post id. Okay, I got the id and I'm appending this to this title, okay, which will be assigned to the slug. Okay, then this will become unique. Okay, now let's try. Continue. Okay, you can see this is a new post, and if you go to this blocks, and you can see the post 9 has been appended because the id is 9 here, right? Id is 9. Okay, so this one don't have any id because we had not appended any kind of primary key, but this one is the unique slug. Now let's try to add another slug. Let's try to add the same thing. This is a new post. Okay, this is a new post, and we'll put the image, short description, blog body, submit. Okay, we have 3 same post, but the slug is different. Refresh and you see 10. Okay, because the ID is 10. All right, so if you go here, and this will be 9. So that's how you generate the slug. Okay, so to make the slug unique, we have multiple ways. Okay, so this is the simplest way I found. All right, so see, I know this topic is a little bit confusing for especially for the beginners. Okay, so if you did not understand, don't worry at all, just let me know. Or if you want me to make another video of how this slug works using any other example, just let me know. Okay, I'll make that video. So this is how we create the blog post with the unique slug. Okay, slug is very important, so that's why it should always be unique. All right, so it represents your blog post. All right, we were able to add the blog post from the model form. Now in this video, let's make the edit post functionality. Okay, so as always, let's start with this urls.py. So I'll copy this path, I'll paste it. So it will be post/edit, and to which data to edit, right? So for that reason, we need the primary key. Okay, and then this will be edit post, and this name will be edit post. Okay, so next you go to views and create the edit post. Let's say define edit post function. It will take request comma primary key. Okay, and let's return render request comma dashboard / edit post.html. Okay, all right, now let's create new HTML page, which is let's clone this add post.html, Control C and Control V, and rename this edit post. Okay, edit post.html. all right, now in this edit post.html, I will, instead of this add new post, I will say edit blog post. Okay, I'll say edit blog post. Now if I go to this posts /edit /1 or 2 or 3, so for just testing, you can see I'm currently landing into edit post.html page. Okay, now in this page, I want to print this form. Okay, this form. I'll go back to edit / this number. All right, now before that, I just want to click on this edit icon. Okay, so I just don't want to type the URL here again and again, so I will click on this icon, so which is here, post.html. all right, so here inside this far edit, right, I'll say URL space edit post, and then it will take the primary key, right? Primary key is nothing but the post.id. Okay, so this will complete the URL pattern, and refresh this page. Now when I click on this edit, it is taking me to the edit 1. Now it is taking me to edit 2. Okay, now in this edit post.html, we want to display the form, right? Let's take the form, which is blog post form. Okay, we'll say form is equal to blog post form as it is. Okay, we'll just first we'll render the blank form, then we'll put the instance. Okay, so context is equal to, so these things are just basic things. Okay, you just need to do all of these things in every view. Okay, so form colon form, and then form, I mean not form, it is context. When you pass this context, and context has the form, and this edit form.html also has the form, right? So it will not be add post, it will be edit post. Oh, you know what, I'll not add it right now. Okay, I'll show you later, because we really want to pass the primary key to this action. Okay, so that's why I don't have access to the primary key in this file currently. Okay, so that's why I'll add the action later. But you see we have the form. Okay, we have the form here, and okay, I'll close this add form. All right, now at this point, if you refresh this page, here you can see blank form is coming. Okay, blank form is coming. Because this is edit page, we want the instance of the data, right? So that means when I click on this edit, the existing data should be populated here. Okay, existing data should be automatically filled up here. For that reason, what I'll do is I will pass the instance. I'll pass the instance here. Okay, what will be the instance? It will be the post instance. Okay, by primary key. Okay, by the primary key that we are getting from this URL or the GET request, we can take the post, right? So we'll say post is equal to get object or 404 blog comma pk equal to pk. So we got the post now by this primary key. Now we will say instance is equal to post. That's it. Now if you refresh, if you refresh this, you can see by default all the values are here. Okay, so if you go to a different post, you see everything is here. Okay, so this is because we are passing the instance inside the form. Okay, now when I edit something here and submit the form, then what should happen? The post request should be triggered. Okay, the post request should come to this edit post with the primary key. Okay, so how you can see the form action should be passed here. Okay, the form action will be URL space edit form. Okay, URL space edit form. This edit form, oh, not edit form, it is edit post. Okay, so this edit post will also take the ID, right? Post.id, but post.id it will take, but we don't have the access to the post here. So we will pass this post to this context. Now we have the access. Okay, now we can put the post.id here. All right. If you want to verify that, just right click and inspect. You can see the form action here. Form action dashboard post edit /1. Okay, 1 is actually the ID of this post. Okay, so next we want to click on this submit, and the post request will come to here. Okay, post request will come here, and after taking this post instance, we'll say if request dot method is equal to post. Oh, it is not ID, it is if. Okay, if request dot method is equal to post, then we will take the form is equal to blog post form, and request dot post because we want to take the newly added data from this post. Okay, so whatever we add here will be considered as a newly added thing, and but so this is the existing thing. All right, so the newly added value will be stored inside the request.post, and because we have the file field inside our blog post form, we should say request.files. Okay, request.files, and this is the edit form. Okay, we are making the edit functionality, right? So that's why we should pass the instance. Okay, instance is equal to post. So instance is nothing but the existing data. Now let's say if form dot is valid, what we'll do, first we will go to this add post, and first we will temporarily save the form. We don't need to temporarily save the form, because at the stage of adding this form, we have already assigned the author to the logged in user, right? So for that reason, we don't need the commit equal to false, and we don't need to temporarily save the file again. Okay, so author is already there, we don't want to change that. Okay, so the changing can be done from the super admin side. Okay, so the editor don't have the ability to change the author. Okay, so for that reason, we don't want to temporarily save the form. All right, we can simply say form.save. Okay, form.save. Now when the form is saved, we will take the post instance. We will get the post instance here. Okay, so here the form is saved. If you do this, post is equal to form.save, you got the post instance. Now you can assign the slug. Okay, we again need to assign the slug, because there is a chance that the editor has changed some words in the title, right? So according to that, we need to generate the slug as well. All right, so for that reason, we will take the post object, and let's say post dot slug is equal to slugify what? Title. Okay, so we don't have the title, so just before this we'll take the title. Title is equal to form dot clean data. Okay, form dot clean data. Now this is title. Okay, now that we have title, and it will generate based on the title, and we also need to concatenate the post.id. Okay, let's say plus, and put this hyphen, and again plus str. Okay, you can only concatenate strings. Okay, so that is the rules of concatenation in Python. Okay, you cannot just put like this post.id, you will get error. Okay, so that's why put this inside the str str method and make it string. Okay, post.id. Why we have this post.id access? Because we have already saved this form here, right? So we got the form, and we got the id generated from the database, and that id we are appending here. Okay, so this is what makes the slug unique. Okay, now we'll say post.save, and then return redirect to posts. All right, now okay, let's get rid of this empty spaces. Okay, I think this is enough for editing post. It will definitely work perfectly. Let's try to edit something. Posts. Okay, so I will try to edit this one. This is a new post, right? I'll edit this, and I'll say updated. Okay, I'll save this. Okay, title has got updated, and if you look at this backend, you see slug is also got updated, right? This is new post updated 10. Okay, 10 is the post id. The same way you can try to update other fields as well. All right, So that's about editing the post, and in the next one, we'll work on deleting the post. Okay, we are done with the add new post and edit post. Now let's make the delete post functionality. You can also try this feature by yourself just to understand the flow. This is a very simple feature. We have already made this delete category feature, right? So it is also same, nothing different. Okay, if you want to give it a try, just pause this video and try it. However, I'm gonna make this delete post feature in this video. Okay, so let's start with the creating a URL pattern for delete post functionality. So I'll go to this urls.py and I'm going to copy this path. And I'm going to rename it delete. Okay, so it will take a post delete, and it will also take the primary key, and the view will be delete post, and the name will be delete post. Okay, so now save the file. Next, you go to views.py and we'll go to define delete post. Okay, so if you want to take the reference, you can see delete category, right? So here what we are doing, we are taking a primary key. With that primary key, we are taking the category object. Okay, so once we got the category object, we are just running a delete function on this object so that it will get deleted. That's all. So this is also same. So we are accepting the request as well as primary key, right? So we have the primary key, then we will take the blog, or we can say post. Okay, blog or post. Okay, so we will take the post object. All right, so I'll open this get object or 404, and it will take block class. Okay, so with the block class, we have a condition pk is equal to pk. So once we got the post, then we are just deleting it. Okay, post dot delete. That's all. So once the deletion is complete, then return redirected to posts page. Okay, so simple. Let's try to delete it. Okay, so before that we need to link this icon, right? Let's go to the post.html and here. Okay, so we are going to say URL space delete underscore post and post.id. Okay, we are giving the post id to this function. All right, so that it will get deleted. Now let's refresh the page and try it. Okay, so we have this is new post 2 times, right? So I'll delete one. Okay, so I have deleted one and it got deleted. So if you want to delete one more, and you see these things are getting deleted. And one more thing, you see true, false, right? Instead of showing this true or false, we can also show the icon. Maybe if there is true, then we can display a check mark, okay, in green color. Or if it is false, we can also display cross mark, right? So we can do all those stuff. It is very simple. So if you want to do that, I'll go to this post.html, right? So here in this post.html, let me see, where is my yeah, here it is. So here what we can do is we will actually make the if condition. Okay, so inside this td, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to say if condition if post dot is featured. Okay, post dot is featured. Then what I'll do is I will actually say check mark. Okay, I'll put check mark here, and else what I'll do, I'll first end this if condition, and after else block I'll put the cross mark. Okay, so we will replace this check mark and cross mark with the font awesome icons. Okay, so let's save this file and see what we get. Okay, so wherever we have the true, we are going to display check mark, and when there is a false, we are going to display the cross mark. Okay, you see check mark, cross mark, check mark, cross mark. All right, now instead of this check mark, I'm going to copy this one. Okay, this is actually the edit icon you see here, right? So this is the icon, but if you replace this edit with the check, then it will become check mark. Let me copy this, and instead of this check mark, I'll say this I tag with the, instead of edit, I'll say check. Okay, now I'll put the same font awesome code here. Instead of this cross mark, I will put this code, and instead of edit, I will replace it with the times. Okay, times is actually a cross mark. Refresh. Okay, now you can see here, you see this cross mark is with the green color, right? So that's because it is text success. We'll remove that success and say danger. Refresh. Okay, perfect. All right, now if you want to change this, okay, so currently it is featured, and if you want to edit this and uncheck this, submit, and you can see it is automatically changing. Okay, so this is just a simple tricks how we can handle the boolean values. Okay, so yeah, so that's about post CRUD operations. All right, so in the next one we'll push this code to the GitHub. All right, before we go to the next section, we'll push this code to the GitHub. Okay, so let's stop the server. I'll first see the status. I think we have a lot of code here. Okay, so let's add all of them. Let's say git add -a, git commit -m, and I'll say post CRUD operations or features. Okay, and I'll say git push origin main, and you can always run git log to see your previous previous commits. So this is the one that we just pushed, and this was my previous push, previous commit. So this one is different, and hit enter, and you see all the git logs, okay, commit logs I can say. All right, so yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, welcome back to the new section. In this section, let's see how we can build the dashboard for managers. As you know, the manager has a little more permission than the editors. While the editor can manage the categories and post, the manager can also manage the users. So he can add, edit, and delete the users. Okay, so we already have the categories and post features in this dashboard. We will add one more feature, that is the users features, to this dashboard. Okay, and with the help of Django authorization module, we will show and hide the pages to the editors and managers. Okay, so let's start with the creating a URL pattern. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is with the sidebar. Okay, so just make sure you are logged in as a manager, not editor. Okay, so I'm currently logged in as editor. Okay, I'm going to log out from here, and I am going to log in as manager. Okay, so if you want to see what are the permissions that the manager has, then you can simply go to admin. Okay, so I'll first show you what are the permissions the manager has. Okay, so users, and if you look at my users list, and I have my manager here. Okay, so this is my manager 1, and he is a manager, right? So he has the group called manager, and in the group, open this manager, and in the group what we have is in the auth module, user, and he can add user, change user, delete user, and view user, and all these other things can also be done with the editors. Okay, so this manager is actually he has a little more permission than the editor. Okay, so if you want to add more permissions, then you can also add these things. Okay, assignments, about, and social link and all that. And for the simplicity, I'm just going to make the users feature. Okay, so that's about the permissions, and I'm going to minimize it, and I will log in as manager1. Okay, so login. All right, now I'm logged in as manager1. So here the manager is also able to do all the stuff that can be performed by the editor. Okay, so it is actually same for manager and editor, but when it comes to manager, he should also be able to manage the users. Okay, so for that reason we will have one more sidebar tab, which is users. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do this first. And where is that? In the dashboards. Okay, so here templates, dashboard, and this is the sidebar, right? So yeah, now you can see this is actually the sidebar. And okay, so after this dashboard, I'm going to add a new. Okay, I'll do one thing. I will copy this a tag, copy this and paste it here. So instead of this dashboard, just replace it with users. Okay, so and then URL pattern we have not yet created, right? So or I'll just keep that like that. So this can be users. Okay, if users request.path, then we are going to show the BG warning. And see, we have to create the users URL pattern. Okay, so let's see, before we run that, we will go ahead and create the users URL pattern. So which will go to this dashboards and users. Okay, so I'll say users. Okay, so the path will be users / and the view will be views.users. Okay, and then name will be users. Okay, so that's done, and let's create the view for that. I'll create a function users. It will take the request, return render request comma, we need a HTML page, right? So inside the dashboard folder, I'm going to create users.html. Okay, so this will be the list of users. Okay, so the same way we have listed the post, right? So we will copy this post and paste it here. Okay, so I'm just cloning this post. Okay, so I have got the copy of this post page, and I'm going to rename it users.html. okay, so inside this users.html, I'm going to change the heading all users. Okay, so this will be all users, and this will be add new user, and all these things will change. Okay, so this is now post, right? So we don't need post in the users table. We are going to delete that. Okay, and the dashboard, we have the users now. Okay, so if you click on that, this page is working. Of course the data is not coming. Definitely it will not come, because we don't have any context inside this users, right? So this is the just blank users.html. and one more thing you notice here is we are not getting the BG warning here, right? So we are getting here, but for the users we are not getting the yellow color tab. So let's see what is wrong with that. Okay, so what we should do is, okay, so we cannot just say users is equal to request.path. Okay, so it should be users in request.path. Okay, remove this equal and just say users in request.path. Refresh. All right, dashboard, users, categories, and post. Okay, perfect. And one more thing, see, so once we have this users page, and the next thing what we do is we can just list down all the users inside this users.html. So how to do that? We already have the function, and we'll take out the users. Okay, we'll say users is equal to user. Okay, we need to import the user model from the, wait, it will come from django.contrib.auth.models. Okay, import users. Okay, so we have imported the Django's default user model, and we are going to use it here. Okay, user.objects.all. We need all the users because he is a manager, right? We are giving this users to the manager, so he can do anything he wants. So we need all users, and once we have all the users, we'll put that inside the context and send it to HTML page, users:users, and here pass the context. All right, now inside this users.html, what we'll do is we will loop through this, but before that we just need to handle this th, right, table heading, because title category, so this belongs to the post, right? So instead of title, we'll say name, full name or something. And let's quickly see what are the fields we have in the users table. First name, last name, of course we can print last name, the full name, and then we'll print the username, and we'll print the email address, and whether he is active, and whether he is a super user. So if you need all these things, then you can add that inside the table heading. Okay, so I think I'll add full name, email address, username, and all that. Let's see how it looks. Full name and username, and then the email, and whether this person is active or not. Okay, I'll say active, and is a staff or not. Okay, I'll say staff, and whether or not this super user. Okay, I think that's enough. Then after that we will simply say one more th, which is okay. So we already have the th or not. We need the table heading for the action, right? So whether to delete or edit. Okay, so now let's see how it looks. Okay, full name, username, email address, and active, staff, super user. Okay, here we'll loop through the users. Okay, for user in users. Okay, for user in users, or for you in user, or for I in user. Okay, so we mostly use I. Okay, so that's how we learned from the childhood, for I in all the for loops, right? So if you want to use I, you can use I, or if you want to use specifically call for user in users. Okay, so then what else? For loop counter will be like that, and this will be user dot first name. Okay, user dot first name, because I'm printing the full name. Okay, after the for loop counter, after the serial number, we have the full name, right? So here I'm going to write the first name and space last name, users dot last name. Okay, so if you refresh, okay, so that is because edit post does not have the pk inside this user table, user.html. So I'm going to delete this. Okay, now refresh. Okay, so full name, okay, first name, last name is not there for I think for other users. Django admin, I'll say Django admin. From here you can add. And then for the editor, we have the first name, last name, and for the Rathan, I'll say RK save. Okay, so you can add all these. Okay, so I think test 1 2 3 does not have test. Okay, so now we have all the full names. Now let's print the username, user.username, and refresh, and you see all the usernames. Now let's say user.email, and after the email we need is active status, right? So after this user.email, we'll say user.isActive. It will print the true or false. Okay, all the users are true because all are active. And staff, I'll copy this td. I'll say user.isStaff. Okay, so after the staff we need to print the superuser. So I'll again copy and paste this td, and I'll say is superuser. Now if you refresh, you can see true, false. Okay, so this is staff, which is editor, and manager is also staff, right? And we only have one superuser. Okay, and action. Okay, so action is, I think, okay, so we will remove this td. We don't need this td, right? All right, now action, edit and delete. Okay, so before that we can now also add the check mark and the cross mark, right? So for the is active, I'm going to remove this is active now, and remove this curly braces, open if condition. Okay, if user dot is active, if user dot is active, we'll say check mark, else we'll say cross mark. Okay, and then end if. All right, if user dot is active, then if it is true, then we'll put the check mark or cross mark. Okay, so how to put the check mark? You know this already, right? So I'll copy this I tag and I'll put this here. Okay, replace this check mark with this font awesome, and edit, remove this edit and say check. Okay, now refresh. Okay, all are active actually. So here what you need to do, you need to also put this I tag, and you say times. Okay, so this will be danger. All right, now you will not notice anything because all the users are active, but let's implement that icons to this staff. Let's say I'll copy this one as it is. Okay, copy as it is, and I will remove this staff. I'll put it here. What I'll do is, if user dot replaces active with the staff. Okay, so if user dot is staff, then check mark or cross mark. Now let's say refresh. Okay, you can see there are 3 staff. Okay, let's do that to superuser. Again, I'll delete this and paste this, and here is active. It is not is active, it is superuser. Refresh. Okay, so perfect, it is working now. Okay, so that's how you display the users. Okay, so I'll talk more about this users in the next one. Okay, at this point we need to think about the permissions. As you know, we are logged in as manager, but we also have this user tab in the sidebar, right? So if you log out from here, okay, if you log out from here and if you log in as editor, okay, so the user permission is not there for the editor, but if you log in as editor, you see this users here, right? So this is not the right way. So there is no point in adding any kind of permission if you keep this available for the editors also. Okay, so this users functionality or users feature, should not be available for the editors. Okay, so it should be available for only the managers. Okay, so we will handle that in this video. All right, so I'll log out from here and I'll log in as manager again. Okay, so we have the users now. So this user is showing here, that is right. Okay, so of course it is available for the managers. It should not be available for the editors. All right, so how to overcome this problem now? The best way to solve this problem is by conditionally showing this users sidebar for the managers and the editors. Okay, so if you look at the permissions the users has, I'll go to the groups and I'll go to manager, and here you can see in the auth table we have the default user model, right? And we have these 4 permissions: can view, can delete user, can change user, and can add user. Okay, so we can put the condition based on this. If the user has this permission, has view permission or delete user permission, then only we can display the user in the sidebar. Okay, so I'll show you how to do that. So I'll take you to the sidebar.html, and here we have the user, right? So just above this users, I will add a condition. If what it should be perms. Okay, first thing will be permissions, perms dot the app name or the module name, which is auth. Okay, just say auth dot, you can in this case you can add any kind of view user or delete user, anything. Okay, so if the user has the permission of this view users, then it is view users. Okay, just to see if it is users or user. Okay, user, view user. Okay, view user, then only we will show this tab. And if, okay, so if the logged in user has the view user permission, then we will show this tab. Okay, now let's refresh this. This is actually, I'm logged in as manager 1, right? Of course this manager has the view user permission, but if I log in as editor login, and you see this guy does not have the view user permission, right? So that's why he don't have any kind of users sidebar. Okay, so we will add more conditions in the future while making the user functionality, but this is how we add the conditions based on the permissions. Okay, so that problem is solved now. So we need to solve more problems. I'll actually log back in as manager 1. Okay, so for the managers we have the users. All right, now the next thing that we need to do is we need to actually click on this add new button, and we should perform the CRUD operations. Okay, adding the user. Okay, so we'll do that in the next video. Let's take care of this add user functionality, and let's start with the urls.py. So here I'm gonna create a path users/add. Okay, users/add and comma and views dot add user. Okay, and then name will be add_user. All right, and then let's create the view. So here I'll create a new function and I'll call it as addUser, and it will take the request and return render request comma dashboard / addUser.html. All right. Okay, so let's make the addUser.html. So inside this templates and the dashboards, let's use this add post, right? So I'll copy this and paste it. Okay, I just cloned it and I'm going to rename it. I'll say addUser.html. Okay, so in this addUser.html, I am actually going to say I'll replace this add new post with add new user. Okay, add new user, and once that is done, I'll not remove, I will change it. Okay, add user. Action will be add user, and we don't need encoding type for this because we are not actually uploading anything inside the user form, right? So if you want to upload something or any file or image, just you need this encoding type, otherwise you don't need. All right, and okay, so this is actually the add new form, and I'll go to add, and okay, so of course we don't have the form. Okay, so that's why we are not seeing any kind of form here, but this is actually the flow to reach to the HTML view or page. Okay, so here I'm going to render the form, add new form. Before that, I want to click on here, right? Add user. Okay, so I'll go to the users and I'll say add user. Okay, add user, and here this will be, you should change this to add user. Refresh, and now click on this add user, and we are going to the add user page. Okay, so here we are going to actually render the form. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the form for our users, and we'll create that inside the dashboards forms.py. So we have the blog post form and the category form, and here we'll create a new form. Okay, I'll say class add user form. Okay, class add user form, and this will actually extend the user creation form. Okay, user creation form. If you remember, while we were making the registration functionality inside this blocks_main, we had used user creation form, right? You see here blocks_main, go to forms.py. So in the registration form also we had used the user creation form. Okay, so this will actually take all the data that we give and create the user. Okay, so while creating the user, it will also take care of hashing the passwords and all that. Okay, so that's why we use this thing, user creation form. All right, so the same user creation form we will add in this add user form as well. Okay, so the same user creation form we will add inside this add user form as well. Okay, but with some changes with the fields. Okay, so for the registration form we had used email, username and password, right? But for this add user form we are going to use almost all the fields. Okay, so let's put the class meta. Okay, so before that we need to actually import this user creation form. It actually comes from this Django contrib auth and users. Okay, so from this place it comes. Okay, I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. All right, and I'll put the meta class, and I'll say model is equal to user model. Okay, so this user model will actually come from Django. You don't need to remember from where these modules come from. Okay, as you practice, as you do more projects, you will automatically remember from where all these default models and default features come from. Okay, so user actually comes from Django contrib.auth.models. Okay, import user. All right, So we have imported the user model, and we will say fields. Okay, so for the fields, if you want to take reference from the admin panel, you can go to this users and try to click on oh wait, I think my server is not running. All right, just save this file. All right, I'll first say, I will comment these fields because I just want to see what are the fields available inside. I think we cannot just get rid of these fields. Okay, so for the sake of running the server, I'll just say username. Okay, now I'll stop the server and restart. Okay, so this is a tuple, so that's why we must add at least one comma here. All right, now I'll go to the add user. Okay, I'll edit this user somewhere. Okay, so yeah, now I need the username field to be edited from the manager dashboard, and I need the first name, last name, email address, and I want the manager to be handle this active, staff, and super user and all that, and I want the manager to manage the groups as well. I want this user permission. Up till here I want manager can edit. All right, and I don't think we should put this inside our form. Okay, so this will be automatically generated. Okay, so I'll go to this form. The first thing I'm going to add is the username, of course, and then I'll say email, and then I'll say first name. Okay, first name and last name, and then I'll say after first name and last name, username, first name, last name, email, and okay, is active. Okay, is active, and comma is staff, and is super user, and then what, the groups, right? Okay, the groups and the user permissions, groups, comma user permissions. Okay, so when you add all these fields inside this fields, then what will happen is when you render the form inside this HTML page, all these fields will be as it is printed. Okay, all these fields will be printed automatically. All right, so that's why we use the Django forms. Okay, so this is actually inheriting the features of user creation form. Okay, so now that we have the form ready, next thing that we need to do is to render the form here. Okay, so how to render that? We have created the form. Okay, so this form should be triggered from the view, right? So we'll go to the view, add user view, right? So we will initialize the form is equal to add user form. So this form should be imported from .forms import add user form. Okay, so it comes from this particular forms module. Okay, so now we have the form. We will put that inside the context, and we will send it to the page form, and this is now the context. We'll pass this context to adduser.html, and in the adduser.html we are actually printing the crispy form. Okay, form is already there, we don't need to do anything else. Okay, now let's refresh this page. Okay, now you can see all the fields are getting displayed here. Username, email address, first name, last name is active. You can see is active is by default true. Okay, so and staff status and super user status, groups. Okay, you can select group here. All right, so and if you don't want to select group, and you can also add the permissions manually. Okay, so if you want to add the multiple permissions, of course, what you need to do is you need to just press control button and then click. Okay, control button and click. Okay, so the same way here, if you want to remove any specific permission, just press control button and click here. Okay, the same with this editor and manager as well. Okay, so yeah, and after that the password. Okay, password, we have not specified any kind of password here inside this form, right? So you see here we don't have any password, but because we are using user creation form, this user creation form by default gives us, you know, password 1 and password 2 fields. All right, password fields. So what next is we need to actually click on the submit, and the submit button should submit the request to this user. So here we are going to check whether the form is valid or not. If the form is valid, then we want to save that form. Okay, so while saving the form, the user creation form will actually set the password using the hash and all those techniques that Django uses, right? So then it will save the form. Okay, so we'll handle the post request in the next one. All right, now I want to click on this submit button and the form should be saved. Okay, so the submit button is nothing but the, you know, post request. Okay, so we'll handle the post request now. So just imagine that we have clicked on the submit button, and then the first thing that we need to do in the view is check whether the request is post or not. Okay, request dot method. Okay, if request dot method is okay, it is not comma. If request dot method is equal to post, then we will initialize the form with the request dot post. Okay, so add user form, and with this add user form we will take the post data. Okay, so whatever the user is writing in the form, right, so those data will be available inside the request dot post. Okay, so now we have the form. Okay, so form with all the post data. Now we check if form dot valid, if form dot is valid. Okay, is valid is a function. So if it is valid, we'll simply go ahead and save this form. Okay, and then return the user to you know, redirect the user to users page. Okay, of course in the else case you can print the form dot errors. Okay, so if anything is going wrong with your form, then this print statement will show you the reason or the error. Okay, so yeah, now let's try to add any user from here. I'll say Rathan 123. I think Rathan 123 is already there. Yeah, I cannot add Rathan 123. Say Rathan K. Rathan K at gmail.com and Rathan K. Okay, so here you can check the status if you want to add any kind of staff here, or if you want to create the super user, or if you want to add the groups. Okay, so I'm not going to you know, make him as any editor or manager. If you want to try that, just go ahead and make him as a manager or editor. Okay, so I'm just creating a simple user, and you put the password here, strong password. Okay, strong password here and submit. All right, now you can see, yeah, I have successfully created one user. All right, okay, so that's about creating the user, and if you want to create more users, you can do from here. Okay, so yeah, yeah, that's it about the adding the user, and in the next one we'll take care of edit, delete, and other permission issues as well. Okay, so yeah, I'll stop this video now and see you in the next one. Okay, we know that this managing the users feature is only available for manager role, right, or manager groups. But we already handled whether to show this user tab in the sidebar or not for the editors, right? So now let's click on this add user. Okay, so this is the path to add the user, and this users is the path to list down all the users. Okay, so in some cases, if the editor somehow know this path, okay, so what he will do is he will log in to his panel or his login credentials, put the editor, just log in as editor. So now this editor, of course, he don't have the permission to add any kind of users, or he don't have the permission to see the list of users, right? But somehow he know that this users is the path for adding the users. Okay, so we are not giving him any kind of buttons or links here, but somehow he know this path. Okay, now what he'll do is he'll just go to this /, he'll just write the user path here. Now what is happening? Now he is still being able to see all the list of users, right? So this is a security issue now. Okay, so even if he put the path here, we should not allow him to see any users. Okay, so we should handle this as well. Now let's see. Of course, if now you think that we are not showing this add button to the users, but he know that this add is the link to add the new user. You see the form is popping up, right? So because he is a editor, we are not supposed to show him these forms and show him the list of users and all that. Okay, so we need to handle this situation, otherwise our application is going to crash or something, or it is not going to crash. Of course, it will be the security issues, and sometime it will cause big problems. Okay, so that's why we are actually going to take care of this permissions now. Okay, so let's go to the users.html. Okay, so because he know the path and he's able to see this list, right? So now what I'll do is in this users.html, I'm actually going to put the if condition here again. I will say perms dot, okay, just above this all users, okay, perms dot auth dot weave underscore user. Okay, if the logged in user has this permission, okay, weave user permission, then only we show this table, otherwise we are going to tell him you don't have the permission. Okay, so when you open this if condition, just below this table, let's end this if condition, end if. Okay, now let's okay, so before that, just before ending, we will also put the else block. Okay, so in here we'll open a h5 tag, and we will say you do not have permission to weave this page. Okay, now let's refresh this page. Okay, I think I'm not closing the tag or something. Wait, just give me a second. I think I missed something here. Forms. Okay, it should be if. Oh, I'm sorry, it should be if. Okay, so if perms.auth weave user, then it is end if here. Okay, so that is the problem. So now let's see if that works. Refresh, and you can see you do not have permission to view this page because he is an editor. He don't have the permission to view that page. And if you go to users, you see this. Okay, and if you go to add, then you are able to see the form, right? So what you need to do, you need to actually go to add user, right? So in this add user, just above this h2 tag, we will put the condition if perms dot auth dot add user. Okay, add user or view user. We just don't want to show the show this form itself, right? So you can put anything here, addUser or viewUser. All right. And then after this form, just put the end if. Refresh. Okay. So we will put the else block. Else I'll say h5. You do not have permission to view this page. Okay. So this add is also blocked and this users is also blocked. Okay. So he should not do any kind of stuff like that. Okay, so we will do edit, and we will also do this condition for the edit also, but currently we don't have the path or page for the edit, right? So okay, so I think that's it, and I'll log in as manager. Okay, just want to make sure that condition is working for this manager. Okay, so user is available and we are able to view the users. Okay, because we have the permission, right? We have user permission and we have all those permissions, that's why. And the addUser is also available. Okay, so yeah, so that's about the permissions, and in the next one we'll take care of this edit and delete. All right, let's make the edit user functionality. Now let me go to this urls.py again, and here I'm going to create a path for editing the user. Okay, so I'm going to say users /add. Oh, I'm sorry, not add, it is edit. Okay, now which user to edit, right? For that reason we need the integer primary key. Okay, int : pk, and then views dot edit _ user, and then name is equal to edit _ user. All right, next I'll go to views. Okay, so in the view I'll create a new function and I'll call it as edit view, edit user. It will take request comma pk. Okay, so then return render request comma dashboard / edit user.html. all right, now okay, so I should be going to this edit user.html, which is inside the dashboard folder, and I will clone this addUser. Okay, I'll clone this addUser. I'll say Control-C and Control-V. I'll get the copy of this addUser and I'm going to rename it. I'll say edit user.html. all right, so here I'm going to say add new user, and it will be edit user. Okay, and then for now I'm going to remove this action because I don't have the ID, right? So this edit user needs the integer value primary key. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll link this button. I'm going to users.html, and where is edit? Okay, so here it is edit, right? So this is the edit button actually. So I'll say URL space edit _ user, and then user.id. Okay, add this user.id because edit user needs the ID to edit the user. all right, now refresh this page and click on this edit button, and I'm going to edit path and edit user page. Of course we don't have this form rendering from the view, right? Okay, we are not passing any view to this edit user, so that's why this form is not loading. all right, now what I'll do is I'll actually initialize the form. It's a form is equal to add user form. Okay, add user form, and I'll pass that context. Okay, I'll copy this context and I'll paste it. So I'll send the context to this edit user. Now this form should be rendering here. Okay, form should be rendering here, and when I click on this another edit button, you can see we have the form. But because this is a edit form, we need the existing data to be populated by default, right? So that's why we need to actually pass the instance. Okay, so we have the primary key. With this primary key we can take the object or instance, right? So we need to take the user object. Okay, user is equal to get object or 404 and pass this user model here. Okay, user comma pk is equal to pk. All right, now we'll get the user, and this user we will pass inside this edit form. Instance is equal to instance is equal to user. Okay, instance is equal to user, so that all the existing data will be populated here. Okay, now you can see for the fourth primary key, this is the username, this is the email address, this is the first name, and staff is true, and editor group and all that. Okay, so everything is there. And this edit, and if you edit this one, and you see the existing data is actually populating. Okay, now so that's about loading the existing data. And now what should happen when we click on anything here? We should be actually submit the form, and once we submit the form, this data should be saved inside the database. Okay, so we will handle the form submission in the next video. Okay, we are facing one issue here. So if you look at this add form, okay, so this is the add form, and here it is asking me for the password and confirm password, because of course it will ask, because it is in the beginning when we create the new user. Okay, so but in case of editing the user, it is still asking us to put the password. Okay, you see it is asking me to put the password. Otherwise, if I save that, it is not going to work, because this is actually the required password. Okay, so this is a required password. You see this required attribute is here, right? So you must add the password in order to save this edit form. So I don't think we should give editing password authority to the managers, because password should be edited by the user only. All right, so in this case, what we'll do is, see, first of all, you should understand that why this password fields are coming here. Okay, why this password fields are coming here. So as I said, while creating the form, I told you that we are using user creation form, and user creation form by default comes with password and confirm password fields. Okay, so which are required fields. Okay, so they are not the optional fields. Okay, so they are mandatory fields. Okay, so what we should do in case of this editing the user form is that instead of using the user creation form, we will use the model form itself. Okay, so that's the best way I found in Stack Overflow and other on the internet actually. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll actually say class edit user form. Okay, edit user form. So this edit user form will actually take the forms dot model form. Okay, model form, because we are only going to edit this data. Okay, so we are only going to edit all these data, so we don't need the user creation form. Okay, for this we can simply take the model form, and we will clone the fields. Okay, we will edit the fields or update the fields. Okay, so we'll say class meta model will be user, and the fields will be, we only want these fields to be updated, right? So I'll copy these fields. Okay, I'll copy these fields as it is, and I'll put it here. Okay, so save the file, And now in the views.py, we will import the edit user form, and here while editing the, in this edit user function, instead of using add user form, we will say edit user form. Okay, again the instance will be user itself. Okay, so now if I load this here, edit form, you can see we don't have the password field. Now at this point you can save this file. Okay, so you don't need to actually put the password to save the file. Okay, so now when I click on this submit button, the post request should go to the view, and our view will handle the rest. Okay, so how to do that? We have the user object, and we will check if we are getting the request post. Okay, request dot method is equal to post. If the request is post, then we'll say form is equal to edit user form. It will take request dot post. In this request dot post, we will have the new data, okay, that the user is trying to update, and it also needs the instance equal to user. Okay, so this instance is actually the existing data. Okay, and now if the form is valid, form dot is valid. If the form is valid, then we are going to save the form dot save. Okay, and then return redirect to users. Okay, so that's all. Now let's give it a try. Actually, I'm not going to edit the super users and stuff. I'm going to edit the simple test user. I'll edit it and I'll change the last name to updated. Submit. Okay, so you can see the form is actually being updated. All right, so this is how we make the edit user form. All right, the same way you can try updating all these permissions and groups and all that. Okay, so now one more thing that is remaining is this delete user form. Okay, so delete is very simple. All right, so we'll do that in the next one. Okay, now let's delete the user, and the first thing is of course the path, right? We'll copy this and users / delete. Okay, users delete, and this primary key it will take, and the view name will be delete, and then this name will be delete user. Okay, now go to the views and we'll create a function with the name of delete user. It will take request pk. Okay, now what we'll do with this pk, we will take the user object. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll paste it. Okay, with this pk we will take the user, and then once we have this user object, we will run that delete function on that. Okay, so now return redirect to users. Okay, let's give it a try, refresh, and I will actually delete this. Okay, I'll delete this one. Okay, this button is not working because we have not linked the URL here. Okay, in the users.html, make this button clickable. Okay, so URL space delete user space user.id. Okay, refresh and click on this icon, and you see this is deleted. Okay, and I can delete this one. Okay, perfect. Edit is working, add is working, and delete is working. Everything is working. And in the next one, we'll handle the permissions, because if the user go to this edit /1 in the editor's dashboard, then probably he will be able to see this form. Okay, so we'll take care of that in the next one. And in the next video, let's push the code to the GitHub. All right, let's see the status. Let's add, git add -a, git commit -m, and we'll give the commit message, manage users functionality for managers. Okay, so now git push origin. Okay, so it is git push origin main. So the code is pushed and there is nothing to commit. All right, welcome back. Finally, we can build the comment feature for our blog post. Well, this comment feature will not be too difficult because we have already worked with the multiple CRUD operations, right? But we still have to take care of some necessary things such as the foreign key relationships, as well as the user must be authenticated to write any kind of comments. So that's a kind of simple requirements that we have for our comment feature. So let's start with making our comment model. Okay, so let's first go to this. Before that, I'll close all the tabs. I just want it to be organized properly. So okay, so the model will actually go inside this blocks. Okay, blocks app and models.py. Okay, this is where we have the blog model, right? So here I'm going to say class comment, and I'm going to say models.model. Okay, so the first thing that we need is who has written this comment, right? That means I need a field to store the user. Okay, so that's why I'm going to say user is equal to models.ForeignKey. Okay, models.ForeignKey, and the foreign key is actually a user model, and I'm going to say on delete is equal to models.cascade. Okay, models.cascade. So this on delete models.cascade is nothing but if this particular user is deleted, then this comment should also get deleted. Okay, so that's why we say on delete models.cascade. All right, and after that we'll say blog. So this comment should be attached to some blog, right? So that's why we need the foreign key again, models.ForeignKey, then this blog model, and on delete is equal to models.cascade. Okay, so what this means is if this blog is deleted, then this comment should also get deleted. Okay, so that's what it means. And after that we need to store the comment. So we'll say models.text field. Okay, we will store the comment inside a text field, and we'll say max length is equal to 250. Okay, and after that we'll simply go with this created it and updated it. Okay, then we'll create a simple function str, and it takes self, which is a string representation of this comment model. Okay, we'll simply return self.comment. Okay, perfect. So this can be our comment model, and once we are done with the comment model, then we'll go to this admin.py and import this comment model. Import this comment model, and we'll register it inside a admin.site.register. We'll say comment. Okay, so once this is done, we'll actually go ahead and migrate the changes. Python manage.py make migrations. Okay, so then run python manage.py migrate. Perfect. Now at this point we can actually go to this admin and let's see if we have the comment model inside the admin. So yeah, here we go. Okay, so we have got this comment model, and from here we can actually add comments. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I will add one simple test comment from here. Okay, from this admin panel. Of course we are not going to add comment from the admin panel. The user is going to add the comment from the front end. Okay, so particularly for a specific blog post. All right, so I just want to add simple comment here. So maybe I'll select blog here. Okay, so I'm going to add a comment to this Canada population blog. All right, as a user. Okay, as a user Rathan123. all right, so I'll say this is a test comment. Okay, so I'm going to say save. Okay, so this means our comment model is working fine. Okay, so in the next one we'll actually handle the front end. Okay, because essentially what we are going to do is we are actually allowing the user to write comment to this particular blog post. Okay, so here at the bottom of this blog post we're going to allow the user to add a comment. Okay, so we'll do all those stuff in the next one. Okay, at this point we have our test comment inside our admin panel, right? So this comment is particularly for this Canada population blog post, right? So what I want to do is I want to actually display this comment on this blog post, Canada population blog post. Okay, so if I scroll down, so here at the bottom of this blog post I want to display the comments. Okay, so we will first display the comment, and after that we'll create a form to enter and add the comment. All right, so first we need to fetch the comments from the database, right? So for that what we'll do is we'll actually go to the blocks views.py. Okay, so inside this blocks app views.py we have a function called blocks, right? So blocks function is actually taking the slug. Okay, so this is nothing but this one. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to actually take the comments from the database. So here I'm going to say comments. Okay, so I'll say comments is equal to comment dot objects dot filter. Okay, I want to take up the filter conditionally. Okay, so I'll say blog is equal to we have the single blog, right? So based on this single blog we will take out the comments. Okay, so of course we need to import this comment. It actually comes from dot models import comment. Okay, so you make sure this comment model is imported. Okay, so after that we'll simply print the comments. Okay, wait. All right, so now what I'll do is I'll actually refresh this Canada population blog. So now let's see what we get. Okay, so here you can see query set, we got one comment, right? So this is a test comment. So because this has the comment, but if I go to another blog, maybe this how Wall Street banks, and this one does not have any comments, right? So that's why we don't have anything inside a query set. Okay, so that means there is no comments. All right, so I'll go back to the this blog which has the comment. Okay, Canada population. Now what I'll do is I'll actually pass this comments inside the context. Okay, I'll say comments comments colon comments. Okay, so now this comments is actually available inside this blog.html, which is nothing but this page. Okay, So now let's actually go to this templates, and we'll go to blocks, right? Blocks.html. So inside of blocks.html, let's see where exactly we want to print the comment, right? So this is actually the short description. So this is the blog body. So just below the blog body, I want to print the comments. Okay, so this section we have, right? So okay, so just above this section, inside a comment, I'm going to write comments. All right, here I'll open a h4 tag and I'll say comments. Okay, so here I can say the number of comments this particular blog has got, right? Currently I'll simply say 0. I'll show you how to add the dynamic number there, but before that I'll actually loop through the comments. Okay, so first of all I'll check if there is comments. Okay, if comments, okay, if there is comment, then show the comments. Okay, show the comments. If there is no comments, else. Okay, so in the else block, let me first close this, end this if condition. If there is no comments, then we'll say no comments yet. Okay, simply save this and refresh. Okay, you can see show the comments. Okay, we should actually show the comments here. So if because this blog post has the comment. Okay, so inside here this blog post has the comment, right? So that's why it is saying show the comments. We need to actually show the comments here. And if I go to the different blog post, here you can see no comments yet, because this blog post does not have any the comments. Okay, so I'll go back to the blog post which has the comments. So instead of this show the comments text, I'm going to loop through the comments. Okay, I'll actually remove this and I'm going to say for comment in comments. Okay, for comment in comments, and I'll first end this for loop. Okay, if there is comments, then just loop through all the comments. Okay, else no comments yet. Okay, so here I'm actually going to say a div, or if you want to see that, simply print the comment. Okay, print the comment and refresh. You can see this is a test comment, right? So which is same as this one. So this is not nice, because I just want to make it a little bit more organized. Okay, so what I'll do is, instead of just putting the comment like that, I'm going to use some HTML and bootstrap classes. So first of all, I'll say div with the class of card. Okay, div with the class of card, and again I'll open a div with the class of card body. Okay, div class card body. Okay, so here I'm going to say p with the class card text. Okay, card text. So inside this p tag we have a class called card-text, and after that I'm going to say comment. Okay, I'm going to print the comment inside this card. Okay, now let's refresh this page. Okay, you can see this is looking a little bit better than the what we have previously, right? So then once we have this, and what else I can do is I can add a span tag here, and I will I'll print the user. Okay, user by whom this comment was written, right? So what I'll do is I'll say by comment.user. Okay, by comment.user, and again I'll open small tag. I'll say comment dot maybe created at. Okay, comment dot created at. I'll refresh. Okay, you can see by Rathan123, which is the username. Okay, you can see this is the username, right? So, and this was written at this time. Okay, so instead of printing it like that, I can actually modify it. So I'll use the filter and I'll say time since. Okay, time since. Now refresh. Okay, 17 minutes ago. Okay, so with this time since, I can actually add ago. Perfect. All right, now I will actually remove the gap between this. This is test comment and this one, right? So first of all, here I'll add one pipe symbol. Okay, so that we know that this is a different text and this is a different text. And after that, to this p class, no, I'll add one more class here. I'll say mb0. Okay, margin bottom 0. Now if I refresh, and you can see, so we have decreased the gap. Okay, so I think this is enough for displaying the comments. Okay, so in the next one we'll actually make the form for adding the comments. Okay, so before that we also need to calculate the count, right? Comments count. So it is very simple. Just give me 30 seconds or 1 minute. I'll do this quickly. So we have the comments here, right? So what I'll do is I'll say comments, comment count or something. Okay, comment count is equal to, we already have got this comments, right? So we'll simply add this comment and run a count function. Okay, so this will actually give the comment count. Okay, just pass this here. Okay, just pass this to context, and comments count will actually it will be printed here. Okay, just remove that 0 and print comment count. Now refresh, and you see we have one count for this blog post. And if I go to a different post, and here you can see 0 comment. Okay, no comments yet. All right, so that's how we display the comments. And in the next one we'll make the form for adding the comments. All right, now that we have displayed the comments, next what we'll do is we'll actually print the form here. Okay, we'll render the form and we'll take the comment from the user. Okay, so for that what we'll do is, so we have this end if condition, right? So once we have this end if, we'll put a br tag here. Okay, not b tag, it is a br tag. Okay, br tag. Wait. Okay, so then we'll actually create a div with the class of form group. Okay, so here we'll simply create a simple form. Okay, we'll create a form with the action. We don't need any action here because however, even if you don't put any action here, this form is actually going to be submitted to this particular URL pattern itself, which means it is going to submit to this views. Okay, so because that is the current path, right? So we also want this form to be submitted to this action. Okay, so that's why we actually don't need to provide the action. Okay, but we need to provide the method. Okay, method is equal to post. Okay, so because we are using post method, of course CSRF token should be there. Okay, and after that we'll create a div with the class of form group. Okay, so these classes are actually bootstrap classes. Okay, so this will come with the default CSS. Okay, so that's why I'm using bootstrap classes. You should also use these classes. Okay, and inside this class form group, I'm going to say text area. Okay, text area. So inside this text area, we have a attribute called name, right? So this name will actually be, okay, so this name is not a dynamic one, it is just okay, not name, it is comment. Okay, so name attribute will be the comment. So in this text area we are going to take the comment. Okay, so for that we need the name attribute. Okay, we'll name it as comment, and we don't need any ID unless we write any specific CSS. Okay, and if you want to write columns here, okay, this calls and rows are actually the width and height of the text area. Okay, and if you want, you can also add placeholder. Let's say write your comment. Okay, and what else? We'll actually say input. Okay, we need a button, right? Input type submit, input type submit, and value will be submit. And then at last we need a class btn space btn primary. Okay, btn space btn primary, and maybe we'll add margin top 2. Okay, margin top 2, so that this text box and submit buttons are not connected to each other. Okay, so we are just giving some gap here using this margin top 2. All right, let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is not looking good. I'm actually going to remove this. Okay, it is showing like this because I have not added the class to this text area. Okay, let's add a class to this text area, and we'll say form control. A form control class will take care of the styling. Refresh. Okay, you can see we have a text area here. Okay, so this is the comments and this is the comment box or the form. Okay, the moment I write any kind of comment here and submit this form, this form should be submitted to this weave, which is this one. Okay, with the post request. Okay, so let's see what we should do in the post request in the next one. Okay, we have a form ready now. We now want to click on this submit button. Okay, so when I click on this submit button, the post request should be submitted to this blocks with this slug. Okay, so we don't need to explicitly provide any kind of slug here, because in the action, if you look at this action, we don't have anything. Okay, so that means this form is obviously going to be submitted to this particular slug. Okay, this particular path with this slug. All right, so that's why we don't have anything inside the action. All right, now we know that the post request is coming to this particular blocks function. Okay, now let's first check if the request that is coming is post or not. Okay, so let's say if request dot method is equal to post. Okay, if the request is post, then what we'll do is we'll actually initialize the comment object. Okay, so we'll say comment is equal to comment. Okay, so we are actually initializing this model so that we get this comment object. Okay, so once we have this comment object, what we can do is we can add the data to that object. Okay, so how to add the data? We'll simply say comment, comment dot field name. Okay, so the comment dot field name will actually be comment dot comment, which is actually this one. Okay, maybe we'll start with adding the user. Okay, comment dot user. Okay, the first field is user, right? So comment dot user is equal to request dot user. Okay, the person who is logged in is writing the comment. Okay, so that's why request dot user. All right, and after that next field is this blog, right? So let's say a comment dot blog. Okay, comment dot blog. So comment dot blog is nothing but the single blog that we got here. Okay, so let's put this here. Okay, we are actually assigning value to this object fields. Okay, so next field that we have is actually the comment. Okay, now we need the comment. This comment will actually be comment dot comment. Okay, so this comment dot comment will be the whatever we are writing here is the comment. Okay, so this comment should be stored inside the database, which is inside the comment. Okay, so where is this comment now? Okay, so this comment is actually inside the name attribute, right? So if you look at the name attribute of this text area, right, so this comment is actually the name of this text area. Okay, so whatever the data that we have inside this text area will be considered as a comment. Okay, so we take that comment using the name attribute. Okay, so let's go here, and here if you say request dot post, okay, request dot post, the name will be comment. Okay, this is nothing but the name attribute. Okay, now what else we need? Created it and updated it, we don't need to actually provide that because they are auto now fields. Okay, so they will be automatically generated. So now that we have assigned all the values to our fields, next thing that we need to do is we need to actually say comment dot save. Okay, so this object should be saved. All right, once we save this object, next thing that we need to do is return redirect. Okay, return redirect to somewhere. Okay, so we do some action. Okay, so once we are done with doing any kind of action, then the last thing that we need to do is we need to tell the request to go somewhere. Okay, so that's why we use redirect function. Maybe we'll go to home, because of course we are not actually going to home. Okay, so once we submit this form, we should again come to this particular blog itself. Okay, but just to test this, I'm going to home. Okay, because of course we cannot use a redirect in case we want to go back to this specific blog post. Okay, I just want to test whether this code is working or not. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll actually first of all okay, I'm logged in. Okay, I think I'm logged in as Django admin. Okay, no problem. Just make sure you're logged in. If you're not logged in, you are going to get the error because request.user will have the value only when you are logged in. Okay, so let's talk about that later, but first let's see if that comment is getting stored or not. Make sure you are logged in, and I'm going to say test comment 2. Okay, submit. Okay, so once it is submitted, it has gone to the home page because we are redirecting to the home page. But let's first go back to this particular blog post, and let's see. Here you can see we have 2 comments. Okay, the comment count also changed. We have 2 comments, right? So we'll take care of the redirection part. Okay, so because we don't want to go to the home page after the submission, we want to go back to the same page. Okay, we want to go back to the same page. For that, we don't use redirect, we use HTTP response redirect. Okay, HTTP response redirect. HTTP response redirect. So this function should be coming from Django.http import HTTP response redirect. Okay, just make sure you import this HTTP response redirect, and after that you should say request dot path underscore info. Okay, request dot path info. This will actually take you back to the page from where you came from. Okay, so now let's refresh this page and let's say test comment 3, submit, and you can see I'm still inside this Canada population blog post, and I have got, this comment has been added. Okay, the last thing I want to do is I want to actually add a little space here. Okay, because these boxes are attached. I'll go to blocks, and here div class card, right? So I'll say empty margin top 1. Okay, I'll add margin top 1 so that they are separated. Okay, perfect. I think this is the comment feature, and you know what, I'll actually go to another blog post. Okay, so I'm inside another blog post now. Right now we don't have any comment here, right? So no comments yet. No, but where we don't have any comment, we'll write something. Okay, this is the comment 1. Okay, submit. Okay, and you can see this is the comment 1, and this is written by Django admin. And last thing that I want to handle is this error when I log out and go back, and we still have the comment box, right? So when I'm logged out, there is no point in showing the comment box, because if I try to add something, then I'm going to get the error. You can see cannot assign this request.user. Okay, you can always see the on which line you are getting the error. Okay, you can see blocks views.py and comment.user request.user. Okay, so request.user will not have any kind of user assigned to it because the request is not authenticated, right? So we first need to actually authenticate the user. Okay, if the user is not authenticated, then we are not going to show him any comment box here. Okay, so we'll handle that in the next one. Okay, now this form should be visible only if the user is authenticated. Okay, so that means only if the user is logged in, then this form should be visible. Otherwise we are going to display the message, please log in to write a comment. Okay, so let's take care of that now. First thing is that we have this form, right? So just above this form we'll check if the user dot is underscore authenticated. Okay, if user dot is authenticated, that means if the user is authenticated, then we are going to show this form. Else, okay, just put else block, and so inside the else block I'm going to say please log in to write a comment. Okay, please log in to write a comment, and then make sure you end this if condition and if. Okay, login. See, this login should be clickable, but before that we'll first see if we are getting the proper thing or not. Okay, so no comments yet, of course, and please log in to write a comment because we are not logged in yet. Okay, so let me go to another blog post, and here. Okay, so we have 3 comments here. So these comments are actually public. Okay, so if you want to write any comment for yourself, then you should log in to write a comment. Okay, so now this login button should be clickable. Okay, so when we click on this login link, then we are sending him to the login page. Okay, so just cut this login and put a span tag. Okay, so inside a span tag write the anchor tag. Okay, so see, inside a span tag just open a anchor tag. Okay, so inside the anchor tag say login. Okay, make sure you close this anchor tag and span tag here, and when I click on this login link, then in the href I should say URL space login. Okay, URL space login. Now if I refresh, you can see please log in to write a comment. When I click on that link, and I'm going to login page. Okay, so same with all other blog post also. Okay, so now if I log in as Rathan123 or something. Okay, wait, let me see. This comment was actually written by Rathan123 and this is actually written by Django admin, right? So I don't have any other users, so that's why I'm going to log in as editor1. Okay, log in, and I'll go to any blog post, socially responsible blog post, and I will write the post here. This is another, okay, this is another comment, and you see the moment I logged in, this form is visible, right? So let me submit it, and here the correct user is being assigned to this comment. Okay, so because I was logged in as editor1, right? So our code is saying that whoever is logged in, just assign him to the user. Okay, so that's why it has attached this editor1 to the user field. Okay, and what else? Okay, I think this is enough for this project, and in the next one we'll push the code to the GitHub. Okay, let's push the code now. Let's say git status. Okay, git add -a, git commit -m. We'll say comment feature. Okay, now we'll say git push origin main, git push origin main. All right, we have pushed our code to the GitHub. So in the next section, we'll deploy this project on the live server. Okay, welcome back. We are done with the development phase. Now it's time to deploy the site on production. I usually deploy Django applications on virtual private servers such as Linode and DigitalOcean or AWS. But for this Django blog, I have decided to deploy it on Python Anywhere. Python Anywhere is because deploying a Django website on Python Anywhere is fairly simple and straightforward, and it's just like how you set up your Django website on your local machine. Okay, and also Python Anywhere is free to host one website, so we don't need to pay any money to host our Django blog website. Okay, so we are learning Django, and I want to keep this course simple and easy to understand without making it more complex by talking a lot about the server stuff. That's why I choose Python Anywhere. But if you know me already, I teach how to build complex Django applications, and in my other courses I have a deployment section where I deploy my advanced applications on AWS and VPS, okay, virtual private servers. Alright, for the sake of simplicity, let's go ahead and deploy this Django blog on Python Anywhere. Okay, so first of all, we need to have an account with the Python Anywhere. Okay, so to get started with the Python Anywhere, just go to this www.pythonanywhere.com. Okay, so this is a famous website for hosting Python applications. So you must be knowing this website as well. All right, so go to this pythonanywhere.com and sign up with your email address. All right, and this is actually we'll be using the beginner, which is a free account. Okay, so let's click on this create beginner account, and you need to actually fill up all this information. I'll go with the username Rathan K, and I'll use my developer email address. Use your strong password. All right, so looks like my Python Anywhere account is created, and you know what, I have to confirm my email address. I'll go to my Gmail. All right, let me quickly confirm my email address. Okay, so my email has been confirmed. Now, next what we need to do is we need to actually make sure our application and the code base is ready to be deployed. Okay, so we need to think of a specific checklist. Okay, so if we want to do any changes in our application before we push the code to the production server, then we should first take care of those checklist before we push the code to the production server. Okay, so I have a pre-deployment checklist. So I'll go through that checklist in the next one, and we'll start working on the code base and start deploying the application in the next video. Okay, so in this video we have actually created the Python Anywhere account and we have just confirmed it. Okay, so I'll stop this video and we'll continue from the next one. Okay, now that we have the Python Anywhere account created, next what we can do is we can actually go through this checklist. Okay, this is actually a learning purpose project, and this project does not have a lot of things to configure. Okay, so first thing that we need to make sure is we have the updated requirements.txt file. Okay, so because we want to install all the packages that are installed in our virtual environment on the local server, that need to be installed in the production server as well, right? So that's why we need the requirements.txt file. Okay, and after that, I'm actually using Python 3.8 in my Windows computer. So okay, so that's why I'm getting this backports.zoneinfo inside my requirements.txt. Okay, so this backports.zoneinfo only needed if you are using less than 3.9. okay, so in Python Anywhere server we are going to use Python 3.10. all right, so that's why we don't need this backpost.zoneinfo in our requirement.txt. okay, so I'll show you how to remove that, how to configure that. all right, so and after that we actually need to remove this db.sqlat3 database from this Gitignore file, because in this db.sqlat3 file we have a data, right? In this file we have this data, right? We have added some blog post categories and all that. Okay, so we want to just use this same database inside our Python Anywhere server as well. Okay, so this file is currently not available inside our Git repository, because inside this Gitignore we have included this db.sqlat3, right? So you want to remove it, and after that we want to also remove this media folder from Gitignore, so that this sqlat3 database and media files will be available inside the GitHub, and then we use these database and media files inside the server. Okay, so I'll show you practically how all these things works together. all right, and okay, so let's start from here. Create an updated requirements.txt file. Okay, so if you currently have a requirements.txt, no problem at all, and but I just want to make sure if everything is proper. Okay, so how to do that? Just say pip freeze greater than symbol, and let's say requirements.txt. okay, make sure the virtual environment is activated while you run this command. Right, run. Okay, so I think there were no changes, and as I said, this backpost.zoneinfo only needed when we are using less than Python 3.9. okay, so I am actually using Python 3.8. okay, so Python 3.8. You must be using Python 3.9, 10 or 11. all right, so in your case maybe this one does not exist. Okay, if it does exist, then what you have to do is you have to just edit this file and put a colon after this backports.zoneinfo 0.2.1. Just say Python underscore version is less than inside the double quotation 3.9. oh, I'm sorry, inside the double quotation we should actually put a 3.9. okay, so What this is saying is when we install this requirement.txt inside the server, we are telling the pip that only install backpost.zoneinfo when the Python version of the server is less than 3.9. Okay, so if it is not less than 3.9, then it will ignore this line. All right, so that's why we need to write this. Save this file. Okay, so one checklist is done. Okay, 1 point is done actually. I think 2 is done. All right, and then remove db.sql3 from Gitignore. We'll go to this Gitignore and we will remove it from here. Okay, same way we'll remove this media as well. Okay, save this file. That's it actually. Okay, so this is actually the checklist because we don't have a very huge checklist. Okay, so this is a very simple checklist. We don't need to do anything else. Okay, so let's say git status, we have changed a couple of things, right? So now what you need to do is of course you have the git configured, right? So what we'll do is we'll say git add -a. Okay, because we want to just push all the code to the GitHub. Okay, from the GitHub we'll take those code into the server. Okay, so git commit -m, and then we'll say deployment. Okay, and then git push origin main. All right, now let me go to GitHub. And this is my repository. I have made it public already. Okay, so I'm sorry. All right, now you can see db.sql3 and everything is fine. Okay, media is also available here. Okay, so I have the requirements.txt as well. Next, what you need to do is you need to actually open up the Python Anywhere documentation. So the documentation link is too long, so that's why what I have done is you can simply go to rathankey.com/Python Anywhere. Okay, rathankey.com/Python Anywhere and hit enter. It will actually open up the Python Anywhere official documentation to deploy the existing Django project. Okay, so this is actually the documentation. We can simply follow these steps and deploy our application. Okay, now that we have our code base ready, we can now start deploying our application by following this documentation. All right. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to actually clone our repository. Okay, so before cloning, I just want to take you to this Python Anywhere. I hope you are logged in. All right, and just go to this dashboard, and this is actually the Python Anywhere dashboard, and here you see this new console, right? Simply click on this bash. It will actually open up the terminal. Okay, so you don't have to do much about much in this terminal. Everything is actually clearly documented in this official documentation. Okay, so once you open up this bash console, so this is how it will look. All right, so if you want to actually see where you are on the server, you can simply write pwd. Okay, pwd. Here you can see you are inside the home, and your username Rathan K is my username. In your case, it will be your username that was created when you when you were creating your account. Okay, currently you are inside this path. Now next you should actually say git clone and your repository. Okay, so let me first say git clone, and you go to this code and go to https, copy this link. Okay, so this is actually the repository link, and Control V. All right, so it will actually paste your link. Okay, git clone your repository. Let's hit enter. Okay, the repository is actually cloned. So if you want to see that, just say ls. You can see we have this Django blog. Okay, so this is actually the project name. Here you can see, yeah, here you can see Django blog. Okay, next step. Next step is actually very simple. And once we are done with cloning the repository, then we actually need to create a virtual environment. Okay, so this is just like, you know, how we set up our Django project on your local machine, right? So it's nothing different at all. Okay, so the code is nothing different at all. Okay, so now here you actually need to copy this. Okay, so what it is saying is mk virtual env. Okay, make virtual env, and in this path, okay, and it is actually the name of your virtual environment. Okay, my site hyphen virtual env. So feel free to change this virtual environment name. Okay, so you can simply this copy this and you paste it here. Okay, so if you want to change the name, you can go ahead and change it, but I will keep it like this. Okay, so next you run this command. Okay, our virtual environment is created and it is also activated. Okay, you can see here. Now next what you need to do is you need to actually install your requirements or packages, right? So in the documentation it is saying pip install Django, but of course this is for the new website, and if you have requirements.txt, you can run this pip install -r requirements.txt. Okay, because we have requirements.txt, we will install the packages from the requirements.txt. All right, so simply paste this pip install -r requirements.txt. Okay, so hit enter. All right, I got this error now. It is because what it is saying is could not open the requirements file, no such file or directory. Okay, so why it is because if you go to ls, you see Django blog, right? So if you run ls, you see Django blog, right? So we should actually go into this Django blog. Yeah, otherwise we cannot locate the requirements.txt, right? So we should be inside the Django block, and then we install, run this pip install command. All right, so that's why it was showing me error, no such file or directory. No problem. So just cd into this Django block, and then you run this command. All right. All right, all the packages are installed, and it took more time than expected. All right, so next what we need to do, let's go to the documentation, and once we are done with this, then we need to set up a web app. Okay, web app and WSGI file. So how to do that? Let me actually go to here in the console, go to this hamburger menu, go to web and right click and open in new tab. Okay, so don't just close this terminal. All right, we want to run some commands in the terminal as well, so I just don't want to close this terminal right now. Okay, so open this web app here on the new tab, and then what you need to do, you need to actually click on this add a new web app. Okay, so once you click on this, you will get this window. Click on next, and now you actually need to click on this manual configuration, not Django. Okay, don't click on this Django. This Django is actually for deploying the new application, but currently we have the existing application, right? So that's why we need to click on this manual configuration, and then choose a Python version. We'll be using Python 3.10. Okay, because that's what we are using here, right? Here you can see virtual environment Python 3.10. All right, so click on this Python 3.10 and then next. So this will actually configure the web app. So let's wait for this to happen. All right, your web app is now set up. So in this page, we need to set up a few things. So let me take you to the documentation again. So we have done all these steps now. Okay, so we have clicked on this manual configuration, and this one is done, and now we are here. Okay, so we want to set up the code and WSG and all those stuff. All right, so let's look at the code here. Okay, so the code is actually the source code path we want to specify here. All right, the source code is actually inside the Django blog folder. Okay, so if you want to show that, so what I'll do is I'll just clear it now. Okay, so I will actually say pwd, and here you can see home RathanK Django -blog. Okay, so if you look at this, using ls, you can see all the code is inside the folder. Okay, home RathanK Django blog. So here also simply copy this. Okay, simply copy this, and I think just select this and it will automatically get copied. All right, so inside here just paste it here. Okay, so simply home. Okay, this is home. Okay, so if you cannot see that, home /RathanK, of course this is your username, and then Django blog. Okay, so click on this check mark. All right, so once that is done, next we want to specify virtual environment name. All right, so enter a path to a virtual environment if desired. All right, so here what we need to do is we need to actually put the virtual environment name, which is my site-virtual env. All right, select this, and if this is different in your case, then you should put that here. Okay, my site -virtual env, just click on this right mark. Okay, so it will automatically get your virtual environment. Okay, so once that is done, and then just scroll down. Now we need to configure the static files. Okay, so on the production, we want to set up the static files as well, right? So this inside this URL, we need to actually put static. Okay, simply say this is actually the static, the static URL that you have specified inside the project. Wait, let me write it. Okay, so this is nothing but the configuration that you specified inside here. So let me show you that. Inside this settings.py, we have configured the static files, right? Okay, static URL, right? So this static URL is nothing but the URL that we are going to specify here. Simply say static and click on right mark. Okay, and then enter path. So this path is actually nothing but this one. Where is it? Here, yeah, here you can see this one, base directory / static. All right, so we want to actually create the static folder, on the root folder. Okay, so that will actually be the static root. Okay, simply say home /RathanK /Django blog. Okay, so this is actually the root folder, and after the root folder we need a folder called static. Okay, simply write this static and click write. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, so this is the configuration, and then what we need to do is we need to collect all the static files in order to run the static files. All right, so for that reason, what we need to do is we need to make sure we are correctly, our manage.py is accessible. So when you are here, you can run the Python command, python manage.py collect static. All right, now I can see 127 static files are copied. All right, at this point, you can come back to this web app and click on this reload button. okay, so that everything will be refreshed and we can start see our website running. Okay, so once we are done with this reloading, then you can go to this website rathankey.pythonanywhere.com. Okay, so this is throwing me the default page. You know what, we have did a mistake. Okay, so that is we have not configured this WSGI configuration file. Okay, so that's actually the mistake that we did. So here, as you can see, here we should actually edit your WSGI file. Okay, so we'll quickly fix that. You should actually click on this link, and this is actually the WSGI file. So what we'll do is we'll actually select all the things from here and delete it. Okay, so just select all and delete it, and after that you go to this documentation, just select all and copy and paste it here. Okay, so once you paste it here, then first thing you should actually change this one, home, then this username and your website name. So let me show you how to do that. See, path is equal to home, your username will be Rathan K. Okay, so my username is Rathan K, and after that my my site is actually this one, Django, my base directory. Okay, so Django blog. Okay, so this is my base directory, so you should actually put the base directory here. Okay, so after that you should specify Django settings module, which is actually the blog main, right? Inside the blog main we have a settings module, right? So that's why here remove this my site and say blog underscore main. Okay, blog main settings.py. Okay, so that's it, and just click on this save. Okay, so click on this save and then click refresh. Okay, so now if you refresh it, let's see if that works. And yeah, we are on the right path, and we are getting this allowed host error because of course our website will never work if you don't put this path or the domain name inside our allowed host, right? So go back to your here you can actually go to files. Okay, right click on files and open in the new tab, and here you see this Django blog, right? So this is actually the file system of your Django project. Okay, so here go to blog underscore main and settings.py. So inside this settings.py we should actually put our put this host or the domain name where we want to run our Django project. Okay, so this is allowed host, and inside the single quotation or double quotation put this domain here. Okay, and one more thing, we should actually set this debug is equal to false. Okay, so debug is equal to false because we are running it on production. Okay, let's save and refresh. All right, now let's refresh the page and see if that works. Okay, we got the server error 500. Maybe we'll reload this. Let's refresh again. Okay, we got we should troubleshoot here. Maybe something is wrong. And you know what, if I make this debug is equal to true, I can see the error, right? So currently it is showing me server error 500, but let me put it debug equal to true and see what exactly is the error on the page. All right. Template does not exist. Okay, so this is actually the very common issue. I have seen many people facing this issue, and even I have I have seen this issue on the Stack Overflow as well. Okay, so the easy fix to this problem is actually go to the settings, and here what we usually do is inside this templates in the dirs list we simply put templates, right? For some reason directly putting the templates does not work in Python anywhere. What we need to do is we need to actually put the path, which is Django blog /templates. Okay, so Django blog is the directory name. Inside this Django blog directory we have a folder called templates, right? So doing this will definitely work. Okay, so save it and refresh. So this is actually the way of how you troubleshoot these errors. Okay, so let's refresh now. Okay, now you can see my website is working and all the blocks, everything is fine, right? So the blocks and what else? I can go to registration, login, and one more thing I just want to verify is this admin. Okay, my admin page is also working. Let me go to Django admin. I'm just making sure if everything is working fine or not. Okay, all right, perfect. So I have my blocks, I can create blocks and everything. All right, so if you just want to play with it, you can just go ahead and play with these CRUD operations. All right, and what else? Okay, that's all. That's about the deploying the Django application. And also you can see this SSL is also installed from this Python Anywhere side. Okay, so we did not do anything in order to install SSL. So this is, I think this is free from Python Anywhere. All right, so I hope you learned a lot of things in this course, and I think that's all about this course. Congratulations, you just completed this course successfully. I'm extremely thankful for you to be with me throughout the course, and I'm sure you have learned a lot of great things in this course. If you want to learn more advanced Django stuff from me, you can check out my other courses where I teach to build the massive web applications such as Advanced Django e-commerce project and complex multi-vendor marketplace application. These projects will definitely be an ultimate addition to your portfolio. You can check the demo of these complex projects using these links. Alright, with that said, if you like this course, please do support me by giving me 5-star rating and share this deployed project on your LinkedIn account and tag me there. You can connect with me anytime on LinkedIn or other social media platforms. I'll be happy to create more such useful content in the future as well. With that said, I wish you all the best for your career and see you next time.